Hello everyone, welcome back to another Saturday art stream. I don't quite have what I'm going to play tonight set up yet. Waiting for my boyfriend to get home so we can get into some no sleep stories tonight. But while he's on the way here, I might put on like a rerun or something. But yeah, we're just gonna be lining this today. And let's see. I need to organize this mess. I have no reason to. Well, I might. I'll just leave it like that. The urge to just merge the background. Okay, so we don't need all of that. I don't need that. Do this. Okay. Let's see if I can find a good rerun. This one's pretty good, actually. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Well, I guess I'll play this one for now. And hopefully Severin gets here by the time we get to the new stuff.
This is a horror fiction podcast. We're here to frighten you and mess with your head. You're here because that's what you want. So give in to your fear, because tonight there will be no sleep. Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast.
Sorry, I'm audio balancing.
Tales of horror to frighten and disturb. Join us as the sleepless hours tick past.
It's the No Sleep Podcast. I'm David Cummings. Thanks for joining us for episode 25, the finale of season 8. We conclude our season with two tales about the darkness buried below the surface. As we wrap up Season 8, I want to express my thanks to everyone who made this our biggest and best season yet. It's been an honor to be able to work with such a talented team of individuals who collectively make up the No Sleep family. Our listenership, which continues to grow, the fans who support us financially by being Season Pass members, those of you who patronize our store, who came out to see us perform live, who interact with us on social media. This No Sleep family is a wide, varied, and utterly fantastic one. Thank you for sharing in all that we do. And it's a real pleasure to share a special guest with you on our final tale this week. You see, my favorite TV show currently on the air is Better Call Saul, which just started its third season on AMC. And there's a recurring character on the show who steals every scene he's in. He's played by actor Peter Dyseth. And when I found out that Peter is a fan and longtime listener of our show, I knew I wanted to have him join us. And so, Peter, we welcome you to the show. Thank you for sharing your talent with us. And remember, we have a hiatus episode for you next week, and on April 30th, it's the live show recorded in New York. We'll see you for the start of Season 9 on May 7th. And with that, it's time to start the beginning of the end for Season 8. So let's kick off the finale and start the show. In our first tale, we visit the city of Denver, Colorado. But it's not the city as much as it is the airport. You see, as author T. Taketo Wise explains, a man working at the airport is well aware of all the mysterious conspiracies and tales surrounding it. All silly and nonsensical, right? But an experience he had there one night made him realize there really is more there than meets the eye. Performing this tale are Peter Lewis, Jessica McAvoy, and Nicole Doolin. So decide for yourself if you believe him when he tells us there's something underneath Denver International Airport.
About 2 months ago, I was hired at DIA, the Denver airport, to maintain their concourse system. For those of you who've never been, there's this neat little train that runs super fast to 3 separate concourses, A, B, and C. It's actually rather fun to ride. Now, as I'm sure you can imagine, this little train requires a lot of work to keep going. So once every week, and usually at night, we decommission it and do some upkeep on all the components involved. It's a sweet gig. Pay is good, job is straightforward, and I have a very cool boss. Colorado's not too shabby either. But something happened last night that makes me think I need to get out, quick. Now, I'm no stranger to all those conspiracy theories about the place. In fact, being the greenhead, I've been subjected to all sorts of spooky tales, told to me by patrons of the airport and co-workers alike. I've heard about Lucifer, the enormous bright blue demon horse statue that killed its creator, how it signifies the coming of the end times, and that its hot red eyes glow deep, deep into your soul, driving you slowly mad. That the Freemasons, the Illuminati, and secret shadowy government operations all have their tendrils transfixed to the place. About FEMA, the tunnels, the murals, and the artwork, the shape of the airport itself. That a decade ago, the windshields of 14 airplanes mysteriously shattered. Some said it was the weather. Others whispered that it was the electromagnetic pulses being tested deep underground. What many may not know, though, is that these are only the public-facing conspiracies. There is a whole other world of conspiracies passed down from generation to generation of the employees who work here. For instance, a few of my fellows have told me that late at night, when they're down working in the tunnels, they can hear what sounds like a barely audible moaning. The moan isn't high-pitched or low, but both. They say it spans entire octaves, like a crowd of people are all making the same sound at once. Others have told me a tale about how one worker got lost in the tunnels long ago, and that in his struggles to find his way back to the surface, he found a mysterious room covered in weird glyphs, and on one wall there was a strange-looking keypad. The keypad to nowhere, they called it. And then there's Concourse 23. Supposedly built deep, deep underground below the abandoned tunnels of the automatic baggage system. It apparently has ties to the New World Order, or the Army, or Nazi scientists, or maybe all three. Even Old Tom, one of the friendly janitors, has complained to me about some supersonic sound that he's been hearing there for the past 10 years, making him feel sick, stupid. Says it's a mind control experiment. Yeah, there are a lot of conspiracies surrounding DIA, but almost all of them are complete bull. Still, there is something quite eerie about the place. First, and most obvious, it just looks weird. It's supposed to mirror the mountains, but instead just looks like a many-pointed circus tent. An airy, natural light-filled, spectacularly clean circus tent. And second, the entire construction of the place was highly controversial.
You didn't miss anything. This is a rerun.
They said there was no true need to replace the Stapleton Airport, and grew increasingly angrier as the cost of this new, unneeded airport grew exponentially higher. And why, they wondered, was it built in the middle of nowhere, in a small valley, no less? Despite all this, though, I could give you reason after reason why most of these conspiracies can be disproved. Sure, these tales were strange, but they all seemed relatively innocuous to me, and from the first I viewed them as interesting local lore and nothing more. And yet, there was one conspiracy that tickled me in a way none of the others ever did, one that even I speculated about, unsure what to believe. I wanted to believe, but only because I've seen it. In fact, I work near it almost every day. It's the one about the locked door. See, there's this locked door on the way between Concourse B and C. It's hidden inconspicuously between the fans that help propel the train forward. Each and every employee who works with the train is given a key to this door, but also warned that it must remain locked at all times. In a way, it reminds me of that fairy tale, Bluebeard, and just like the girl in those stories, all of us tried our keys in the mad desperation to quench our curiosity. None have worked, not a one. Some suggested that it was just a prank, something to give us fuel for gossip, that there was nothing more behind that door except a long-forgotten closet or a water heater or nothing at all. Others weren't so sure. They peered at the door with squinted eyes and tight mouths, worried about what lay behind it. Many speculated maybe it was a secret tomb, a place the Masons could go to worship, the entrance to Concourse 23 or some other nefarious underground base. Me, I just thought it was some sneaky, asinine trick to see which employees were actually trustworthy. If it was, though, it didn't work very well, or at least no one can be trusted when their curiosity is piqued. We all tried our keys, all of us. The image of the locked door lingered in my mind long after work and occupied much of the time spent laying in my bed before sleep. It was just so strange to me, so enticing, sinister. And yet for nearly a month I went about my business without seeing anything out of the ordinary. I remember it clearly when I saw the first indication that something else might be going on at DIA. It was late. I was leaving. I saw a light, dim, with moments of intense brightness, and recognized it as a flashlight being pointed slowly towards me and away. Curious, I walked closer to the glass inside the door, expecting to see something, relatively normal. One of my co-workers searching for the batteries we had lost earlier, or maybe the second inspector doing his last rounds of the day. Instead, I saw a man wearing an impeccable black suit and a
Slender
gas
Man!
mask.
He strikes
He was
again!
squatting by the locked door, looking left and right, down the track and up it. His back was towards me, leaving me almost completely unseen from where I was standing on the darkened platform behind the sliding doors. His smooth leather shoes shined in the dim light cast by his flashlight, and I could barely make out the hue of his wood-colored hair. He turned to look farther down the tunnel that connected to Concourse C, and I swiftly hid behind one of the walls separating the doors. For some reason, I didn't want that man, whoever he was, to see me. He didn't seem like a normal employee, and my mind instantly jumped to all those theories I had heard or helped think up. After a moment, when my breath had slowed and my heart slid down from my throat, I peered around the wall. The man was gone, and the tunnel was dark. Confused and scared, I left in a hurry. The next day, after a sleepless night of rumination, I asked a coworker I was on friendlier terms with about the man. I was afraid of asking anyone else, afraid they might judge me or think I had finally cracked, or that I was lying, trying to add to the gossip, the lore. I was hoping she would at least give me the benefit of the doubt. I caught her up as she was walking out of the break room. Hey, I saw something last night. She raised an eyebrow. Something here. I picked up the late shift, and when I was leaving, I saw this guy. It looked like he was examining the locked door, He didn't look official, or maybe he looked too official. Just a guy in a black suit and a gas mask.
Gas mask. Dude, I know pot's legal here, but go easy on that stuff.
I rolled my eyes, saying nothing. She sighed.
Could have just been a Fed checking for an EMP leak or something. Or maybe the second inspector was cosplaying? But yeah, that's pretty weird. Don't tell old Tom.
Yeah. We laughed, but inside I felt the fear boiling up in my gut. Who was that man? And what the hell was behind that door? She looked around us, making sure no one else was near, and lowered her voice.
Look, this wouldn't be the first time I've heard of a dude in a black suit acting suspicious in a place he shouldn't and couldn't possibly get access to. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just a normal day in the office.
I looked at her and smiled, unsure whether she was being facetious or not. She winked and walked away. So, last night, my morbid curiosity got the best of me. Last night, the locked door was unlocked and open, and I couldn't help myself. It was a Bluebeard moment. The second inspector asked me to stay a little later than usual since we'd been having maintenance issues with the train all day. He wanted me to do one final inspection before I left for my scheduled 3-day weekend. It was very, very late, the witching hour, as my mom says, and I was one of the few people left in the building. Walking down the tunnel was harder than usual, scarier at least, and my feet felt like they were cast in steel, heavy and slow. The air itself felt electrified, and I began wondering about the EMPs and if they really did test them deep, deep below my feet. And then I saw it, the door open. I hesitated for a moment, looking back behind me and peering ahead, making sure I was alone before I approached it. Beyond the door was a severe fluorescent light. I could imagine how it looked from afar as I stood there, a silhouette framed against an ungodly bright rectangle of light. Inside was a square room, maybe 300 square feet. It seemed to be made entirely of a dull metal and was completely empty. On either side of the room were heavy-looking doors, but one was totally black and shut tightly, while the other was a corroding reddish color and slightly protruding at an odd angle. Leaning next to the wall at the base of the black door was a familiar-looking gas mask. I stared at it for a moment, contemplating whether or not to take it when I heard a resounding boom. The door to the tunnels slamming shut. I ran to it, panicked, hoping it would slide open with ease, letting me out of this place. It was locked. I made my way to the black door, trying the handle, which turned smoothly to the left, but no matter how hard I pushed or pulled, it wouldn't budge. I turned, looking at the other door. It looked... there's no other way to describe it. It looked sickly. The metal itself looked like it was rotting from the inside out, flaking off in large, sharp chips that littered the floor around it. I approached it cautiously, grabbed onto the handle. It was warm to the touch, and pushed down. It stuck slightly before yielding to my grasp and swinging outwards with a piercing screech of metal on metal. Behind it was a dimly lit staircase that descended into the obscurity below. I stood back for a moment, unsure if I should go down or not, before my curiosity got the best of me, propelling me to take the first step. After that, it became easier, and I began counting the steps to the bottom. I lost count at 123, but I soon reached the last landing. I suspected I was about 4 or 5 stories underneath the lowest level of DIA. I was standing in an extremely dark, long, and thin tunnel. Looking up behind me, I could barely make out the dim slit of light from the open door I had come through. As I walked deeper into the darkness, my eyes began to adjust, allowing me to see a spooky red glow coming from the end of the tunnel. The exit. It took me a good deal of time to finally reach it, but when I did, I gasped. I was standing in a cavernous area so high I couldn't even make out the ceiling above me. I looked back. The tunnel was dark, impenetrable, and above the entryway, words were carved. The abyss looks back. I shook my head, looking towards the cavern, steeling myself, and I took the first steps forward, shuddering as I heard each footstep echo loudly around me. Suddenly, a dim beam shot out from above, illuminating a small metal table with a single chair. I wondered if there was some sort of movement activation system, and I became more aware of myself. I walked closer and saw two things. A pool of dark, viscous liquid surrounding it that I tried not to think about, and a smooth black binder lying on the table, opened to a section that read, "Procedure, hope to God it doesn't happen. In case of breach." Mystified, I stepped around the pool of liquid and flipped the binder closed, trying to see what it was called. Scrawled across the top of the binder in white ink were the words, "Quarantine procedures." I tried flipping it back to the procedure, accidentally letting it go too soon. The cover of the binder smacked into the table with force, creating a sound that rang out loud and true in the emptiness. I cringed and then cowered. It started immediately, a low, rumbling, yet strangely high-pitched moaning. It was like I was hearing several people make the same sound at once. I looked around, trying to find the source of the sound, but saw nothing. I moved forward, apprehensive, and realized that I was nearing a great chasm. I could barely make out the edge of it in front of me. I stopped short and peered over it, seeing what looked like nothing. Or maybe it was just that the chasm went on forever. Either way, it looked empty and endless. But as I stood there, staring below, I began to make out something sick. A mass of what looked like blackened human bodies, twisting together, melted to one another, writhing as if in pain or pleasure. Suddenly, I saw the whites of too many eyes, all looking towards me, glaring. I yelped, reeling backwards and falling. Behind me, a clanging sound rang out, and I looked back to see an enormous, coagulated blob of burnt black bodies near the small metal table. A few of its hands held the binder, ripping it to shreds. I stood up, and it saw me and froze for a moment before making a horrific sound and heaving towards me. I turned and ran as fast as I could, hearing the moaning grow louder in the chasm to the right of me. And behind me, I could hear it scuffling, scraping, screaming, trying to keep up, trying to get me. I was nearing an incredibly high wall, and I ran towards it, hoping for some miraculous way out. I heard a muted low whistle and looked to my left. There, underneath the small bulb glowing blue at such a low frequency I could barely make it out, was the man in the black suit I had seen weeks ago. He was wearing the same gas mask. His messy, slightly wet hair looked black beneath the light and stuck up at odd angles against the mask's straps. He waved and then beckoned me over. Scared, I took a quick look behind me, and there it was, a great roiling mass of hands and mouths and bare, sinewy arms, slowly pulling and squeezing and undulating its way towards me. I was scared stupid, unable to move. Hey! I blinked and then leapt into action, running as fast as I could towards the man. He swung the door behind him open as I approached, and through it I could see a brightly lit staircase leading up to a black door with an insignia cut into it. I was too far away to see what it was. The man gestured to the door with his head, prompting me to go through it. But I wanted to ask him so many questions. My voice jerked short, though, cut off by him pushing me through the door. Not violently or angrily, but like he was trying to save my life. I staggered forward, my heart pounding in my chest, my mouth dry. Behind me, the door was creaking closed. I turned and yelled a frantic thank you. He gave me a thumbs up before turning towards that monster and unholstering the pistol on his hip. And as the door swung fully shut, I heard 4 shots fired and saw, in quick succession, 4 enormous explosions of bright light through the cracks. I'm no expert, but they looked much brighter than what simple gunpowder would cause. A high-pitched screaming and low-pitched yelling sounded out in unison, raising the hairs on my arm and making me trip backwards slightly on the stairs before I turned and ran all the way up them. As
Blob
I
of burnt
neared
bodies,
the
what did I
black
walk
door,
into?
the insignia became clear. A lion wearing a crown and a unicorn wearing a bejeweled necklace holding up a shield split into quarters. The symbols in each section were worn, and I couldn't quite make them out. Perched atop the shield was an open eye with an iris in the shape of a 23-pointed star. I only know this because I had time to count. As it turns out, the black door was a tinted glass portal to an elevator. I mashed the red button projected on the small touchscreen to the right of the doorframe repeatedly, cursing the elevator for being so slow. Another shot rang out, and the scream rose up again, louder this time, reverberating around the stairway even through the closed door. A tinny beep sounded, and the glass door slid open. I scrambled inside. It was the size of a small room and lowly lit. A smooth female voice rang out around me.
Leaving sub-basement 23. Decontamination in process.
Perplexed, I looked around me, and then I looked up. Above me were hundreds of minute jets. I covered my face not a second too soon as the jets activated, spraying me with an unusual, scentless substance that seemingly boiled off my clothes but left my skin and hair soaking wet. The substance was so cold it burned, and I tried wiping it off with my shirt. Another tinny beep sounded, and the smooth female voice spoke again.
Arrived. Basement level.
The glass doors slid open, and I lurched out, disoriented, into a lightly illuminated room with a single black door across the way. The walls were covered with strange symbols I didn't recognize as being part of any human alphabet. I stared at them in wonder, trying to place them, slowly revolving around the room as I looked. I stopped at the spot where the elevator was, but saw only a blank wall with a single keypad projected on it. I shuddered and headed towards the black door, which opened effortlessly, and suddenly I was back in the 300-square-foot metal room, back where I began. Behind me, the heavy black door swung shut with a resolute boom. The gas mask lying next to it was gone. The reddish, sickly door was closed, too, tightly, not stuck out like before. To the right of me, the locked door was locked no more, and I quickly exited the room, hearing it swing shut as I left. The tunnels were brighter now, and I wondered how much time had passed while I was down there. As I was exiting the maintenance door, I ran into my coworker. She stopped dead in her tracks, looking at me with worried, suspicious eyes.
Hey, you're still here?
I said nothing.
It's just, I talked to the second inspector. He said you went home hours ago. Or at least thought you did. Said you never checked back in with him.
She looked closer at me.
Hey, are you okay? And why are you... wet? Did something, strange happen? I heard a noise, like screaming.
Yeah, I'm fine. No, I'm not. I'm sick.
No, I'm
I don't
not.
feel well at all. I think I may have fainted down there, or blacked out. Stress, maybe. I'm gonna go home. Could you let him know? Oh, and I didn't get a chance to fix the fans down there, so yeah, gonna go home. See you Monday. I staggered past her towards the exit to the airport.
Okay, sure. Get some rest.
But I haven't been able to get any rest. I haven't been able to stop thinking about what happened, what I saw, what is underneath DIA, who that man was. My mind keeps fluctuating between the idea that the government or some other clandestine cabal may be protecting us all from that monster, and the thought that they might not be, that they're trying to weaponize it or keeping it for further study. Either way, I am afraid of what I saw and the implications behind hiding something like that in a place so many people use on a daily basis. And I fear that I am going slowly mad, because when I sleep, a single short phrase rattles around and around and around in my brain. The abyss looks back.
In our final tale,
Okay,
we
you.
present an epic story from author Jared Roberts. It concerns a man and his family and how the events of the past seem to come full circle in a most disturbing way. Are the traumatic events in the life of his father and uncle now revisiting him? The man seeks to unravel the mystery which started one day when his father began to reveal the truth. Performing this tale are Mike Delgadio, Peter Dyseth, Nicole Doolin, Atticus Jackson, Addison Peacock, David Alt, and Peter Lewis.
Oh, I thought this was the
And
Skylight
now,
story, but
the No
it's
Sleep
something different.
Podcast is proud to present our production of the tale titled, My Dad Finally Told Me What Happened That Day.
You know how most of the time you feel like your life pretty much makes sense? You have your family and your friends and happy memories.
I can play that one. I just need to remember which one in my favorites it is. 825 58. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. Actually, I think it was the prank. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay. So, like 22, 25.
Pendens, tempus edox rerum, erum quad es, eris quad sum. Translated as, time devours all. I was what you are. You will be what I am.
Okay, then.
It can be a lot of fun, and slightly annoying, to grow up with parents who consider themselves a couple of jokers. In this tale from author Harlan Guthrie, we meet a man who recalls his younger days at the family cottage and the special trick his dad liked to play on the kids. Narrators Mike Delgadio, Ellie Hirschman, and Jessica McAvoy read the tale for us, as we learn about one fateful night when the trick didn't turn out as planned. It was the last time they had to deal with the prank.
We spent every weekend growing up at the cottage, mainly because we didn't really have a choice, but it was also family fun. Every weekend during the summer months we stayed at the cottage, there was a dance at the local pavilion. It was put on by the township and generally had a fair number of people there, the sum of which was made up by a plethora of random people. Teens, some elderly, the year-round cottagers, a handful of city folk just trying to let loose while Cotton Eye Joe blared over the sound system. We fell into that last category. Our cottage is set off a small lake fairly deep within the woods. You can walk almost in any direction for a few kilometers before running into anything of substance. I imagine that it's part of the reason why my parents picked it. The cottage itself was actually built on the land my dad bought, brick by brick, over a number of years, so we've all grown up with it. The cottage is a typical dollhouse shape. At least when we were kids, that's what we called it. It doesn't go underground at all and has a couple of really cool features. One of them being that there's a natural rock on the ground floor that the house was built around. Other things that we loved as kids were the skylights in the bedrooms upstairs. Since there's no light pollution up north, you can lay in bed and fall asleep looking at the stars. Being inside safe and warm was a wonderful way to view that world, especially with a dad like ours who insisted on telling us spooky stories around the campfire. For the first few years of my time at the cottage, I was convinced that it was built on an Indian burial ground. He also used to tell us this story of how every summer a creature would crawl out of the lake and search for children to eat. Looking back, I get that it's all in good fun. But let me tell you, as a child, there were a lot of sleepless nights at the cottage. When we were younger, we loved going to the dance and sliding around in our socks on the waxed pavilion floor, or trying to look cool in front of the other kids who were dragged to the dance on a Saturday night. We actually had to drive past the pavilion itself when we came to the cottage, so to get back out to it on a Saturday night, you had to drive maybe 15 minutes back down the winding one-way road which twisted and turned towards our cottage. The road itself was surrounded by trees, so any slight deviation in the path could lead to a head-on collision with a tree. This can be especially dangerous at night after having a few drinks. Because of that, the road was no stranger to accidents. The first time my dad played the prank in question, we were coming back from the dance, maybe around 11 o'clock. Part of the deal after making the hour-and-a-half trek to the cottage was that once we met the one-way winding road just past the pavilion, we were always allowed to take off our seatbelts. Why, I have no idea. It's by far the most dangerous part of the journey, yet this has always been the way. Even to this day, the rare times I go up there with my friends, even they know the rule and unclip their seatbelts at the appropriate time, as if to acknowledge the tradition. On our way back this night, however, my dad had a brilliant idea, and 10 minutes from the cottage, at the darkest point in the road, he let out a curse word. "Damn it," he said almost under his breath.
What?
My mom said. Even to this day, I don't know whether my mom was playing along or simply just curious as to what was happening, but either way, it was convincing.
"Something's up with the car,"
he said in a serious voice. Part of what bothered us so much about this road as kids, besides the creepy winding nature of it, was the fact that it was so isolated. Even at an early age, the feeling of being alone is an absolutely bone-chilling thought. After a brief moment and a few more curse words, the car rolled to a stop and the engine cut out. As the lights turned off and the car became bathed in darkness, my brother and I just shared a look of absolute panic and fear. The road was pitch black, and immediately the outside world beyond the car became crystal clear as all light disappeared within an instant. My mother at this point must have got the joke because she started twisting the knife.
Oh no. Kids, I think we have to walk back.
She said without turning her head towards us, probably because she was smiling. My brother and I now shot a look to my sister in the back seat, who at this point was just waking up from passing out at the dance. She is the youngest of us, and of course the most susceptible to believing the lie, but at that point, I think we all felt like my mom was telling the truth. We kept saying, "Try the car again."
Hey,
We
nope.
asked questions like, "How can it be dead?" or "What happened? Is it the tires?" Obviously, knowing nothing about cars helped my parents sell the lie. After an exasperated sigh from my dad, he turned to us and in his serious tone that we'd all come to fear after hearing it countless times and said,
"Okay, kids, hop out."
Being stuck in a dying car on a one-way cottage road in the middle of the night as a young child is a terrifying ordeal. Being told that you need to get out and walk home when you don't really know the way is an even more terrifying ordeal. And luckily, the eruption of tears from my young sister was enough to end their joke. My parents didn't dare let their fun end, though, and continued in character.
"Well, I guess I'll try the car again."
Sure enough, it started up, with a sigh of relief from all three of us. In the moment, we were just glad to be in the safety of the car. They must have felt it was particularly funny because of the frequency they did it from that moment forward. It became a regular thing, and anyone who visited the cottage for the weekend got dragged along to the dance and got a grand showing of the stalled car routine. By the third or fourth time, we'd had all manner of people in the van with us when it happened. Grandparents
Fooled
who
me
played
3
along,
times.
friends
Oh
who
my
nervously
god.
acted tough, and a slew of aunts and uncles who took up my dad on his offer, getting out and walking home on more than one
No,
occasion.
no, it's just working.
Looking back, it was mostly in good fun, and I think that's how my family remember it. But that's not the whole story. This next part, I never told anyone. As I said, we never wore our seatbelts on this country road, and once this was realized by everyone coming with us to the dance, the prime seating for the children became the trunk. The van had a large rear window, as most family vans do, and seeing the red lights of the van illuminate the road behind us as we drove the twisted trail home was exhilarating. That, and it was just so neat to watch the road trail out before you. My best friend Tommy and I were maybe 11 at the time, old enough to know things are jokes, but young enough to still get rattled when the time came to pile into the van to take the winding road back to the cottage while we sat in the trunk. Tom and I sat in the back seat and watched the road barrel away from us as my dad took us back to the cottage, and, as if on cue, a familiar sound came from the front seat.
Damn it.
My dad said under his breath. To my brother, sister, and I, we knew what this meant. However, no matter how many times this happened to us, it still unnerved me. Maybe because just the idea of being stuck in the woods terrified me. Or maybe because each time my dad would add another level of tension, such as a longer wait, getting out and checking something under the car, or sometimes actually making us get out. This time was different. The car rolled to a stop and he turned off the ignition. I turned towards the front of the car and saw Dad putting on his show for my sister and her friend, while my brother, being almost 14, probably tried to help my dad weave his tale. I watched them for a few minutes as the silent woods creaked around us with each gust of wind outside the car, and eventually I turned back to Tommy, who was staring out the back
Yeah,
of
it's
the van.
JoJo again.
All the color was drained from his face.
Tommy?
I said in a hushed voice of concern. He didn't stir. He just kept staring out the back of the window as the front of the van continued their routine. I saw tears begin to well up in his eyes, and I turned to see what he was looking at. To this day, I wish I hadn't, because it still eats at me. On the cusp of the woods behind the van stood something, staring at us. Here's exactly what I remember. Believe me or don't, I don't care. It was the height of a man, that's for sure, because it had one hand on a tree. Its skin was loose and hanging from its body. Its hands had only 3 very long fingers and were covered in dirt, and what I can only imagine now was wet blood.
It's the rake.
Above all else, what stuck with me the most were the eyes. They were black and empty. They looked devoid of any life. Then it fell to the ground and began crawling towards us on all fours. I cannot fathom what I would have said had I tried to explain myself back then, and for an instant I could not speak. I was paralyzed with fear as this creature slowly dragged its loose skin across the dirt road towards us. The silence of the trunk was broken by Tommy, who began bawling, which in the moment I couldn't have thanked him enough for, because hearing that made my sister break out crying as well, based on the situation in the car, not what went on behind it. This signaled the end of my dad's joke. My attention briefly shot to the front of the car to see my dad starting the car and my brother comforting my sister. I quickly turned back to Tommy, who was staring at me as the car started up, and in the instant, a horrible tableau was imprinted in my memory. The red light of the brake lights illuminated the creature's face, which was now inches away from the van's rear window. I screamed, and my dad drove. In the fading light, we could see the creature fall back onto all fours and begin crawling. Just saying this has made me remember that night more vividly than I wish I had to. No one else saw the creature in the back, and Tommy and I silently went to bed. That night, I tossed and turned. Tommy and I shared one of the bedrooms, and I don't think he slept all night. I did eventually pass out around 3 or 4 in the morning, confident that at least I was safe in the cottage, but it wasn't a sound sleep, I remember. When I woke up the next day, Tommy was packed and ready to go, his stuff by the door. The two of us shared a knowing look, but something was wrong. His eyes were bloodshot with fresh tears, and I had a nagging feeling. Eventually, he pulled me aside.
Last night?
I know. I saw it too.
I said, trying to reassure him.
Tin streak,
We're
hell
leaving
yeah.
today. It never happened.
You saw it too?
He asked as if he didn't believe me.
Yes, of course.
I said, concerned.
How the hell did you get to sleep then?
He asked almost aggressively.
I don't know. I guess I just wanted to stop thinking about it on the road.
But he cut me off before I could finish.
No.
He said, tears welling in his eyes.
I mean, Did you see it again last night? In the skylights.
To this day, in the bedroom upstairs, you can see the imprint of the creature's three-fingered hand on the glass. The spot where its long fingers stretched out over a small portion of the window, leaving a greasy red stain behind. A constant reminder of the creature that found us after a simple prank my dad played.
For most of us, it's that time of year. Winter is gone, the warm sun.
Okay. This is one you brought up earlier. I'll just play the whole thing.
Hey folks, Cummings here. We're excited to kick off our 13th season, but before we do, I want to ask you something. Is there something interfering with your happiness, or is preventing you from achieving your goals?
Yeah.
I know there have been things in my life. I recently went through some pretty major life changes. End of a long-term relationship, moving to a new place, and so many other changes and transitions. It was tough, but the thing which really helped me get adjusted was being able to speak with a therapist. Talking to someone who's trained to help us put difficult moments into perspective. I'm in a much better place now because I've had really helpful therapy sessions. That's why I'm excited to tell you about BetterHelp. BetterHelp is an online service committed to making professional counseling accessible, affordable, and convenient, so anyone who struggles with life's challenges can get help anytime, anywhere. BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with your own licensed professional therapist. You can start communicating in under 24 hours. Now, it's not a crisis line. It's not self-help.
I've heard it's
professional
not
counseling
that
done securely
great.
online. There's a broad range of expertise in BetterHelp's counselor network, which may not be locally available in many areas. This service is available for clients worldwide. You can log into your account anytime and send a message to your counselor. You'll get timely and thoughtful responses, plus you can schedule weekly video or phone sessions, so you won't ever have to sit in an uncomfortable waiting room. Plus, you can even chat and text with your therapist between sessions. BetterHelp is committed to facilitating
better than
great
nothing,
therapeutic matches, so they make it easy and free to change counselors if needed. It's more affordable than traditional offline counseling, and financial aid is even available. And listen, I know how much therapy has helped me, and for those of you who deep down know there are things in your life you need help with, you really should consider BetterHelp. You can visit betterhelp.com/nosleep and join the over 500,000 people taking charge of their mental health with the help of an experienced professional. Again, No Sleep listeners get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/nosleep. And now, it's season 13 of the No Sleep Podcast.
We can't go in there. Is the killer in there? Probably. It's a horror podcast. It's going to frighten and disturb us.
We're doing this at our own risk.
Ready? Ready for the dark tales when we dare not close our eyes.
Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast.
Welcome to the No Sleep Podcast video store. I'm David Cummings. Our VCR is ready to play stories about the ups and downs of trying to escape. It's our season 13 premiere. We're excited about our new season and even more excited about our special guest star joining us this week. Podcaster Elijah Wood will be joining us on our second story. Yes, some of you might know him from blockbuster movies, TV, video games, etc., etc. But to me, he's a podcaster first and foremost. And that's true. Elijah, along with Daniel Noah, are two of the partners behind the award-winning production company Spectre Vision, responsible for hits like A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night and Mandy, to name a few. These two producers have always been fascinated by the dark allure of horror, even audio horror like our podcast. They've started their first podcast called Visitations. On it, they explore the exhilarating, entertaining, and sometimes even therapeutic experience of facing one's fears in art. Gosh, I can relate to that. Each episode, Elijah and Daniel travel to the home or workshop of one of their favorite creators in the genre community and beyond. Taika Waititi, director and star of What We Do in the Shadows and Thor Ragnarok. Friends of the show, Mike Flanagan and Dan Harmon. Anna Lily Armapor, writer-director of A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night. Plus musicians, fashion designers, and more. Listen in on intimate conversations with these exciting artists as they explore the ways in which they've turned their deepest, darkest fears into art. I wonder if they do that in the dark hours when you dare not close your eyes. Never mind. That's actually the kinds of things we're going to be doing in Season 13 of the No Sleep Podcast. The theme this season is the horror slasher films of the 80s. And if you're old enough, mature enough to remember the days of movies on VHS tapes, you'll remember the thrill of watching those great and sometimes cheesy flicks in your own home. We have lots of exciting features planned and live experiences and other goodies. So be sure you stick with us for our 13th season. And make sure you subscribe to the first season of Shudder's original podcast, Visitations. It's now available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Shudder.com, or wherever you listen. So we're back, baby.
For viewers
and
like
it's time
you,
to kick
thank
season
you.
13 into high gear. So turn down the lights and grab the remote, because it's time for our feature presentation. In our first tale, we meet a bored event planner. You know what it's like. You're stuck somewhere for work. There's nothing to do, but you've got to stay. In this tale, shared with us by author Christopher Maxim, we discover that sometimes when you go looking to alleviate boredom, you'll find more than you bargained for. Performing this tale are Mike Delgadio, Addison Peacock, and Sarah Thomas. So be careful when your restlessness leads you to stumble upon random numbers, and even more careful about where you enter them, because one of them just might be the elevator code.
Don't play horror games then. Now what does this code that I wrote down a couple hours ago go to? Does it go to this door? Oops, I summoned a demon.
As a freelance convention planner, I stay at many hotels over the course of a year. I spend about a week per trip in an all-expense-paid suite of my choosing, doing nothing but studying the location and interviewing staff on hand, to get a feel of the hotel and its traffic. I then spend another week organizing the event and ensuring my client is satisfied with my plans. Now, there's a little bit more to it, but that's the overall gist of my job. If you can get over the constant jet lag, it's actually not a bad gig. In all my years of planning conventions, I must have stayed at over 100 hotels.
We're just listening to some No Sleep.
And architecture and staff training, they all kind of blend together in my mind. But one in particular will always stay with me. The Grovewood Inn, located just on the outskirts of Cape Cod. That one kept me up for many nights, even after I left. At first, my trip to the Grovewood seemed mostly forgettable. The convention I was planning, It was really just a glorified book club meeting for a group of older women and some local authors. The service, the food, the layout of the hotel were all average and unexciting. The only thing I liked about the place was Clara, the desk clerk. I'd have even asked her out on a date if she hadn't been married. Now, I had planned boring conventions before, and I'd been to many subpar hotels. But this trip...
Now you calm down and chat, I see that.
Mind-numbing. I couldn't wait to be done with it. So one night at the inn, after a long day of mundane event, I flipped on the TV, poured a glass of wine, and climbed into bed. I grabbed the program guide from my bedside table and looked it over, hoping to find the porn networks. Anyway, as I glanced through the channel listings, something at the bottom of the page caught my eye. Written crudely in permanent marker was the following.
You have lost your fruit privileges.
Oh my God!
You are now banned from my stand.
06, B1, 04, 02,
Beautiful.
07, B2, 05, 01. This was odd. I knew of hotels that had pin pads on their elevators, usually to prevent children from using them. But the Grovewood Inn was not one of them. Plus, most pin pad elevators only required a 4-digit code. Intrigued, I decided to call up the front desk to find out more. I was sure the code would turn out to be something trivial and uninteresting. But it was, at the very least, an excuse to talk to Clara again. Though unreciprocated, I enjoyed flirting with her, if for no other reason than to hear her infectious laughter. Well, a sip of wine and a few failed pickup lines later, I was back at square one. Clara didn't know anything about it, claiming there were no devices in the entire building that would require a code like that, much less one of the elevators. She did, however, point out that the numbers in the code aligned with every floor of the hotel. 1 through 8, plus the 2 basement levels. We both found this odd, but ultimately we couldn't make sense of it. Well, after getting off the phone with Clara, my curiosity got the best of me. I left my room, walked over to the elevator, and stepped inside. I then pressed the buttons in the order they were written on my channel guide, just to see if anything would happen. And much to my disappointment, the elevator did nothing but take me to every floor of the hotel before finally stopping at the lobby. Now, the front desk was in eyeshot of the elevator, so I quickly hit the button for my floor, not wanting to explain to Clara what I was up to. Though I didn't have a shot with her, it still would have been embarrassing to tell her I was spending my night playing around in the elevator. Luckily, I was able to escape unseen. Upon setting foot back on my floor, I noticed a member of the cleanup crew walking down the hall. That's when it hit me. The staff, they never used the patron elevators. They had their own service elevator to get from floor to floor without impeding the travel of guests. It may sound ridiculous, but I needed to know if that code worked in that elevator, if for no other reason than to placate my undying curiosity. So I inconspicuously made my way down the hall, heading to the service elevator. Once there, the familiar sting of disappointment set in. A staff card was required to gain access, and no doubt to keep guests from using it. Well, feeling defeated, and realizing how crazy I was letting boredom make me, I walked back to my room. There, after a few more glasses of wine, I drifted off and entered a long, peaceful, alcohol-induced slumber. I awoke many hours later to sunlight flooding my room and the familiar sound of a vacuum next door. Cleanup is always in full force early in the morning at these hotels. When the initial grogginess of waking up wore off, something came to mind. Something that caused me to jump to my feet and immediately exit my room. There, in the middle of the hall, was the cleaning cart, and there was no staff in sight. Hanging from a lanyard was the maid's staff card, ripe for the taking. This was it. This was my chance.
I'll steal it!
Maybe it was the slight hang.
No one will ever know!
Or perhaps it truly was the monotony of planning a less than exciting convention. I grabbed that card and I ran to the service elevator like it was the last chance I had at having some adventure during my trip. Something about that code was calling to me. It was a mystery I desperately felt the need to solve.
Upon swiping the maid's card and entering the elevator, I quickly punched in the code and waited. At first, nothing happened. The elevator didn't move, but all the buttons remained illuminated. I thought that maybe I'd somehow busted the thing, but the preceding moments proved this theory wrong. Without warning, the elevator raced up to the heights of the hotel, ascending much faster than normal. The digital readout above counted the floors up to 8, and then kept going until it reached 12. Now, this was bizarre, as the Grovewood Inn only had 8 floors. And there was no discernible reason the elevator should have been able to reach that height. By all accounts, I would have been in the sky by that point. After a few moments, the elevator door opened, revealing behind it a grand ballroom, the likes of which I'd never seen before in any of the hotels I'd been to. Victorian-era chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Beautiful silk banners danced from wall to wall. And hundreds of people, dressed in old-fashioned attire and elegant facewear, waltzed about as a large band played a catchy tune. My jaw was on the floor. It's hard to explain, but a romantic fog filled the air. I watched as masked patrons danced in unison and partook in lavish festivities, completely oblivious to my presence. For a moment or two, I completely forgot about the hotel below, awestruck by the scene before me. Something about it was just absolutely intoxicating. Just as I was about to step out of the elevator, the music stopped. All at once, the ballroom guests turned around to face me and held their gaze with mine, almost as if peering into my very soul. It became quickly apparent that I was not welcome there. An uninvited and unwanted visitor in a room I was never supposed to reach. It was clear to me that it was time to leave.
We have to
tried
leave.
pressing the button for the lobby, but it wouldn't light up. I tried floors 2, 3, and 4. No dice. The elevator was stagnant, and I was trapped. I looked back over to the crowd, and to my horror, they had begun walking in my direction. Their march was slow, but without a working elevator, I had no means of escape. I was at the mercy of the ballroom and its occupants now, no matter what that fate entailed. With little in the way of options, I attempted to converse with the group. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" My query was met with little reaction. The only response I received was the continued sound of footsteps on the ballroom floor. Frightened of what was to come next, I backed up as far as the elevator walls would allow. A mouse cornered in a bird's cage. Just as the vultures closed the gap between us, an explosion of fire emerged from the background, overcoming the guests and engulfing the entire room in flames. I began to cough uncontrollably from the toxic smoke that loomed above. Beads of sweat the size of pearls dripped down my cheeks. To top it off, the guests were still there, standing at the foot of the elevator, somehow unfazed by the fiery heat around them. In between coughs, I managed to offer them one last question, though I knew it would probably go unanswered.
What do you want?
A woman at the front of the crowd stepped forward. She wore a fox mask and a slight grin, though her lips would soon spread apart to speak.
We want to be saved.
At this moment, the flames took flight, rising to the highest heights of the ballroom. Molten skin dripped from the woman's frame like candle wax as her features morphed into a gruesome arrangement of congealed flesh and bubbling blisters.
Won't you save us?
In a grotesque slur of unnatural movement, the woman stumbled in my direction, arms outstretched. I stood in terror as her burnt fingers made their way to my neck. Just as she was about to make contact, the doors shut behind her and the lights went out. The bulb in the elevator, the fire in the ballroom, it was all gone. The energy around me had dissipated abruptly, leaving nothing but pitch blackness in its place. Somehow, I was alone. A few moments of confusion passed, followed by a loud roar from the elevator shaft below. All at once, everything sprung back to life, save for my fox-masked assailant. As the elevator dropped, I watched the digital readout count backward from 12. Eventually, I was back in familiar territory, safe and sound on the ground floor. Before the doors could fully open, I made a dash for the front desk. Clara!
Hey! What's got you so frazzled? And what were you doing in the service elevator?
If I had told her what I'd seen, she'd think I was crazy. Instead, I composed myself and asked for some information.
Did this hotel ever have a 12th floor?
Yes, it did. The Grovewood Inn was originally almost twice this height, but a lot of it burned up in a bad fire, so it had to be reconstructed. The top floor was a ballroom, but that was a very long time ago.
She pointed at a framed picture on the wall behind her, dated 1913.
Why do you ask?
No reason. Just curious, that's all.
I promptly made my way back to my room and reflected on everything. I wonder if I'd seen that picture without realizing it, and dreamt up my elevator escapade. I discarded this thought rather quickly, sure that I was wide awake when it happened. I thought it maybe was something in the wine, but that was equally unlikely. There was no logical explanation for what occurred. And that's about it. I never found out exactly what happened that day.
See ya.
I mustered up enough courage to try the code again, but it didn't work. It seems I was allowed a one-time glimpse into the past, a look at what was before and what might still be today had the hotel not been partially destroyed.
Why would you want to do it
I
again?
wish that I could have taken part in the festivities before things went sour. Perhaps I could have prevented the fire and saved the patrons, just like the fox-masked woman wanted. All I can do now is look back on that day, completely bewildered, as I plan my next convention.
'Cause they stupid. That was the most horrifying moment I've ever had in my life. So I tried it again. I tried it again and was disappointed it didn't work. I really wanted to see what was going on.
Heavy metal music.
Yes.
Two pretty awesome things. And the only thing more awesome is combining the two. But in this tale, shared with us by author D. Williams, we join two podcast hosts who discover just why they call heavy metal the devil's music.
Ooh.
Performing this tale with me are Addison Peacock, Mick Wingert, Peter Lewis, Jeff Clement, and special guest star Elijah Wood. So put on your headphones and crank the volume up. Yeah, here we go. Get ready to thrash because this podcast shreds.
Okay.
Hey Shredders, it's time for Shreds. That's hard.
Welcome, metalheads, to another episode of Shreds, your #1 podcast for metal news and interviews, bringing you new episodes every Tuesday. This is your co-host and resident power metal expert, John Fraser. With me, as always, is the fantastic Ciara King, Master of Doom.
Metal, that is. Not the game. Though I'm pretty good at that, too.
I'm sure that would be true if you were old enough to have played Doom. Well, see, the way I understand it, you've got a pretty big show set up for us tonight. A very special guest that I think the fans are going to appreciate.
You are absolutely right, John. Our guest for tonight should be calling in any minute now. But first, I'd like to hear about your weekend.
That's right. For those of you who don't know, I was on gig duty this weekend, and I went to see Bitter Waters perform at the Castle, this little venue just outside Atlanta.
And what did you think?
Well, see, Bitter Waters falls more into your genre, your preference in metal, if you will.
I do know. Listeners, in case you don't know by now, John much prefers his metal to sound like the lead guitar is capable of shooting deadly rainbow lasers out of every possible orifice while riffing at a ridiculous speed.
Absolutely true. And Bitter Waters is, well, not like that at all. But I have to say, I was impressed. It was pretty wild because, well, the castle has a lot of equipment issues in the past. Not trying to be shady, just telling the truth. And in the middle of this performance, Adelaide Slaughter, the lead singer, well, her microphone just blew.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, completely blew. And there was no backup available, not a thing they could do. So most bands would have packed it in right there, given refunds and just called it a day. But Adelaide, man, she kept right on going. This woman was just on stage, kept performing, giving it her all, shrieking her fucking guts out, And was it the best quality of performance? No, but the professionalism to just keep going with the show. Wow. And the fans loved it. They went nuts, because even without the mic, you could still hear her over the rest of the band. The woman has an insanely powerful voice.
She does, yeah. My understanding is that she actually trained as an opera singer at, like, Juilliard or something.
Well, goddamn, you can tell. It was amazing. Adelaide, if you're listening, you've earned yourself a fan for life with that performance. Awesome, truly. And now this coming weekend, C is on gig duty. So who do we get to hear about next Tuesday?
Well,
Tuesday night
on Red Army's upcoming show at the Scorpion Lounge. So, as always, if any of you guys are there and want to say hi, want to come have a beer, feel free to introduce yourselves. John and I are always stoked to meet fans at the show.
We are that. So, see, I think it's about time we put the listeners out of their misery, get the suspense over with, and introduce who our special guest is going to be this week.
All right. You guys have been requesting this band forever. Basically, since I did that gig duty review of them last March, I think it was. You guys checked them out and loved them, and then just blew up our Twitter feed about them. So now, at long last, I am pleased to announce that we have an interview tonight with Rob Warren, lead singer of Blood of Isaac.
You guys, this has probably been our most requested band in the history of the show, and I just want you to know I totally get it. I am fucking excited for this.
I'm fucking excited for this.
So they're just getting back from a long and what I can only assume was grueling US tour. And they're starting work on a second album now, which is why I think Rob has a little time to talk to us.
This is going to be awesome. In case you didn't know, listeners, C and I went to see Blood of Isaac again after she did gig duty on them for the show.
Yeah, on the first leg of this most recent tour.
Exactly, yeah. C went and saw them again with me, just so she could see the look on my face during their performance, and it was, just really fantastic, really out there. If you haven't gotten the chance to see them yet, I would absolutely encourage you to do so when they go on tour again.
And that is our cue, everybody.
Whoa, oh shit.
Rob? Rob, is that you?
Yeah, it's Rob.
Okay, you gotta turn the music down or step outside or something. That is way too loud for us in here.
Sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, that's much better, thanks.
Are you gonna be able to work with that?
Yeah, I can clean it up later. Cut that section out and make a smooth transition.
Are you guys still there?
Yeah, we're here, Rob. Just working out some of the recording kinks.
Rob, it kind of sounds like you're in a car. Is something going on? Do you need to reschedule this?
No, we're good. I mean, I am in a car. I'm driving to pick up Chris, and then we're gonna head to our jam space to do some work. Is that okay? Will that work for the recording?
Chris, as in Christian Color, the bassist?
Yeah.
That actually sounds great. I thought we were only going to be able to talk with you, but if you're both cool with doing, like, a tandem interview...
Yeah, I already talked to him. Filled him in about the podcast thing. He's totally down.
So you're heading to your jam space to work on this next album?
Yeah, it's still in the concept stages right now, which is why we're at the space instead of the studio. It's more for rehearsals and stuff.
Seems kind of late at night to be jamming. You're really gonna piss off the neighbors.
No, it's way in the middle of the woods on a friend's property, so we don't bother anybody. Location's top secret except to the girlfriends.
Well, this is pretty awesome, Rob, to have you and Chris on the show. A special treat for our listeners. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to them for us?
Oh, sure. So, this is Rob Warren, lead singer of Blood of Isaac.
Welcome, Rob. It's great to have you on the show.
Yeah, I'm excited to be talking to you guys.
Hi, Rob.
You know, my girlfriend Darla loves your show.
I did know. She is actually the one who corresponded with us to set everything up while you guys were finishing your tour.
Right, yeah. Darla, you're listening. I love you, baby.
Thanks, Darla. Couldn't have done it without you.
Cute, guys, very cute. So, before you called, Rob, Sierra and I were just talking about how we got to see you guys perform a little while ago and how really intense you get with the, well, I hate to use the word theatrics, but, you know...
You're talking about the finale of the show?
We are. So, right before your final song, you douse yourself in, well, what looks like a lot of blood.
It's not real blood, I promise. Neil and Lewis are other members. They're both vegan. They don't do real blood. But yeah, I suggested it way early on, and it fits really well with the story we try to tell with our performance, so we decided to just go with it.
Yeah, fits well with your theme, too. You know, Blood of Isaac. Speaking of, I had always assumed the name of the band was some kind of biblical reference, but C here tells me that's not the case?
No, it's actually a reference to, Isaac Miller.
Isaac Miller. I hate to admit it, guys, but I don't think I know who that is.
He was a serial killer who operated just a few miles outside the band's hometown in Tennessee. Right, Rob?
Kinda. Isaac and his followers actually took victims from all over East Tennessee, as well as Virginia and North Carolina. But his compound was located about 20 miles outside of where us band members grew up.
Wait. Followers? Compound?
Yeah. Well, he was also the leader of a cult. That's where they all lived.
This was all in the mid-90s, a little before Heaven's Gate.
Huh. How very modern Manson family. Makes total sense for a metal band, though, drawing on some gruesome local history like that. But tell me, why the focus on the blood? Why Blood of Isaac in particular?
Well, the cult itself had an obsession with Isaac Miller's blood. I think Ciara probably has some knowledge on that.
I do. So apparently, Isaac Miller and his followers believed that his blood had the power to open portals to hell through which they could summon demons.
Of course it did.
Of course. To do their bidding, I suppose.
Well,
even he's like, oh yeah.
See, they summoned the demons so that Miller could mate with them.
Okay, gross.
Yeah, I'm not super sure of the goal there. Maybe to create a race of half-demons to, take over the world or something. I guess ordinary demons don't really blend in with the crowd. Anyway,
ordinary
they thought that to sustain
demons.
his power, Isaac himself had to drink the blood of the innocent. Hence, the victims.
Yeah, and that's why it took such a long time for the police to figure out it was a serial killer. The range was so wide, and the people who disappeared didn't seem to have anything in common. It was all because his followers were the ones taking them most of the time. Different followers grabbed different kinds of people. They didn't figure it out until a local girl went missing, and somebody remembered seeing her get in a cab with Isaac at a bar. See, he did sometimes get victims himself, mostly young women. They say he was really charming, I guess. But that's also why we dress the way we do for our shows and stuff, in the dress shirts and pants. It ties into this whole handsome missionary from hell sort of deal.
Okay, so, I gotta know how this all wound up, but honestly feel like we're way off topic with the music aspect here.
No, it's totally cool. The entire thing is actually really important to our first album, the one we just toured on. We were trying to tell the story of Isaac Miller, show it from his perspective, but in music. So this could be like a learning thing for your listeners who might not know. But, anyway, yeah, the cops raided the compound after they connected Isaac to the missing girl. After a standoff, they ended up killing him and arresting most of his followers. In the aftermath, they found what was, I think, 32 burned human bodies in a pit in the woods, just a couple hundred yards behind the main building. Yeah, they also found a bunch of video recordings of the victims. Isaac and his followers killing them in this fucked up ritualistic way, drinking the blood. Apparently, he liked to watch them over and over again when he was like doing stuff with the demons, I guess.
Okay, fucking gross.
Yep, and all true. And you can find those videos on the internet, which I would not fucking recommend. But I think you're leaving out the best part, Rob.
Best part?
I don't recommend it, but I'm going to mention it anyway.
Before the cops could swoop in and get the followers, they ate him.
Oh, what the fuck?
Dragged his body inside, ripped him apart, and fucking ate him raw.
God, why?
Get this. He told them to. He taught them that if they ate him, they could preserve his power within themselves.
He told them
then
to.
Someday they'd be able to open another gateway to hell and bring him back.
And then that ties in with all the blood during Eat of My Flesh. That's the final song in our set, the ones you guys were talking about before. It's symbolic.
Well, I think you guys really hit that nail on the head. And at least the dude's cult didn't have any illusions on where he was gonna end up, am I right? So, finally, and then I swear, listeners, we will get back on track talking about the actual band. Why have I never heard of this guy before?
Well, when it was all over, they tried to keep it kind of hush-hush, because they didn't want to freak out the general public.
Makes sense. It was pretty fucked.
No. I mean, what they didn't want everyone to know was that some of Isaac Miller's followers escaped.
Oh, fuck that.
Okay, Rob, that I did not know. That is creepy as hell. And even so, now here you guys are, drawing attention to it again. That's gotta be stirring up some severe controversy for you.
You have no idea. Yeah, I just pulled up outside Chris's place. Let me go get him and we can keep talking. Chris! Come on, we're running late. He's almost in here, just one sec.
You gonna be able to clean all this up too?
Chris!
Rolling with the punches, buddy.
You clean this up!
I'm in. Let's go. Here, take my phone. Put it on speaker. I've got Sierra and John on the line for the podcast interview.
Because you told me to! I love this dude's reactions. Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, Rob, we can hear you. And do you have our other surprise guest with you now, too?
I do.
Oh, hi. This is Christian Culler. Friends call me Chris. I play bass for the band.
Hey, Chris, great to have you on with us.
Thanks. It's cool to be here. I mean, well, not here. Here is just a Pontiac, but, like, here on the show. I mean, I'm sorry. I've never done this before.
There's a reason we don't put a mic by his face during shows.
Don't worry, Chris. We're just talking. Rob was telling us a little bit about the inspiration for the band's name.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's some pretty scary stuff, man. A very cool choice for a band like yours.
Thanks.
So, Chris, Rob was also telling us there's been some controversy related to the band. You want to weigh in on that?
What the fuck? You told them about the fucking email? God damn it, dude! We should not be talking about that.
God damn it, dude!
I didn't, but you just fucking did.
God damn it! I knew! I shouldn't have trusted you to deal with this interview by yourself.
Me? You're the one who fucking blabbed about it. I didn't even do anything, and it's just a fucking email anyway.
Just a fucking email? You need to pull your head out of your ass.
Whoa, guys, whoa. What's going on here? What email?
You sound like the kid from The Room. You're not my fucking mother!
It's nothing.
No, man. You already fucking said it. Just tell them.
I mean, I'm curious.
Listen, I'm sorry I mentioned it. I really don't want to talk about this.
Don't be a pussy. Just pull it out of my phone and read it to them. It's already out there.
fucking fine. Hold on. Okay. I got it here. Yeah. You ready?
Yeah, man, go for it.
We see what you are doing. You should not mock what you do not understand. Stop now or you will regret it. He returns soon. Then you will know the true power of the blood of Isaac. We got this bullshit in the band email about halfway through our last tour, and shit has been fucked ever since.
Okay, that is, really pretty unsettling.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. But I mean, surely it's just some crazy fan. Who sent it to you guys?
That's the thing. There was no sender. It didn't come from any address. It just fucking appeared. No way to reply, no way to track down who sent it. It's nuts.
This is definitely not what I was expecting when I asked about controversy.
Come on, guys, it's just a stupid email.
Fuck you, no it's not. After we got this, someone carved "stop" into the side of our tour van in huge letters. We would stay at motels for the night and wake up to find red paint or some shit smeared above the doors. Going on stage to perform, there would be these people in the crowds, man. Not fans. Just these creepy fucking people. They would just stand and stare at us. And by the end of the set, they'd have disappeared. It happened at almost every goddamn show. It didn't matter how far we traveled. And once we got home, man, I found a fucking deer disemboweled in my driveway.
And the cop said it was probably just roadkill that someone had pulled to the side.
It wasn't roadkill, goddammit. Okay? This weird shit has been happening to me and to Lewis and Neil and even fucking Rob, even though he's never going to admit that it's not a prank and that it really is fucking scary.
Okay, fine. So, some creepy shit has been happening, but that doesn't mean that...
Fuck! Oh, shit!
Whoa, guys, what's going on? Are you okay?
Fucking shit, dude, what was that thing?
Rob, Chris, can you still hear us? What happened?
I hit a fucking dog. They ran out into the road and I hit it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ciara, this is going completely off the rails. I think we need to cut this now and do what we can to save it in editing.
I don't think there was a fucking dog, man. That was way too big to be a dog.
Well, of course it was a dog. You can see it right there.
Guys, I think it's gonna be best if we let you go so you can...
No. Please stay on the line. I think there's something really fucking wrong here.
Oh, God. What's the call?
Stay on, I guess?
Oh my God, it's moving. It's still alive. I gotta try to...
Don't! There's something definitely wrong with it. Do not go out there.
But it's still alive. We gotta take it to the animal hospital or something. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What? What's going on, guys?
Oh my God. What's wrong with its face? Just pull her out, man. Just fucking drive around it.
It's getting up. How can it be getting... Holy shit, it's moving.
Drive, Rob! Fucking drive!
Drive, Rob!
Guys, you have got to tell us what's going on.
It was like a dog or a wolf or something. Its face was all fucked up. It was all just fucked up. And its eyes
tried to jump on the car. It had all these bones sticking out of its fucking skin, and it still tried to jump on the car to go through the windshield. What the fuck was that thing? Jesus fucking Christ!
Guys, I think you need to take a breath, okay? Calm down. It sounds like maybe you just hit a rabid dog or something.
No, man, that was something else. I don't know what it was, but it was not just some rabid dog.
Rob, there's more of them.
What?
Keep your eyes on the fucking road, man. They aren't chasing us or anything. They're just there on the side of the road, just watching. Jesus, we must have passed 10 of them already.
Okay, there is definitely something not right happening with you guys right now. Maybe you should just turn around and head back home for the night.
We can't. Neil and Lewis are already at the space. What if those things go all the way out there? What if they've got them trapped inside and they need help? We gotta make sure they're okay.
Listen, we're all still on Rob's phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, use Chris's phone to call the others and make sure they're okay. We'll stay on the line with you until you know.
Okay.
We're sorry. The person you have called is unavailable at this time. Please leave a message after.
Damn it!
Hey, this is Neil. Sorry I missed your call. Leave me a message and I'll get back to you.
Fuck! They're not answering, either of them.
Okay, well, just keep trying. They're gonna...
Oh my god! Oh, fuck! Oh my god, oh my god! It's on fire! The jam space is on fire! Lewis! Neil! What the fuck are you guys?
Chris, did you say the building is on fire?
Yeah, it's on fire! Neil's car is here, and Lewis is too! I think they were inside! Oh god, oh fuck! I think they're inside!
You guys need to get out of there now. The fire could spread. Get Rob and get out of there.
You guys need to get out of there.
Rob! Rob, you gotta leave it! There's nothing you can do, Rob! Rob, there are people! Are those people?
People? What people? What's going on over there?
Look out! What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? No! No! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Run, Chris! Fucking run!
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on, Chris?
They grabbed him! They cut him open! They cut him open! Oh god! They're pulling his insides out! He's just screaming and he told me to run and they just kept pulling! Oh my god, there's so much blood! Oh my god, oh my god!
Oh my god.
Don't leave me! I'm so scared!
We're not gonna leave you, Chris. I'm right here. You have to keep running. Call the cops.
What? Oh, we don't know where they are. How can we tell the cops where to find them?
Call Darla.
What? Darla?
Yes! Call Darla, goddammit! Rob said only the girlfriends know where the jam space is. Well, she is Rob's fucking girlfriend, and you need to call her and tell her to send the cops out there right fucking now! Her number's saved in my phone. Do it now!
Okay. Oh, God. Where's your phone?
Please don't hang up! Please don't leave me! Please don't leave me!
I won't hang up. I'm right here. It's going to be fine. Just keep running.
I'm trying. It's so dark.
Sorry. The person you have called is unavailable.
There's no answer.
Keep trying.
No! My leg! I broke my leg! I think I broke my leg!
It's okay, Chris. You're okay. Talk to me. Talk to me. You have to get up and keep running.
Can't again. The bone is out. It's out and I can see it. I can't get up. Oh, God.
Okay. Then you need to hold really still and try to be really, really quiet. It's dark. Maybe they won't see you. Can you be quiet for me?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, the person you have called is unavailable.
Oh, she's not answering. Is there anyone else we can call?
I don't know anyone else. Keep trying her.
He's coming. It's him. Oh my god, it's him. It's him.
Who, Chris? Who is it?
No, please, no, please, I'm sorry.
Oh, fuck. Jesus. Chris? Please answer me.
Oh my god.
Hello, John. Sierra.
Where the fuck is Chris? What the fuck did you do to them?
How does he know our names?
I'm afraid a Christian can't talk right now. As for your names, there are very few secrets in hell.
Who the fuck are you, man?
My name is Isaac. I thought you would know since you've been talking about me so much.
Fuck you. You're not an undead fucking serial killer. You're just some obsessed nutcase out hurting people for no goddamn reason.
Oh, you think so? Well, either way, disrespect does not go unpunished.
Yeah? Well, I'm sending the cops out there right fucking now, and they are gonna blow your ass away.
I'm not sure you're going.
What are you doing?
I'm trying Darla again. We've got to reach her. We've got to get someone out there. Rob and Chris, they could still be alive. They need help.
Yeah, no.
That was him, John. That was really him.
What? What are you talking about?
That was Isaac Miller. That was his voice.
Oh, you're fucking crazy.
Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
No, John. I've seen the fucking videos. The rituals his followers taped. That was his voice. No doubt. What if this is real? What if he's really back? What if he can do the things they said he can? I mean,
what if he can do the
dogs they
thing?
saw, fucking hellhounds.
Just shut up, C. It's not real.
Shut up, it's not real.
What the fuck? How did he get her phone? With them too? Was she at the rehearsal space?
No, John. I told you. It's real. He's back.
What the fuck is this? What? I don't.
Sorry, John. You were a good friend. The fear makes it taste better. Just like you said. It's been such a long time. I was so hungry.
Oh, I know, dear. We were perfect, quiet, and well-behaved. No one knew a thing, did they?
Not even the Foster families. Not even John.
My good girl. Did you record it?
did the best I could. It's only audio, but nowadays people seem to really like it like that.
Oh, I'm sure I will, too.
I'm so glad you're home. I've missed you so much, Daddy.
Okay. That one was cool. I'm gonna save that one.
As the lights come back on, our stories come to an end. Please remember to be kind and rewind. If you would like to find out how you can hear the full-length versions of our audio program, please visit the NoSleepPodcast.com to learn about our Season Pass program. On behalf of everyone at the No Sleep Podcast, we thank you for listening. Join us at the video store next week. Our door is always open.
The guy's reactions was so
This
funny.
audio production is copyright 2019.
Oh, what the fuck? What? Why? You got another one? Drop it in chat and I will take it. Just drop that right there so I can have a link. Why is the chat up twice? Because there we go. Okay, what's the deal? Ah, okay. I see. Oh, thank you. Episode 3. Okay.
We can't go in there. Is the killer in there? Probably. It's a horror podcast.
Probably.
It's going to frighten and disturb us.
We're doing this at our own risk.
Ready? Ready for the dark tales when we dare not close our eyes.
Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast.
See. It's like an hour. I don't mind playing the entire thing. That's what I usually do. But thank you.
Welcome to the No Sleep Podcast video store. I'm David Cummings. Our VCR is ready to play stories about the toys and fun things which entertain us. As Season 13 settles into its third episode, I want to acknowledge the season's new theme, based around the idea of 80s slasher movies.
The music, as always, was created by our maestro, Brandon Boone. He tweaked all his knobs and synths and came up with a great 80s style arrangement of our theme song. And then our senior producer, Phil Michalski, took over and added all the creepy sound design to turn it into the theme you hear today. We're thrilled these two men pour so much into each season's theme. And did you know Phil has been doing the sound design for an exciting new project which includes a short film and video game? It's called Encodia, and the short animated film recently won the Audience Award at a Spanish film festival. The video game, based on the film, is now available as a demo. Included in the game is a voice you might recognize, our own Atticus Jackson. So check the show notes for where you can learn more about Encodia and hear the kind of amazing audio work Phil does while playing this exciting point-and-click game. And speaking of our new theme this season, did you know Brandon has his own page on Bandcamp? There you can find a version of the Season 13 theme and much of the music Brandon composes for the show. Do yourself a favor and check out the masterful work this multi-award winning composer creates each week. Links are in the show notes. So, Phil and Brandon and our entire team have created this week's stories, so I think it's time to begin. So turn down the lights and grab the remote, because it's time for our feature presentation. In our first tale, we meet a man who really loves the mall. So much so, in fact, that he's been living in it for quite some time.
Oh.
But in this tale, shared with us by author P.F. McGrail, we discover that living in a mall isn't all it's cracked up to be when it's going out of business. Performing this tale is Peter Lewis. So pay attention when you're out shopping, because you never know who might have gotten their hands on items before you. And it's especially concerning when they've been handled by the kind of guy who can proudly exclaim, "I smelled every one."
Okay, weirdo. Kind of is in line with the YouTube videos I've been watching lately.
Malls have everything, don't they? So why ever leave? People toss out the phrase homeless with such cavalier disregard for what the term actually means. I am not homeless. The mall is my home. The Tavistock Galleria in West Mifflin, Pennsylvania has been my everything for nearly a decade. My day begins before dawn. The JCPenney has just so many delicious little nooks and crannies that allow me to make a nest. Do you ever think about what's in the middle of those circular racks in the clothing section? Oh, it's the perfect place for me to hunker down all night on a bed of unsold women's pants. Everything's put back in place before the first employees arrive, of course. We can't have anybody knowing about my nest. Now, can we?
God!
Now, I know what you're thinking. Wouldn't it raise suspicions if they found me wandering around before opening? Not a chance. That stolen mall cop uniform has paid dividends many times over. And Joe, the idiot night watchman, really never suspected a thing. I would occasionally pretend to be a mannequin in the display case shadows, but his brain was dimmer than the after-hours lighting. Maybe that's why he disappeared without a trace. Never did find out what happened to him. And they never did replace that one. $913 a month was just too high a price for the Tavistock to monitor itself, it seems. What a sorry state. I'm polite when the situation necessitates it, and I send a good morning wave to Ursula each day when she comes in to open. You see, once a person accepts anything as a routine part of their life, be it a car, a rule, or a smiling man in a mall cop uniform, they stop questioning why that thing is there in the first place. That fact has sustained me for years. Breakfast. Oh, there used to be an amazing Cinnabon in the food court. Hell, there used to be a food court. Now there's just this creepy-ass carousel that children are rightly afraid to touch. Forlorn, I'm stuck munching on cold cuts sandwiches, remembering the intoxicating aroma of cinnamon and warmth that would greet my day with all the sweet calmness of a warm blanket. For the record, fuck Amazon and your destructive mall-crushing greed. Oh, these malls used to have everything, you see. I could pass the days just getting lost in Tavistock. I'd browse the dicks, sporting goods, pervert, and imagine that I had enough money to buy everything in Jimmy Jazz. And I would just stand outside the Bath and Body Works, smelling. There was nothing like the Victoria's Secret, though. I would come in and pretend to be looking for a gift that I could bestow upon my lovely wife. Really, I was pre-shopping. Sneaking into a lingerie shop after hours is much easier than you'd think, as long as you live in the mall. I was like a kid in a candy store, and to answer your question, yes, I smelled every single item in the store. Hey, you might be wearing one of my pre-sniffed garments right now. I promise you that it passed the sniff test. But I still have to mix things up every once in a while.
Yeah, that was a good jab.
Holidays come in.
That got me.
Pilfered a Santa uniform.
I knew he meant the story, but like
elf costumes and a large dog-like get-up that it has no real explanation. Again, I've become such a fixture that people just accept my presence. I have spent the entire day in the middle of the mall, greeting children and being photographed by their smiling parents. No one doubts the authenticity of a mall Santa, not even when I smell their kids' hair. Now, I know what you're wondering. Could something as wonderful as the Tavistock Mall really be in jeopardy? I am crying as I describe all this because the answer is yes. As the final doors close for the night, I prepare for bed, knowing that I will soon actually be described as homeless. What a sorry state. While I walk down the abandoned central walkway, avoiding the hot topic even at night because those people freak me the fuck out, I head to the seldom used utility closet for a midnight snack. His glassy
Be scared,
eyes
motherfucker.
take a moment to focus on me when I open the door. When semi-consciousness floats back into his brain, the young man is once again seized with terror. Fortunately, he can hardly budge against his restraints. The boy's mutilated hands wouldn't do him any good anyway, because his fingers were the first to go. I pull out the carving knife and slice a nice thin layer of cold cuts from his belly. Sure, I complain about my sandwiches, but when the meat is fresh, cold cuts really aren't that bad at all. Oh boy, it's a good thing that I knew how to slice out his tongue and sever his vocal cords, or he'd be making a racket. And you know what? That tongue made a good fucking sandwich. I pocket the cold cuts and the knife before closing the closet door on the convulsing boy. I do feel bad for him, because this is what happens when you're homeless. The decision is final, and it's nearly enough to shatter my heart. The Tavistock Galleria is closing forever in June. We all knew it was coming, really, but I just... Oh, I just didn't want to believe it. I couldn't. Though keep in mind,
You have
that
lost
it's
your fruit
nearly
privileges.
enough
You
to shatter
are now
my
banned from my stand.
Not quite sufficient. See,
Oh, you missed a really
malls
funny
have
joke in the
everything,
story.
don't they? So why should I ever leave? I can't find a reason either. But what I can find is another mall. So, I'll be searching the country for the best possible fit. Nearly every major metropolitan area has one, after all. I will search until I find one with everything I need. A Cinnabon, a department store, hidden corners, lots of children. Hopefully not a hot topic, but beggars can't be choosers. Well, smell you soon, folks.
Hot Topic, hate to see me coming. I actually really liked that one. Dude was fucking creepy, but that was the point. But also relevant to mall culture today. And like ever since the pandemic happened, people have been going out less. Malls have been getting worse, and everyone just does their shopping online. So like that was a cool one to listen to. Okay, yeah, Ina, because you missed it. He was talking about the sports store dicks, but he had to add in a jab like the store pervert. Anyway. I mean, it was his fault that he phrased it the way he did. He did that on purpose so he could make that jab.
When it comes to being lifted up above the world, you can choose an airplane or a helicopter, but if you want a peaceful and serene way to gaze across the land from above, you really need to try a hot air balloon.
No.
But in this tale, shared with us by author Manon Lysette, a mysterious stray balloon descends on a farmer's field, setting off a most disturbing series of events. Performing this tale
Were they
are
unfortunate
Erica
events?
Sanderson and Jeff Clement. So we might not know how the journey is going to end, but we do know that it all started with a hot air balloon.
Ugh.
It appeared on the horizon early one morning at the far edge of Caleb's field. It was just a blip at first, but as it gently wafted closer to my property, it became large enough to blot out the sun. My son Henry was captivated. He'd never seen a hot air balloon in person before. He watched it drift closer and closer, then ran out onto the porch in his dinosaur onesie and watched it creeping even closer. As I drank my coffee, I could hear the sputters of the fire keeping the colorful thing afloat. It would stop and start periodically, bursting into a geyser of flame. My son waved excitedly, but his excitement waned as the hot air balloon drew nearer.
Mommy, there's no one in the basket.
What do you mean, honey? I stretched down through the open window and peered up at the object in the sky. Henry was right. There was no one manning the hot air balloon. Weird? Must have gotten loose.
Weird?
There hadn't been much wind that morning, but if whoever the balloon belonged to hadn't tied it down properly, it could have drifted off on its own.
Okay, but why is the fire on and off? You think, oh, maybe it got loose. Your first thing isn't, oh god, somebody fell out. Alright, sure.
Out of curiosity, I grabbed my keys, buckled my son into the backseat of the truck, and took off after it. The balloon ran out of fuel and landed on the outskirts of my field, where I finally caught up to it. Caleb was already there, sitting on his four-wheeler and scrutinizing it with a perplexed expression on his face. as the envelope slowly lost its circular shape and fanned to the ground like curtains in the breeze.
Morning, Grace.
Howdy, Caleb. Any idea what this straggler's doing here?
Not sure.
I opened the back door to let Henry out. My excitable son jumped out of the truck and bolted towards the hot air balloon. Thankfully, Caleb grabbed him by the shoulders and held him back.
No, son, it's not safe. Might catch fire. Best to keep your distance.
I reckon it's a runaway tourist attraction from a few towns over.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Mom, I want to go look.
Henry squirmed in Caleb's firm grip. The last of the fabric fell and draped over a patch of soil.
Should be safe now.
I nodded back, and he let Henry go. My boy squealed and ran towards the basket. Careful not to touch the burner, honey. It's still hot. Caleb followed him at a much slower pace.
It's quiet this morning. Did you notice?
It's never quiet with Henry around. I picked up the pace as Henry pulled himself aboard. Though I knew it was impossible, a small part of me was afraid that the balloon would inflate and my son would fly off into the sky, never to be seen or heard from again.
Yeah?
Just one of the many ridiculous automatic thoughts you get when you're a parent.
Ma'am.
Everything has the potential to be dangerous, even when it's not. Thankfully, the hot air balloon stayed right where it was. And Henry ran around in the basket, like it was the best toy he'd ever seen. Now don't you break anything, Henry. I leaned over the side of the basket as Caleb knelt down. He lifted the fabric and inspected it curiously.
Everything looks intact. Best not leave it out here, though.
Help me put it in the back of my truck. I'll store it in the barn until its owners show up. It probably cost a pretty penny. Someone was bound to come and claim it sooner or later. Maybe I convinced them to take us up for a ride as a thank you. I shooed Henry out of the basket and told him to go sit in the truck while Caleb and I unhooked the fabric.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
We then grabbed the basket and hoisted it up. Shit! Heavier than it looks.
Shit.
Probably because of the burner.
I nodded. It wasn't easy, but we managed to force it into the truck. Caleb helped me tie it down while Henry watched eagerly from the back seat. Whew. I wiped my brow. I was definitely having second thoughts about bringing it into the barn. Maybe I'd just throw a tarp on it once I got home and call it a day. Caleb wiped his hands on his jeans.
Well, I best be headed back. The wife will want to know what all the excitement was about.
Thanks, Caleb. Y'all take care.
Y'all take care now.
And gave me a wave. We both took off in opposite directions. Henry watched as Caleb disappeared on the horizon, and then stared at our rows of corn the rest of the way home, silent until we pulled into the driveway.
Mr. Scarecrow's doing a good job today.
What? He pointed to the field.
Look!
I followed his gaze to the scarecrow. For the first time in years, there were no crows cawing around it, or anywhere else on the property. Stupid thing never worked before. Didn't know why it was working now. Well, I'll be damned. Caleb was right. Without the incessant bird calls, and with most of the animals still asleep, it was rather quiet out. So quiet, in fact, that I could hear a low atmospheric hum droning on in the background. The kind of sound you only notice when everything else goes away. It was neither peaceful nor annoying. It was just a constant, low sound, easily drowned out by my son's babbling. Spencer, our farmhand, arrived late that morning. I was already washing the dishes from breakfast when I saw him driving up the road. He had a bad habit of being tardy, so I wasn't exactly surprised when he came running through the door, huffing, puffing, and apologizing.
Sorry, ma'am. This is the last time, I swear.
I stared at him, unimpressed.
Did you hear what happened?
The hot air balloon? Yeah, I was there, and I still managed to make it back here on time and feed the livestock.
Oh.
Sorry, ma'am.
It's fine, just get to work, all right? He nodded. Just as he was about to step out of the door, however, we heard a booming noise off in the distance.
Oh,
what
shit.
What tarnation was that?
What in tarnation?
Transformer exploded?
Too loud for that.
We stepped onto the porch and scanned the area until we spotted a wisp of smoke in the distance.
Looks like it's coming from the Burns' field.
Probably just their tractor. Mr. Burns has been meaning to replace that old thing for years now. Guess the engine finally gave out. Come on, enough procrastinating. You've got work to do. His eyes stayed locked on the small column of smoke for a moment, but he eventually nodded.
Right. Sorry, ma'am.
While Spencer was doing hard labor outside, and Henry was watching cartoons in the other room, I got to work pickling vegetables for storage. It was nearing lunch when Spencer finally showed up again. He was covered in dirt.
Took care of the cattle and everything, ma'am.
Good work, Spence. I'll have lunch ready in a minute. You mind doing one last thing? There's a tarp in the barn. Be a dear and go get it for me?
Sure, ma'am. Where exactly?
In the storage loft. Can't miss it.
I'll be back in a minute.
I watched him walking into the barn while I tended to the hash browns. Then I waited. Waited for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, he's not coming
Then
back.
5, then 10. What the hell is taking so long? I paced back and forth, irritated. His car was still in the driveway, so
He
I
got
knew he hadn't slipped away to go flirt
snatched.
with some girl in town. With a grunt, I stomped into the barn, expecting to see him lounging about. I was preparing to chastise him for his laziness as I angrily swung the door open. Spence? The ladder was propped up against the wooden loft, the tarp at its feet. I grabbed the tarp and peered up, trying to find Spencer. Spence, what are you playing at? No answer. Spence, lunch is ready. Get down from there. Still nothing. Not even a single creak from the wooden planks. All I could hear was the quiet hum from earlier. This time, slightly louder. If Spencer was up there, he was being perfectly still and quiet. Two things he wasn't too good at. Tarp wedged under my arm, I grabbed the ladder and began climbing the rungs. I was about halfway up when I heard Henry calling.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Well, I had what I needed. I had the tarp. Spencer could play his stupid games all he wanted for all I cared. I slid back down and went back inside to serve lunch.
Where's Spencer?
He's trying a brand new diet of cold eggs and ham.
You.
We finished eating with no sign of Spencer. I was starting to get a little worried. He wasn't the most reliable guy. He'd often come in late and cut out early, but he'd never run off on me in the middle of the day. And he'd certainly never leave his car behind. I figured I'd go look for him once I was done with the dishes. Henry was playing with his toys, and I was drying off the last of the pots and pans. I probably never would have noticed it if the sun wasn't shining at just the right angle, sending a beam of light from floor to ceiling. Dust particles. They were dancing through the room's air currents. However, about a foot below the ceiling, there was a visible decrease in the density. I watched as little flakes swam up and disappeared beyond the invisible border. Weird. I squinted at the empty space. There was something about it that made me feel unnerved. It's like I knew something was wrong but couldn't quite put my finger on what. I looked outside. Not a bird in sight for miles. I thought of the hot air balloon and how empty it had been. I thought about Spencer up in the barn's loft. A bumblebee buzzed by the window, flew up beyond the intangible line, and disappeared. 1 second it was there, the next it was just gone.
I'm gonna go get my trucks.
He ran towards the stairs. I grabbed him so quickly that he nearly fell. Don't go upstairs. I gulped down a knot of apprehension. My eyes were locked on the immaculate separation between the dusty and nearly dustless air. In that moment, I could only think of one thing. Something I'd heard on TV. Dust is mainly comprised of dead skin cells. My blood ran cold. I could see it moving. The separation, I mean. Slowly, like the motion of the sun setting on the horizon. It was subtle, but it was definitely moving down. That's when I realized that humming sound from this morning was getting even louder. We need to get to lower ground. I wasn't even sure what was going on, but I knew that something bad would happen if we were caught under the unseen ceiling slowly dropping on us. We lived on a plateau surrounded by mountains, the lowest point for miles. There was no lower ground except for the cellar. Ducking my head, I grabbed Henry's arm and pulled him towards the door.
Mom, what are you doing?
I didn't answer. I didn't know what to say. I closed the door tightly, unsure whether or not it would help keep it, whatever it was, out. The mere possibility that it might was enough to bring me some form of comfort. With my free hand, I nabbed the flashlight I kept on the top step and climbed down with my son. It was cold downstairs, perfect for storage. I had shelves with jars full of pickled vegetables, homemade jams, and sealed meats lining every wall. The concrete room wasn't very inviting to a 7-year-old, so Henry usually stayed out unless I asked him to fetch me something. I let out a sigh of relief and took a seat on the bottom of the wooden staircase. I could hear frogs and crickets chirping happily outside.
Mom?
I didn't answer. Instead, I went over the facts in my mind. Was I exaggerating? What had compelled me to run and hide? An empty hot air balloon? A missing farmhand?
Mom!
Huh? What, Henry?
What's going on?
There's... I paused, thinking it over. What was I supposed to tell the kid? I didn't even know what was happening. My eyebrows came together. There's bad air up there.
Like a fart?
Yeah. Something like that. I hung my head and hid my face behind my hands. I was being stupid. At least, that's what I thought, until the croaks came to a sudden stop. As though all the bullfrogs in the creek out back were suddenly holding their breaths. I found myself holding mine, waiting for the sound to come back, but all I heard were the crickets. 10 minutes later, the crickets went silent. The void from the hush that fell over the room couldn't even be filled by the pitter-patter of Henry's feet as he ran in circles, bored out of his mind. My fear only increased as I spotted the jars of meat sitting on the top shelf of the rack in the corner. They were empty. I pointed the flashlight up and looked at the dust particles in its ray. They were disappearing about 2 feet from the ceiling, just like they had upstairs. And, just like upstairs, the invisible divide was getting lower, that low hum following suit. All I could do was watch, as over the course of an hour, the separation came closer and closer to my son and I, until it became clear that I couldn't sit on the stairs anymore. I pulled Henry into my lap and sat on the stone-cold concrete floor, shaking as I watched the invisible ceiling falling on us. From time to time, I had to jiggle the flashlight to get it working again. I rocked my son gently, praying whatever was falling on us would stop and pull back, praying Henry wouldn't go rogue on me and run out of my grasp. As it came closer, I lay down and told my son to do the same. We had to stay as low to the ground as possible. Don't move, honey.
Mom, what are you doing?
We're playing dead, honey. If you do good, I'll bake you your favorite cake, but you gotta be perfectly still, all right?
Okay.
I wasn't sure what to expect. Would it hurt when it happened? Would we disappear like the people in the hot air balloon? Could we somehow be saved? I held my hand against Henry's chest, pinning him down like a seatbelt. I could feel him shivering against the cold stone floor. I was terrified he'd squirm and disappear forever. Should have brought a blanket. No, the blankets were on the second floor. The second floor hadn't been safe. There was a rock digging into my thigh, but I couldn't risk moving. The threshold was closing in on us, making me feel claustrophobic in the wide-open room. I dropped the flashlight, closed my eyes tightly, and held my breath for as long as I could. I waited, listening to the droning hum getting louder and louder like a bug circling my ear. I could feel Henry's body heat radiating from his chest. As long as I felt that warmth on my arm, I knew my boy was okay. Even if I disappeared, at least he'd be low to the ground. Low enough to be safe, I hoped. We must have been there for at least an hour, maybe 2, before the sound became more distant. Henry had somehow fallen asleep despite the displeasing conditions. I opened my eyes, finally gathering enough courage to reach for the flashlight. I flicked it on and carefully aimed it at the ceiling. The dust wasn't back, but I couldn't see a divide anymore. Either we'd been engulfed, or the phenomena had passed. I was afraid to move at first, but I finally raised my arm. Nothing happened. I sat up. Still nothing. I let out a sigh of relief. We'd been spared. Somehow, by some miracle, we'd been spared. When the hum completely faded, I cautiously climbed up the stairs, keeping my head low. I opened the door and looked around. The sound was gone. The invisible divide gone with it. It was over. After waking Henry and warming him up, I headed out to the barn. It was empty. No birds, no livestock, not even a single fly buzzing around the cow manure. Every single animal on my farm had gone missing. We got in the truck and headed towards town. As we passed the Burns' farm, I saw their crop duster crash to pieces in the field. Must have been the explosion Spencer and I had heard earlier. I stopped to check, but the plane was empty. I knocked on the Burns' door, but received no answer. I drove to Caleb's farm and tried them. No answer. I drove to town. There was no one. Not a single living being. Not even a goddamn squirrel. I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm afraid it's about to happen again. I can hear that hum in the distance. As much as I want to get out of here, I can't take the risk. I mean, the only path out of here is through the mountains, and I don't fancy going anywhere too high right now. I'm going to try my luck and hide in the cellar again. If you don't hear from me, it means we weren't lucky enough to be spared twice.
Sounds like somebody didn't return the slab. Interesting.
There are so many nostalgic things which people collect these days. Toys of all sorts. And one of the most
What's
popular
your
items
offer?
for collectors are dolls. But in this tale, shared with us by author Marcus Demanda, we meet the wife of a doll collector, and she doesn't have quite the love affair with collectibles. Performing this tale are
Oh, so
Addison
this is
Peacock,
aimed directly at me,
Graham
huh?
Rowett, and Sarah Thomas.
I'm getting me mallet.
So by all means expand your collection, but be careful if you come across the more vintage goods, particularly Winnie, the walking and talking doll.
Me when Severn and I finally get our own place. All my Sonic action figures lining the wall, and he's just like...
We found it in the back of Great Aunt Bernadette's walk-in closet. A little girl made of plastic, with beautiful red hair and a blue and white dress, sleepy eyes that batted open and shut, white shoes with rollers on the bottom. Stood up, it would have been about 2 feet tall. When we uncovered it, it was still in its original box, which had been resealed with packing tape. Carefully, my husband, Jake, sliced through it with a pocket knife and passed the lid to me. It was a faded light green with red lettering. Winnie. She walks, she talks, she sings. There was no denying it. The thing was creepy as fuck. This is going on eBay, like yesterday.
Do a little research first. Don't know what we have here. It's not like it's in pristine condition. Packaging's been opened before, too.
Jake and his collections. His packaging. The self-styled man cave he kept in our townhouse featured a whole wall of Star Wars figures in
Hell
their
yeah.
original boxes. If he could just bring himself to sell even half of that junk, he'd be able to finish off his student loans.
No.
Looks pretty pristine to me. For a thing his great aunt had presumably owned when she was a little girl, it was in damn near perfect condition. Jake held it, turned it over, peeled back a fold of the dress on its right side. Now you're taking liberties. I swear, the first thing any man wants to do with any doll is get the dress off. You're 32 years old, you pervert. Jake revealed a wind-up key beneath the dress. He thumb-brushed the collar back, revealing a small crack in the neck.
This ain't no Barbie, Rhonda. Damaged goods.
He set Winnie on its feet. On the hardwood, it stood straight and easy, somehow expectant, facing me. This doll had been used. It had been loved once upon a time. Bernadette had definitely played with it. I felt bad for the eBay suggestion right away. Still fucking creepy.
See if she works?
Point that plastic bitch in another direction. You aim it at me, and so help me God, I will punt that thing into the wall. His fingers hovered over the key. The doll, Winnie, blinked at me. I suppressed a small gasp. I'm serious. You know I don't bluff, Jake. He put the doll back in the box, and it closed its eyes. Jake and Bernadette hadn't been close. I'd never known her except by reputation. In a family deeply steeped in Catholicism, he was one of the backslidden. But his old aunt was a genuine outcast. She'd been a lifelong spinster, working her early years away as a midwife with no children of her own. Later, she'd been a fortune teller, a tarot reader, a conductor of seances. My mother-in-law branded her a Satanist, which Jake assured me was a crock of shit. And yet, there was no shortage of occult oddities sprinkled all over her small single-floor house, which had doubled as her place of business.
Oh, leave her
I'm
alone.
not just talking tarot cards and Ouija boards and goat masks either. There were charms, amulets, beaded necklaces, sacrificial knives. She had jarred fetuses, pigs and bats for the most part, although some were unlabeled and unidentifiable, floating in God only knew what liquid solution.
Oh, it's fine.
She even had a framed, mummified face that I hoped was fake, complete with a silver engraved nameplate that read, Mother Abigail. Jake parted the beaded curtain on our way back out of the closet, Winnie tucked snugly under an arm.
She was a collector, I guess. Like me.
I moved right for the bedroom door, pointing to a stuffed rat that had been mounted to standing with an iron rod up its ass. Only if you compare that to an Empire Strikes Back era Boba Fett action figure.
Yeah, she was a weird old bird, I know.
His parents had flatly refused to clean the place out. They hadn't even gone to the funeral, which had been largely attended by elderly strangers, most likely Bernadette's customers. There was no one else. No blood relations other than Jake. Maybe I was predisposed to find the doll scary in a house like this. Not that I believed in magic or ghosts or anything, really. But
Not
creepy
yet.
old people kept creepy old things, it seemed. I wanted out of here. In the living room, Jake put a hand on my shoulder, stopping me.
Rhonda, what do you think we should do with all this stuff?
I looked around, turning a full circle. The table and chair that Bernadette had used to commune with her customers and their dead relations was oak cut. That thing alone would go for $1,000 at least. We'd already made 2 trips to the Goodwill with her clothes, most of which might actually have passed for normal in, the 60s or 70s. We'd get a quote on her VW tomorrow if Jake stuck to the plan and took off work again. You mean the weird shit?
Yeah, It's not like we're gonna keep any of it or donate it, right? We could cart this stuff to the landfill and be done with it today.
It was tempting. Including the doll?
After we figure out if she's worth anything, and if she still works.
She, he said. Not it. Of everything, only the sale of the house would be split with the rest of Jake's family. And we could take as long with that as necessary. Like I said, Jake, eBay and Craigslist. We can leave all of it right where it is until we've unloaded what we can online. Then dump the rest at the county landfill.
That might take a while, but sure.
I didn't think it would take that long. The shit was weird, sure, but then so were people. The doctors had told us we were perfectly normal. All kinds of people struggled with getting pregnant, and we'd only been trying for a year. They'd recommended fertility treatments, but we were reluctant to go that route until we'd given it more time. We wanted a baby, not triplets. And we were still hopeful. We'd even picked out our townhouse in part because of the small upstairs room next to the master bedroom that could serve as a nursery. And that room, being unused, was where I told Jake he could put Winnie the walking and talking doll until we decided what to do with it. But first, he brought it into the kitchen.
Hard floor. Perfect surface for a test run.
I surrendered warily, plopping down at our little table so as to get out of the doll's path. Fine. 10 to 1 the key breaks off in your hand. I really believed that. How many decades had passed since this child's toy had done anything? It was only plastic, already cracked at the neck. Jake knelt with the doll, took her gently from the box, set her on her feet with the little white shoes and rollers. The key creaked and clicked as he twisted it, but it did not break. He only turned it a few rotations. Then, he let the doll go. With small, shaky steps, it shuffled forward. Strange that its eyes remained shut until the voice mechanism on the inside warbled to life. And when they did open, they batted and fluttered as though awakening from a long sleep. And, true to its advertising, the doll sang. Or, it tried to. The voice was scratchy, as though played from a dusty record. Distant, as though from a bad radio signal. It missed certain words as it crowed. And it was old, as though the inside of the doll had gone on aging while the rest of it had not. It swerved just a bit, angling toward the kitchen table. I stood out of the chair so fast I upended it. Okay, fuck all that. I drew my foot back out of the way. But when he stopped, having barely advanced 2 feet away from Jake, and was still 2 feet away from me. Its internal record, which had apparently hit a skip, shut off with its last step. Its eyes batted shut.
It works! Holy shit, Rhonda!
Hold on there. I wouldn't call the sound quality crystal clear.
Gotta find out how old our little girl is.
Jake drew his phone from his pocket and began swiping, typing, sounding out his keywords as he entered them.
Winnie the walking and talking doll.
I don't care how old our little girl is, Jake. We're taking it to the dumpster out back, or storing it back at Bernadette's with all that other crazy voodoo crap.
Maybe she has a ghost trapped in her. You don't want me leaving ghosts in the dumpster for our neighbors to find, do you?
Yeah, good point.
I started saying more, but then stopped. Teasing or not, it was actually a fair point.
Jesus.
Jake showed me his phone screen.
So mean
His search
to
had taken
her.
him to a sales site for antique collectibles and toys. On it was another Winnie doll. Almost exactly the same, but with a red dress instead of a blue and white one. The pitch read, Vintage 1950 doll, Winnie, 25 inches. Walks, sings, Original box with papers. $125. Okay, see that? The seller can't even give her away.
Rhonda, she's almost 70 years old.
Winnie shuffled forward another half step, the key twitching. Caught on another skip, maybe. I put my hand over my mouth. The words. The timing. Jake knelt behind the doll, twisted the key some more. Winking at me, he turned it around and pointed her the other way, and let it walk again. She'd made it past my husband and was shuffling into the hall as though making for the stairs. For the nursery, I thought, watching it until it stopped again.
Oh, Rhonda, this is a YouTube video waiting to be made.
Yeah, I said, opening the folding door in our kitchen to the washer-dryer unit. There, on top of the washing machine, was our toolbox. You mean the one where we play a couple who misses every goddamn horror movie cue that's ever been done until they both end up dead?
Exactly, that one, and it'll...
He kept smiling until I pushed past him, brandishing the heavy steel hammer with the comfortable rubber-encased grip. We're not making that video, Jake. I advanced on the doll without looking back.
Rhonda, come on, please, you're not serious.
I took a knee, raised the hammer over my head. The key in the doll twitched. Its feet shuffled forward.
So why take the child? Take the child. Take the child. Take the child.
I smashed its head in. The face cracked down the middle. One eye went rolling, a tiny piece of plastic skittering over the hard, wooden floor of the hall. I pushed it down to the floor, switched to the claw of the hammer before going for the middle of its back. I struck it over and over until it finally quieted. Shards of broken doll were everywhere. I heard my husband come up behind me.
Rhonda.
His voice was choked. What was it in his tone? Sadness? Disappointment? Betrayal? There. Can I take it to the dumpster now?
Rhonda.
But looking down on the doll, I suddenly understood the feeling Jake was trying to project. Shock. Simple, terrible, unbelieving shock. Underneath the doll, from the original crack in its neck, the crack I had not made, oozed a spreading puddle of blood. Not real. I shoved the pieces into a trash bag, 2 or 3 at a time. Jake had turned his back on me. He was breathing heavy, one hand clamped over his chest. It's fake, Jake. It's like all that bogus hocus-pocus shit in that old bat's house. Those goddamn pickled animal fetuses were bogus, and so is this. She just tricked the doll up to get back at whatever family member had the bad luck to clear up after her once she was gone. That's all. I pinched up the dislodged plastic eyeball between 2 fingers. The pupil in the plastic eyeball shrank, then dilated, as though taking me in. I couldn't help it. As for the eyeball, that rattled back over the floor. My hand had flung it without any instruction from my brain. And really, who could blame it? But now I couldn't see the damned thing anywhere. Jake hadn't responded to my scream. I turned on my knees to face him. He was heaving breath, his hand still over his heart. Jake, what? Jake, you're scaring the shit out of me. I went for my phone. Better to call 911 and have it turn out to be nothing than to wish I had called later.
He's just a little
But Jake
upset.
stopped me.
Panic attack, I'll be okay, but... God, Rhonda, what if it's her?
I stood, hefted the bag. The only parts of the doll not in the bag were the eyeball and the a small smear of red whatever the fuck. Her? What are you talking about?
Auntie Bernadette. In the doll. What if she, I don't know, displaced her spirit or something?
You've got some weird relatives, I'll give you that. But that's crazy, Jake. Don't you go crazy on me now. He looked like a little boy standing there, lost and afraid. I moved in to give him a hug, but he held his hand out, warding me off. He shook his head. His voice still wasn't quite right.
Go ahead, hug me later. I'm not mad, just take it to the dumpster like you wanted.
Okay. Maybe call the local exorcist while I'm out. Tell him to meet me outside. He didn't laugh. He unrolled a few paper towels over the sink. Wetted one. He pointed to the red smear.
I'll finish cleaning up. Just get the
I
thing
mean,
out
you've
here.
been a little... what's the word?
Down the small chute and into the belly of our parking lot recycling dumpster, the hideous thing went.
Inconsiderate.
70 years old. Enjoy being reincarnated into something useful, Winnie. Maybe an enema tube or something. The big blue recycling box that serviced 3 blocks of townhouses in our neighborhood was closed at the top, and large enough for the bag to echo on its way down. The noise of its passage into hopeful oblivion never really stopped. At least not while I was there. It was almost as though I could hear the plastic shards shifting around. Maybe some inconsiderate asshole had thrown their food trash in there, and now a rat had gone in to find it.
Rat!
In my head, I could hear it singing in its old woman voice.
The rat takes the cheese. The rat takes the cheese. I hold the dairy. The rat takes the cheese.
I hurried back to the townhouse, shut myself in, and locked the door behind me. Trash pickup's Thursday. That's tomorrow. Good. Godspeed and good riddance. Maybe if Bernadette had inhabited the Winnie doll, her spirit had been sent on its way. If so, even though I struggled to believe in such things, perhaps she was now in hell. It would serve her right.
It got away.
Jake's hand still clutched a wad of damp paper towels, but there was no blood on them. The puddle on the floor was gone. What? What do you mean it got away? Nothing got away, Jake. I got rid of it, all right?
The blood, Rhonda. I tried to mop it up. I swear to God I did. It was like fucking mercury. It wouldn't soak in, and then it fucking dispersed all over the place like 100 fucking liquid marbles. It went into the walls, Rhonda. Right into the goddamn walls.
Uh-oh.
It was the truth.
It's in the wall!
Jake's a shitty liar, I would have known. And given everything else that had happened, it was surprisingly easy to believe. In my head, the old woman kept singing.
The cheese stands alone. The cheese stands alone. I hold the dairy. The cheese stands alone.
I took my husband's hand. I dragged him to the front door and flung it back open. That's it. We're out of here, Jake. Road trip, motel. We'll figure this out in the morning. We'll get help. Then, out of nowhere, a sharp, searing pain in my head. No, in my eyeball. In my right eyeball. I let go of Jake and dropped to my knees. Jake didn't so much as look at me. He walked away from me, toward the hall, the stairs. I wanted to follow him, to get up and tackle him, drag him outside, throw him in the car, burn some rubber. But my eye felt like it was being pried out of my skull. I held my hand to it, as if to prevent it from coming out of its socket. It seemed to swell. I couldn't close my right eyelid.
Ew.
All I could do was sit there, on my knees, rock back and forth, scream like a baby. Like a baby doll. The voice in my head stopped singing. It spoke.
It didn't have to be this way.
Jake! Jake! Jake, stop! We have to get out of here!
You could have invited me to stay.
But Jake was thumping up the stairs like a zombie.
I can't help it, Rhonda. I have to go. They're calling me. Rhonda, help me.
I could hear them, like background chatter in a theater before the house lights go out.
Let us out, Jake. We're upstairs. Keep coming. Keep coming.
They were ancient, lonely, desperate, and dead. But over them all, there was always the voice echoing on the inside of my skull. Winnie's voice. Bernadette's voice.
I would have waited for someone else. Someone not family. A visitor, maybe. I would have been patient. I've always been very patient, child.
Get out of my fucking head, bitch! The pain receded. My eye went numb and scratchy, dry.
But not now. I'm coming in, Rhonda. I'm coming in to stay. I'll make a baby with him. A real one.
What?
You'll be the baby doll. Our baby will play with you.
Behind me, through the doorway, I heard its approach. It was impossible. It couldn't have made it over the entryway step, much less the front porch. But there, right in front of me, plainly to be seen through my good left eye, shuffled Winnie the walking and talking doll. She was still shattered, her dress gone, the plastic covering her torso gone. She was a pair of arms and legs and a head, held together by old metal rods and discs and screws. Her interior record player was cracked, but still in place. The needle clicked against it, looking for a small vinyl record that was no longer there. Her right eye was brown, and it was too big. It was too real. It was mine.
Our baby will play with you, Rhonda. All day.
Like hell it will. I regained my feet. With the pain gone, it was easy. Maybe you didn't hear me before, but I don't bluff. And with that, I reared back and punted it with everything I had, heedless of the damage it might do to my own foot. Back through the threshold of the front door, I sent it flying until it landed on the edge of the porch and rolled back down the steps. For the moment, my head was clear. Through the hallway, I charged at a full sprint, and up the stairs, only mildly aware of the pain in my right foot that would blossom into agony later when I had time for such things. For now, the only thing that mattered was Jake. I found him at the open doorway of his geeky little man cave. I ran to him. Before I made it to his side, I saw into the room. Saw the wall of pristine action figures in their undamaged packaging. They rattled against the walls. They moved inside their packaging, plastic arms and legs flailing against their transparent plastic prisons. And they were succeeding. One of them, don't ask me which, fucking hates Star Wars, had a foot out the bottom before I even got there. As I pulled up short, hard struck, it dropped to the carpet. It bent at the waist to sit up. Jake? He was looking down, breathing heavy again. His arms hung limp at his sides. Whispers from the action figures.
Come inside. Help us. Set us free.
And from the one on the floor, who pivoted at the shoulder to point an unbendable white plastic arm at me.
Kill her.
Jake, look at me. Are you deaf, Jake? I said, look at me. Nothing. I took him by both sides of his face and forced him.
Don't ask me which one. I fucking hate Star Wars.
Centimeters from his face. Look at me! Thank God. He finally did. He caught his breath, his gaze fixed on the eye I could not see out of. In that moment, I knew it was Winnie's dead eye, the one I dislodged from her head earlier, only now it had grown to accommodate the space of my eye socket. And I could feel my legs stiffening, the skin hardening. He took my hand. In the man cave, several other figures were dropping free of their prisons. A few were on their feet, teetering, their balance unsure and difficult on the carpeting. "Now, Jake!" He listened, and we ran. Down the upstairs hall, down the stairs, through the kitchen, and onto the porch, where Winnie was waiting. Her plastic skin rippled at my approach, slowly softening towards real human flesh. This time, I punted her with my left foot. Jake caught me before I could fall. With my husband supporting me under the arms, we lumbered for the car. He helped me to the passenger's side without question. He couldn't know how my limbs were freezing up, how my knees and elbows were becoming more difficult to bend. Getting into the car was one of the hardest things I ever did. But with help, I did it. He drove. I sat back and listened with my good eye shut as he tore through the neighborhood, heading straight for the highway. I have no idea how fast he went, and I'm amazed we never got pulled over. As we drove, as the distance between us and the animated phantom that was Winnie the walking, talking doll increased, the stiffness in my limbs diminished, then departed. The pain in my eye returned, and it was excruciating, even worse than before. But it was good. I was getting my eye back. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been able to sleep much since then. Neither of us has. We both took off work the next day, but we didn't do anything in terms of selling the old VW, or anything else. We've spent most of the time driving, spent each night at a motel, each one a day further away from the townhouse than the last. How far away do we have to be in order to be safe? Can it know where we are now? Can it follow us? Jake's been in touch with his family, even the weird-ass turbo-religious ones. And suddenly, Jake doesn't find them so weird, particularly in their unwillingness to participate in the closing of his Aunt Bernadette's estate. Nor does he find their accusation of Satanism quite so worthy of scorn as he used to. It's difficult to blame him, all things considered. Even so, I hope I get the old Jake back.
Yeah, was it his scorning or yours?
As for me, I put it down to a strange old lady that found a dark power through the strength of her belief. I have a hard time believing there's only one such power on this earth. That it all comes from one belief structure so many people never even learn about. But I don't pretend to know anything either. I know enough to be afraid for our neighbors, though, so I don't keep Jake from talking to his family. They're looking into it, he says. They're being careful. They've been in touch with the clergy. And that's good. Because I'm afraid for them, too.
It sounds like some shit I'd say.
I don't understand them more than half the time, but I don't want anything bad to happen to them either. If their belief in the church helps them to defeat Bernadette's belief in dark magic, or Satanism, or occultism, or whatever it is, then good for them. Good for us all.
Good for them.
They're determined, he says. They're sympathetic to our situation, and hope it will be safe for us to come home soon. They claim they miss us. Which is strange. They've never missed us before. Am I overthinking this? Probably. But we're halfway across the country now, and it's still hard to feel safe when we're not moving. If that's paranoia, sue me. At least I'm not dead by some silly horror movie trope in a creepy doll story. I don't play by those rules, even if Jake does.
That was really good.
As the lights come back on, our stories come to an end. Please remember to be kind and rewind. If you would like to find out how you can hear the full-length versions of our audio program, please visit the NoSleepPodcast.com to learn about our Season Pass program. On behalf of everyone at the No Sleep Podcast, we thank you for listening. Join us at the video store next week. Our door is always open. This audio production is copyright 2019 by Creative Reason Media, Inc.
I'm in this story and I don't like it. Severn be like, don't ask me which one, I fucking hate Sonic. That is great. Okay, I had an earlier one. Pull it up. Let me see. Okay, we played that one. Which one was it? Aw, man, we didn't get to hear the rat story. That's so sad. Okay, yep, prank. Cool, cool. Let's see where they are on season 23. That's a cool thumbnail. The shithouse exorcist. What? You crazy, you silly. Yeah, whatever.
WNSP. Welcome back to the darkness of the night. WNSP's overnight programming. DC here with you as we enter hour 3 of our program. And yes, it's still raining out there. And as much as we're used to our fair share of rain here in Cryptid Valley, this storm has been torrential. And looking at the radar, it doesn't look like it's gonna let up anytime soon. I just hope this storm drains can handle it. And I also hope there's no rat man living in them. Oh, surely you know about the rat man. He was spotted in the main rainwater runoff tunnel. Brothers saw a creature they say was large, covered in black fur, and with huge hands it used to pull itself through the tunnel towards them. The brothers ran off, but returned the next night better equipped for another encounter. But the rat man was never seen again. Let's hope he hasn't made his way to Cryptid Valley. We don't need anything blocking our storm drains. And as the water keeps flowing, I think it's time to get some horror flowing for you. So enjoy this new episode of Horror Stories from our friends at the No Sleep Podcast. A rustle of the leaves, a fleeting movement at the edge of your vision. How often have you walked a forest trail at dusk, only to feel the unmistakable sensation that something unseen is watching you? For centuries, humans have populated the darkness with creatures of legend whose existence remains unproven, yet whose presence is undeniable in the whispered tales of those who dare venture too deep into the wild. Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast. Welcome to the No Sleep Podcast. I'm your host, David Cummings. How about this weather, huh? You're thinking, after 15 years, Cummings has run out of things to talk about. No, it's not that. But recently, a lot of people in our audience have dealt with some unusual weather. Snow down south, lots of wind and rain in other places, somewhat strange weather for this time of the year. So I was just curious if you've been weathering some storms lately. And if you're looking for a deluge of podcast recommendations, I have a couple for you. The first will be featured on November 19th. We're going to do a feed drop in our free feed with an episode from the new podcast, Conversations with Ghosts. It's from the same team that brought you Archive 81. It's all about loss, history, and the things we leave behind. So check the show out now, and be sure to check out the episode we'll share with you on Wednesday. The other podcast recommendation is from the team behind Mailtopia and Gentlemen from Hell. It's called Burned by a Paper Sun, a horror anthology podcast featuring stories that can be standalone or interconnected, often involving unsettling characters and situations. Here's a short trailer for Burned by a Paper Sun.
After the Great Darkness of 1999, shadows tore free from their casters, and the night began to walk. Humanity, broken, trembling, and half-mad, clings to the last scraps of light as cosmic horrors whisper their soul-shattering truths. Across the wasteland of a ruined world, relics of nightmares linger. A tower of teeth piercing a bruised sky. Forests forever trapped in autumn, murmuring in their sleep.
Sounds like my kind of place.
That no longer burn, but stare, hungry, wicked, and waiting. This is the post-noctum world, where nightmares survive sleep, and madness runs like rivers. Check out Burned by a Paper Sun, a new horror anthology, wherever you get your podcasts. Enter the darkness.
Be sure to find Conversations with Ghosts and Burned by a Paper Sun now, wherever you get your podcasts, or check the show notes for links. Both shows are highly recommended. And so, as I was saying, storms can whip up in our lives in many different forms. From bad weather to the maelstroms of life's rough waters, we all have to deal with these dark times. And the episode this week features tales about people who are looking for refuge from the storms, both real and metaphorical. So grab that umbrella and put on your boots. You'll want to be as warm and dry as you can as you tune in, turn on, and brace yourself for our sleepless tales. In our first tale, we meet a man who is lamenting the rain. So much rain. Not the cozy romantic rain, but the incessant kind. And in this tale, shared with us by author Caleb Greenfield, the man soon reaches his limit on that never-ending rain. He's ready to go outside and deal with it once and for all.
Is this rain ever going to stop?
Performing this tale are Kyle Akers and Jesse Cornett. So the old song might ask, who stops it? But we have no answers when it comes to the rain.
The rain.
Okay.
It is always raining. I don't know how many days it's been now.
Or maybe it's been a matter of hours. Minutes, even. I don't know. All I know is that the deep, mind-numbingly repetitive tap, tap, tap of the rain against every surface has drilled its way into my skull. It will never, ever leave me. Sometimes I can escape it, steal a few hours of sleep, but even in my dreams, it's there. To the point I can no longer tell whether I'm awake. I don't know what I did to deserve this. The power's been out since the first time I woke up. My phone must not have charged very long before it went out, because it's been dead the entire time. I can't hear any of my neighbors, not even the man above me who has a revolving door of sexual partners, or the couple below me whose young child cries incessantly throughout the night. I am completely alone in the world. There is only the rain. Sometimes I can hear the distant rumble of thunder, but in the end, the only constant is the tap, tap, tap of the rain. When I first woke up, I assumed it was before dawn, so I laid back down after doing my business and tried to focus on stealing a few more hours of sleep. The constant slap and patter of the rain made my heart race more than I'd like to admit, the fear closing like a vice around me. But eventually, I did manage to drift off. It was still dark when I woke up again. Okay, I thought. Maybe I just didn't sleep that long. After a few more repeats, I realized something wasn't right. There was no way it could still be nighttime. I thought about knocking on Mrs. Hendrick's door, asking her if her power was out too. Surely it had to be, since every apartment in the building was hooked up to the same grid, you see. But decided against it. This was my off weekend at work, and damn it, I wasn't leaving my apartment unless I absolutely had to. And so, with nothing else to do, I went back to sleep. I don't know how many times I've woken up now to the goddamn rain pounding against the building. It's there. It's there. It's there, and it won't leave me alone. No matter where I go in my home, the rain follows, sounding for all the world like it's about to break through my ceiling. Even in the rooms without windows, I can hear it. And I swear to God, it sounds louder, like it's angry that I tried to slip away from it. I've started trying to count the seconds, minutes, hours, but I always lose track. The steady assault of the rain always breaks through. Always. Always, always. It is always raining. I tried to leave once. I stepped outside my door, expecting to find myself in the dark, familiar hallway of my apartment building, but found myself in an almost pitch-black meadow. Ice-cold rain lashed against me and stung my skin, and I was soaked to the bone in seconds. I turned to go back inside, but there was nothing around me but mud and grass, and the trees circling me, bowing and creaking in the wind, and the sound of the rain, still tap, tap, tapping away. The wind hit me in gusts that threatened to knock me over, driving the rain hungrily towards my flesh, and I felt like it finally had what it wanted. It had me. I don't know how long I stood there in that half-drowned meadow, the never-ending rain pelting against me with a ferocity and malice that almost made it feel alive, predatory. After a while, I forced my stiff legs awake and started walking. The only sound was the spattering of the rain and the squish of my bare feet through the mud, despite the fact that the tree line couldn't have been more than a minute's walk ahead of me. I swore I walked for hours, and it never got closer. I started running, sprinting, until my legs ached and my lungs burned, and I stumbled over my feet, and still the tree line seemed no closer. Shadows began to emerge, peeking around the corners of the trunks and giggling to each other. I couldn't hear their taunts over the sound of the rain, but I had the idea that they were talking to me. I don't know what planted the idea, but I was convinced they must have put me here. They must have started the rain. I must have screamed myself hoarse, hurling pleas and then insults and eventually threats at them. At first, they showed no sign that they had heard me, although I swear their shapes began to swell and bulge.
Nurgle's brooding
as if
again.
They were feeding on my words. Eventually, though, they turned those ever-shifting faces towards me, They had no eyes or mouths or noses to speak of, but I got the distinct, crawling feeling they were looking at me, and that they hated me. They crossed the clearing in their lumbering sort of way, not quite walking, but giving the impression of doing so. I realized out of nowhere that I had stopped walking. Had I even been walking in the first place? I couldn't move. Some combination of fear and awe paralyzing me as they drew nearer. One of them at last reaching out a not quite hand. Its fingers dug into my jaw, cold and clammy. And still the rain pelted the both of us. But it didn't seem to feel the assault. It leaned in close, its voice the hiss of rain through a drain pipe.
Don't try it again.
When I woke up, it was still raining.
WNSP will return after a word from our sponsors. You want longer episodes, no ads, and lots of bonus content? Find out more at sleepless.thenosleeppodcast.com. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Seasons are changing, and the days are growing darker sooner. And while that's great for horror stories, it can be a tough time for many. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out, check in on friends, reconnect with loved ones, and remind the people in your life that you're there. Just as it can take a little courage to send that message to someone you haven't seen in a while, reaching out for therapy can feel difficult too, but it's worth it. And it almost always leaves people wondering, why didn't I do this sooner? Trust me, keeping in touch with others pays dividends you might not expect, just like therapy. BetterHelp therapists work according to a strict code of conduct and are fully licensed in the U.S. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is one of the world's largest online therapy platforms, having served over 5 million people globally. And it works, with an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on over 1.7 million client reviews. This month, don't wait to reach out. Whether you're checking in on a friend or reaching out to a therapist yourself, BetterHelp makes it easier to take that first step. No Sleep listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/nosleep. That's betterhelp.com/nosleep.
Skip the ad.
Thanks, BetterHelp.
Just order takeout. There's a call box in the lobby, so just tell your delivery guy to ring apartment 3C and I'll buzz him in.
You got it, boss. Give it.
Wait, what the hell? What'd I do? What did I do? What did I do? Sorry. I think I played most of the ad. I had my phone laying down because, it was charging, so I wasn't, like, paying attention to chat.
Hello.
Is that the phone guy? Oh, shit. Okay, this should be it.
If the weather's turning bad and you don't want to go out, you can always order in some food for delivery. Well, you could, but try to have some sympathy for the poor delivery person. And as we'll learn in this tale, shared with us by author Barry Pirro, Jason's desire for food in the midst of a blizzard doesn't seem quite right, especially to all the people asking him to let them in. Performing this tale are Matthew Bradford, Mike Delgadio, Dan Zapula, Nicole Goodnight, Graham Rowett, Wafia White, Aaron Lillis, and Jesse Cornett. So throw some pizza pockets in the micro if you're hungry. When it's storming out,
in the
don't
micro.
try to get takeout.
and we can expect some heavy winds and up to a foot of snow overnight in parts of Bayfield, with the heaviest snow coming in tomorrow. The state police are advising everyone to stay indoors tonight, as driving will be treacherous. As you know, in this part of the world, we're just not equipped for this kind of snow, so we don't have the apparatus.
Hello, Zabelli's Pizza.
Hey, yeah, I was wondering if you guys are still taking orders for delivery tonight.
Yeah, but just for the next hour. The snow's gonna start any minute. It's supposed to be a hell of a storm.
Yeah, I hear it's supposed to be really bad tonight. Thanks for still taking orders.
No problem. What can I get for you?
Okay, I'll have an eggplant parmesan hero and a side of garlic knots.
It comes with a salad. What kind of dressing?
Do you have blue cheese?
Yeah, we can do that for you. So we got one eggplant parm hero, one order of our delectable garlic knots, and a side salad with blue cheese. Anything else?
No, that's it.
You want a drink with that? We got Orange Crush, 7-Up, Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, you name it.
No, I am all good.
And just your first name, phone number, and address, please.
Be nice to him.
First name is Jason. My cell number is 425-6670. The address is 37 Ridgewood Place. There's a call box in the lobby, so just tell your delivery guy to ring apartment 3C and I'll buzz him in.
You got it, boss. Give us about 45 minutes, maybe a little longer. It'll be sooner, but everyone's out there ordering because of the snow. There's a lot of hungry people out there tonight, believe you me.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. Guess nobody wants to go out to dinner on a night like this, right? And I'm one of them. Anyway, thanks, and I'll keep an ear out for your delivery guy. Yeah, and good luck with the storm.
Yeah, thanks, bud. Take care.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Hello?
Hey, sweetie. How's my honey doing?
Jason, I didn't think I'd hear from you this early. Did you get out of work early?
Yeah, this storm's supposed to be really bad, so they sent everybody home at 4. I ran out to the grocery store to pick up a few things, but stupid me forgot to get something for dinner. Oh, but the place was a zoo, too. I mean, why the hell do people buy bottled water during snowstorms anyways? I never get that.
Yeah, the water thing is a mystery to me, too. How's the snow there?
Well, I'm looking at the window. It's pretty dark out, but the parking lights are on and I don't see much coming down yet. Just a few flakes, but it's really windy. I just ordered takeout and the pizza guy told me it's supposed to start pretty soon here. Yeah, how's it by you? Any snow yet?
My God, yeah, it's really coming down and the wind is crazy. I think we're supposed to get about a foot tonight, then another 2 feet tomorrow. I wish you lived closer. Hey, maybe I'll come over tonight and we can keep each other nice and warm during the storm. Snuggle up under the blankets as nature intended, you know, ring in the storm in style. It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that would be amazing. And you know I'd love nothing more than to spend the night naked with you riding out the snowstorm. No pun intended. But, as tempting as a proposition it is, no, I don't want you making the hour drive over here tonight in this weather. Yeah, it'd probably take you double that to get here on a night like this, and even if you don't slide off the road and land in a ditch.
Are you saying I'm a bad driver?
No. Well, yeah, but...
Are you saying I'm a bad driver?
Come on,
Jason!
You know I'm only joking. You're a great driver. Every time I get in the car with you and speed around those hairpin turns, I think it'll be my last day on Earth. But no, you always prove me wrong. I survive the trip every time, and I emerge very shaken, slightly more religious, and grateful that I'll live to see another day, in spite of your driving.
Oh, you.
Okay. No, but seriously though, not only will the roads be shit tonight, but if you did come over, you'd have to drive back early tomorrow morning and take care of your grandma. Myrna, right? Is that her name?
Yeah, Myrna Lloyd.
Hey, wasn't that an old movie actress?
That's Myrna Loy. My great-grandparents were big movie fans, so they gave my grandmother that name because it sounded like the movie stars.
That's so funny. How's she doing, by the way?
Grandma? Oh, she's as good as she is. That's the best I can say about her. She forgets where she is sometimes. She's always singing these old songs she used to know from her childhood. Moonlight Bay is her favorite, and sometimes she thinks I'm her sister who died 30 years ago, but it's okay.
It's fine.
Half the time. Luckily,
you
someone's
know.
there with her during the week. I just have to stay with her on Saturdays to make sure she doesn't wander off. Poor Grandma. She's really sweet. Hey, maybe you can stop by tomorrow. My sister's supposed to give me a break at around noon.
I got the giggles tonight, I'm sorry.
I'd love to. You know that, but I can't. You know how shitty my car is in the snow. Besides, I gotta go into work for a while tomorrow afternoon. I just hope the roads are plowed by then.
I can't believe they're asking you to work on a Saturday.
Well, I guess that's why they pay me the big bucks.
Yeah, right.
Can't believe I have to drive all the way to work on a Saturday.
My parents asked us over for lunch next weekend. Do you think you can come? They're having a party for my sister because her birthday's the following Wednesday, but...
Yo, hold on a minute. There's somebody at the door.
Who is it?
I don't know. I didn't check the lobby camera yet. Hold on a minute.
Hey, I ordered pizza here. All the way to work.
I wish they'd put
And
in a
it's
bigger
like
screen
right
for the lobby
next to
monitor.
his
This thing's
apartment.
about the size of my iPhone. It always takes a second for it to come on. Yo, okay, there it goes. Okay, it's just some guy. I wonder what he wants. Hello? Can I help you?
Yeah, you get it.
Delivery.
Zabelli's. For real. I just called a few minutes ago.
Yeah, well, with the snow on the way, they're rushing all the deliveries.
Dude, no, that's impossible. Zabelli's is at least a 30-minute drive from here. They couldn't have even made the food yet, man. I literally just got off the phone with the place like 2 minutes ago, and the guy who took my order said my delivery would take at least 45 minutes. Are you sure you have the right address?
Are you Jason? 37 Ridgewood Place, apartment 3C?
Yeah, that's right, but no, that can't be my food, dude. It must be somebody else's order. You can't have driven all that way over here in that little time.
Phone number's 425-6670?
Yes, but I'm telling you that it can't be my food, man. They must have given you the wrong information or something.
Listen, the order has your name and address. I have an order here for an eggplant hero and garlic knots, plus a side salad with blue cheese dressing. Come on, man, I'm freezing my ass off down here. Just buzz me in and take your food. I gotta get back.
Okay. Where's the bag?
What do you mean? What bag?
The bag of food, man. If you're from Zabelli's, where's the food?
I got it right here.
Listen, I don't know what kind of shit you're trying to pull, but I have you on the lobby camera, and I can see you're not holding a bag of food.
I put it down, all right? But it's here. Come on,
I put it down.
Door. I have a bunch of other deliveries to get to before the snow starts.
Buddy, I can see all the way down to your feet, and there's no bag of food there. And also, who's that standing behind you?
Behind me? There's nobody behind me, and I have your food right here. Now just buzz me in, jeez.
I can see a woman standing behind you by the door with her back to the kid. Look, hold on. I'm gonna call Zabelli's and straighten this out. Oh, Lauren, are you hearing this? I'll call you back in a minute. I gotta call the pizza place.
What's going on?
Nothing. Just some joker at the door who says he's from Zabelli's. I gotta go. I have to call them and see what's going on.
Okay, call me back.
All right. Bye, hon. Damn, guess they are getting a lot of orders tonight. Must be a lot of hungry people, just like he said. Damn snowstorm. Hey man, I just called Zabelli's, but the number's busy. I'll try them in a few minutes. Why don't you just go back with the food and... Hey, where the hell did he go? Huh, guess he just gave up and left. Thank God for that. Oh, I almost forgot. I better call Lauren back.
Oh, shit.
Who is it?
Zabelli's takeout delivery.
Hey, how did you get in the building?
What do you mean, how did I get in? This is apartment 3C, right? Jason, you ordered an eggplant parm hero and garlic knots, side salad with blue cheese?
How the hell did you get in the building? Did someone buzz you in?
Listen, pal, I don't know what you're talking about. I just got here. I gotta drop off this food and get going. And your bill comes to $24.98. I'll take cash or Venmo. Now, would you please open the door?
Shit, now what? Lauren? Lauren, is that you?
Jason, of course it's me. Let me in. I drove all the way over to see you. The roads are shit, but I didn't want you to be alone tonight.
Oh, they're not even trying.
Driven here, Lauren. I just talked to you, and you live an hour away.
What are you talking about? Just let me in. I told you I wanted to come over and keep you warm. Why don't you buzz me in, then get undressed and get into bed? I'll be right up to snuggle up next to you after I get all these wet clothes off. Come on, Buzz me in.
Hey, Jason, it's Abeli's delivery. Listen, if you don't open the door, I'm going to get in a lot of trouble. I have your order here, and I have to drop it off and collect the money, or I'm screwed, okay? You want to get me fired?
I'm not letting you in. Take the food back, okay? Tell them to call me, and I'll pay for it over the phone, but I'm not opening this door. You hear?
Jason, let me in. Look at me. I'm soaked from the snow. Buzz me in so I can come up and take these wet clothes off and get in bed with you. I came all the way to see you. Why won't you let me in?
Lauren, or whoever you are, no. I'm not letting you in. Just go away.
Jason, it's Abeli's Pizza. I have your goddamn delivery here. Eggplant Parm Hero, garlic knots, salad with blue cheese dressing. Come on, open the door and take your food, for Christ's sake.
God, this is fucked. What the hell is going on here? It's just too weird.
I mean, if it were me in the situation, I'd be dead.
911, what's your emergency?
My name is Jason Lang. I'm at 37 Ridgewood Place, apartment 3C. Look, someone is trying to break into my apartment. I need you to send someone over right away.
You said someone broke into your apartment, sir? Are you in a safe place?
No, they're not in my apartment. They're...
Watch, the police is gonna show up like 3 seconds later. It's the police! We're here to deal with the disturbance? And he's gonna be like, oh god, that's not the police. This is so silly. I like this one.
Trying to get in.
How are they trying to get into your apartment, sir?
There's this guy. First he was in the lobby, now he keeps banging on my apartment door, telling me to let him in. He says he's the pizza delivery guy, but I know he isn't. I mean, it can't be him. Now, just please send someone over.
Have you been drinking or doing any kind of drugs, sir?
What? No, I'm telling you, there's this
Must
guy
be on
and
drugs.
he's pounding on the door, trying to get in. There it is. Can you hear it? He won't go away, and there's this girl in the lobby trying to get in too. She looks like my girlfriend, but she isn't. I mean, it's not really her. I think they're in on this together. You have to send someone over right away, please.
You got it, boss. We'll send an officer over as soon as we can.
Oh.
About 45 minutes.
He'd be there sooner, but everyone's ordering takeout because of the snow. Hey, what was that order again? Oh yeah, I got it here. An eggplant parm hero and garlic knots. That right? Anything else? You want to drink with that? We got Orange Crush, 7-Up, Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, you name it.
What the fuck is going on here?
Jason, it's Abeli's takeout delivery. Let me in and take your goddamn food. I have to get back and make more deliveries. You think you're the only one who wants to eat tonight?
Jason, buzz me up. I came all this way. I have to get out of these clothes and snuggle up next to your naked body. Come on, buzz me in.
We'd be there sooner, but everyone's ordering takeout because of the snow. A lot of hungry people out there tonight, pal. A lot of hungry people. All right, let's see. We got one eggplant parm hero, garlic knots, and a side salad with...
What's that sound? What's that tapping sound at the window?
Jason? Open the window. It's Myrna. Myrna Lloyd.
Oh
Lauren's
my
grandma.
god, no.
It's awfully cold out here. Let me in. Or the snow is mighty heavy tonight. And this wind.
Now that's hella suspicious.
Open the windows so I can come in and get out of these clothes. Then the two of us can snuggle up to each other naked in bed.
Oh my lord!
We were sailing along.
We'd be there sooner, but everyone's ordering takeout because of the snow.
You
A lot of hungry people out there tonight.
Look, I got money for this order. I'm screwed, so open the damn door.
We could hear the voices ringing.
It's so cold out.
Stacy.
Jason, let me in so I can snuggle against that hot ass. Oh my god.
Just say.
Let's see, we got one eggplant parm hero, garlic knots, and a side
We
salad with...
stolen
Yeah, we'd be there sooner, but everyone's ordering takeout tonight because of the snow.
Now
A lot of hungry people out there tonight. A lot.
Come on, Jason.
Mr. Lang. Mr. Lang, it's the Bayfield Police.
No, it's not.
Are you okay, Mr. Lang? Now, open the door, please. We know you said there was someone trying to get in your apartment, but you're safe now. There's no one in the hallway.
No.
I have another officer down here in the lobby keeping an eye on the entrance just in case they try to come back. Open the door, please.
Ah, oh, thank God.
It's not the police.
We were sailing along on Moonlight Bay. We could hear the voices ringing. They seemed to say, "You have stolen her heart. Now don't go away." I know you're all hungry on a night like this, but save some for me. Oh, what a nice, juicy young man. Scoop out some of the giblets for me, will you, honey?
Oh my God!
Oh, thank you, dear.
What do you think of the garlic nuts?
My favorite part.
That was so goofy. I love it. That was awesome. That is what we call fast food writing. Like, it's bad, but like it's so enjoyable anyway. That mimic was relentless. And then he got duped by the police. Why couldn't they wait to mummify him first? They were starving. I'm saving that. You know, since that's in the... I should really name these with, the story that I like from the set. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense.
WNSP will return after a word from our sponsors. You want longer episodes, no ads, and lots of bonus content? Find out more at sleepless.thenosleeppodcast.com. Let's agree on this. Everyone loves a good scare, just not the kind that comes from waking up sore and exhausted. That's where Ghost Bed can help. They build mattresses designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and supported.
Are we okay with the
your
mattress
nights are
ad?
Peaceful for once. No tossing, no turning, no waking up at 3 a.m. wondering what went wrong and what's lurking under your bed. Ghost Bed is a family-run company backed by more than 20 years of mattress-making expertise. They're not a flashy startup. They're true manufacturers who know how to build a bed that actually lasts. Every mattress is made with premium materials and proven cooling technology, and each one is backed by a 20 to 25-year warranty. You also get a 101-night sleep trial and fast free shipping. Most orders arrive in 2 to 5 days, so you could be sleeping better by next week. And with prices up to 50% lower than comparable brands, it's real quality without the nightmare price tag. Right now, during Ghost Bed's Black Friday sale, you can get 25% off already reduced prices for a limited time. Just go to ghostbed.com/nosleep and use promo code NOSLEEP at checkout. That's ghostbed.com/nosleep. Promo code NOSLEEP. Upgrade your sleep with Ghost Bed, the makers of the coolest beds in the world. Some exclusions apply. See site for details. Now back to WNSP's presentation of the No Sleep Podcast. When it comes to dealing with weather, sometimes it's the oppressive heat that makes it a challenge, especially if you want to do some exercise outside in South Texas.
Ew.
Just like the man we'll meet in this tale, shared with us by author Anthony D. Herrera.
Severin, I think you're being
He's
targeted.
trying to lose some weight by walking laps at a local park. But strange circumstances make the endeavor more than just hot. It becomes downright shitty. Performing this tale are Atticus Jackson and special guest voice actors Giancarlo Herrera and Ivy Savage. So make sure you choose the right kind of exercising. You don't want to become the shithouse exorcist.
Oh yeah, this title. What? Who exercises in Texas heat? What the fuck is wrong with you?
The toilet in McCarran Park was a 4x4 plastic cuboid affair with an oatmeal gray roof and apple red walls. Upon entering, you would immediately find yourself assaulted by an odor that, though the finer notes may vary depending on previous occupants, was a tangible miasma which groped your flesh with sweaty hands and pulled like an...
Yeah. Oh, he's so cute. Oh. The Judy picture's funny. Oh my god. Nikita's so traumatized. That's hilarious. Thank you for the ship fluff above that.
Nikita, open up so I can snuggle up to your naked body. Nikita!
Okay. We're coming back.
oil slick at the back of your throat. In the left corner was the toilet proper, whose seat was invariably soiled, ensuring that only the desperate or depraved ever sat on it. The rest of the interior was taken up by a concrete floor that was completely bare, save for a dark, dried splatter stain in the upper right corner. The door was kept shut by a flimsy lock that could only have stopped the polite and would offer no safety from the motivated. The interior walls were covered in graffiti, about which I will expand upon later. Unlike the weathered benches, rusting swing sets, and cracked basketball courts that populated the rest of the park, the chemical toilet had no plaque planted nearby or affixed to its structure. These plaques were there to remind you that the monkey bars that drew blood and the water fountain that hasn't worked since 1987 were built in honor of some long-forgotten city councilor or state senator. Though it would have been a far more fitting tribute to the likes of such public servants, the chemical toilet was not generally considered by most to be a memorial to anyone. But then again, most people didn't know about Greñas, or how he turned that festering shithouse into a monument of pain.
What?
The road to my enlightenment concerning that cursed toilet began with a fish. I had recently started coming to McCarran Park to walk the mile-long track which makes up its perimeter. At that point, a spate of personal disasters and a lifetime of poor decisions had found me at the age of 35, living with my mother and weighing 397 pounds. With my life seemingly out of control, I chose weight loss as the key to curing my depression. And I chose McCarran Park because it was close to my mother's house, which would save on gas money. My first attempt to circumnavigate the track was on a Saturday in early October, which in South Texas terms functionally meant late summer. I began to sweat and gasp for breath well before the quarter-mile mark, and would eventually puke on myself from heat exhaustion just after the half-mile point. But I kept to it, mainly because I had nothing else. And by November, I could walk one complete circuit before having to sit and rest. That was around the time that I first saw the fish. The fish appeared one day, lying on the grass next to the trash cans, which sat 6 feet in front of the chemical toilet. It was a foot-long largemouth bass with greenish-gray scales. It had no grill marks or chunks taken out of it, even though one would assume it was barbecue detritus. In fact, the fish was perfectly intact and looked quite tasty. Being as cash-strapped as I was, I nearly picked it up on that first day to take home to eat. Luckily, some part of me realized that consuming a dead fish that had been lying near garbage cans situated in front of a public toilet would more than likely be detrimental to my weight loss, depression, and immune system in general. So I passed the fish by on that day. The next day, the fish still lay there. And again, I passed it on by and would do so again on the third day. But on the fourth day, I got to thinking. I thought about how strange it was that after 4 days, the fish had remained untouched. It had been ignored not only by the city workers who had recently emptied the trash cans, but also by the swarms of flies that regularly attacked all scraps of food left behind in the wake of cash-strapped cookouts and birthday parties. Even the packs of stray dogs that plagued the park had shown absolutely no interest in the fish. There was also the fact that after nearly a week of exposure to high temperatures in the low 80s, the fish showed no signs of decay. Well, I became fascinated. I sometimes spent up to 20 minutes just staring at the fish, contemplating an explanation. Were microplastics keeping the fish unspoiled? Was the fish a delusion brought on by a particularly pathetic nervous breakdown? Or had the fish somehow achieved a kind of sainthood where the degradations of the grave could not touch it? During the 2 weeks of this fish vigil, I came to realize that I was being watched. She lived in one of the houses directly across the street from the park, which afforded her a lovely view of the trash cans and toilet. A Mexican woman of about 80. She was skeleton thin with white hair and a toothless mouth. She mostly wore an aquamarine house dress and would add or subtract clothing depending on the weather. She sat on her porch every day watching the park. She didn't move a muscle, and no expression ever crossed her face. But I could feel her gaze on me while I was deep in thought about such things as the possible of fish beatification. Despite never speaking to her, it felt as though we were sharing the mystery. The last day I ever saw the fish was also the first day I heard the whispering. I was deep in contemplation, my skin itching under the old woman's stare. I was looking into the empty, upturned eye of the fish when the usual weekday morning silence was suddenly shattered by a drawn-out squeak coming from my right. When I looked up, I saw the door of the chemical toilet slowly opening. Once fully ajar, I could see the toilet was empty. Figuring that it had to have been the wind, I was about to return my attention to the fish when I heard it. A slithery whisper. It was clearly coming from inside that factory of filth, which was clearly unoccupied. Had my mind not been scrambled for the past fortnight by constant musings about a miracle fish, I probably would have recognized the danger.
Must be the wind.
But at that juncture of my life, I found the whispering alluring rather than alarming. Slowly, I crept to the toilet. The smell was already unbearable, but it didn't stop me. I realized that the whispering was getting clearer as I got closer. It was 4 words being repeated over and over, but it remained distant, like a radio in another room. That was the first time I entered the toilet. Public facilities on my side of town were never worth bothering with, and the sight of the stain in the corner and the streaks on the toilet seat only confirmed this. The smell was so thick, I could taste it.
Ew.
My mouth had gone dry, as if my tongue were trying to kill itself rather than process this sensory information.
Trying to kill
I saw
itself.
the graffiti on the walls. It was a mix of street gang tags, swear words and childish scrawl, crude sketches of genitalia, and a phrase that was written 6 times by 6 different hands. Greñas vive. But I took all this in peripherally, for I could now clearly hear what the whispering was saying.
Give me your pain. Give me your pain. Give me your pain.
The soft hiss was coming from inside the toilet well.
Bizarre.
Against all reason, I leant over to look. The mountain of human waste sitting atop a pool of dark chemical blue had me gagging almost immediately. But it was the sudden appearance of furious air bubbles rising from that putrid sea that broke me out of whatever trance I was under. I tore out of the toilet, gulping as much fresh air as I could, barely holding down the contents of my stomach. When I finally got myself under control,
I'm gonna talk to the author.
To see the old woman staring impassively as ever. And when I looked over to the trash cans, the fish was gone. It would be a little over a week before I returned to the park. Sanity would dictate that my absence would stretch far longer, preferably into eternity, but events would soon make that impossible. First, there were the dreams. They all revolved around what I had seen in the toilet. Sometimes the dream centered on an albino hand reaching out of the blue liquid.
Oh, that's real
skin
nice.
Unblemished by the
And
chemical
it slams the lid shut.
In others, the dream would focus on the mound of shit which would begin to convulse, and dozens of jaundiced eyes would suddenly spring open across the rancid mass.
What?
But even worse was the fact that I could still hear the whispering.
Give me your pain. Give me your pain. Give me your pain. Give me your pain.
It dug into my brain like a noxious melody, constantly repeating. Its meanings seemed to alternate with every revolution, from threat to plea to promise. I had to hum loudly and stomp my feet to drown it out. The only peace I ever got were the few blissful seconds after screaming into a pillow where the whispering seemed to vanish, but soon returned, stronger than ever.
This sounds like Eddie from Silent Hill 2 wrote this.
That my mother started hiding in her room and locking her door. By the 4th day, my need to stop the whispering had turned suicide from an option into an inevitability. When I received a text from one of my few friends who stayed in contact with me. "Is this the park you go to?" Read the text.
He was making fun of me with his eyes. Eddie.
As soon as I clicked it, the whispering seemed to fade into the background until it was as distant as the first time I heard it. The report was about a murder that occurred the previous evening. A 14-year-old boy who had run away from home was believed to have sought shelter in the chemical toilet when a thunderstorm moved in during the night. At some point in the early hours of the morning, he was attacked by an assailant inside the chemical toilet. He had been stabbed several times, his face mutilated. He wasn't discovered until the afternoon when city workers had come to clean the facility. They did briefly mention the fact that the door had to be forced because it was locked from the inside.
Man, what a way to die.
It was quickly glossed over. Stunned, I got on my laptop and went to YouTube to search for any video reports posted by local news stations. They all provided essentially the same information, save for the fact that during the live broadcast by the local CBS affiliate, you could clearly hear a passerby scream, "Greñas, vive!" as the on-scene reporter was wrapping up her story. I hadn't given much thought to the phrase "Greñas, vive" when I first saw it on the walls of the toilet. At its most literal, Greñas meant tangle, but was often used as slang for pubic hair. So I took the phrase to mean something like, "Pubic hair lives," or "Long live pubes," which made about as much sense as anything else scrawled on those walls. But I started to have the feeling there was much more to it than that. By this point, the whispering had come back full volume. It was obvious to me that my future held only two options.
This one's so
insanity
weird.
And suicide. Or face whatever killed that boy. Though both options meant death, the second one would at least bring enlightenment. But if I was to die, I didn't want to face my murderer in total ignorance. I needed to know exactly what I was dealing with.
Oh no, he does.
Unlike crumbling mansions or abandoned hospitals, there was no dusty tomes or city records.
Do you believe in God? That's a good question.
So I would have to go to the only person I knew who would have any expertise on this matter. The old woman. As soon as I made the decision to return to the park, the whispering stopped. Though it was initially a relief, I knew that if I reneged on my promise, it would soon return and never cease until I did. I waited 4 more days just to be sure there was no longer a police presence. I arrived around 5 p.m. I parked the ancient Toyota Tercel that had once been my little brother's decades ago and walked out into the first cold and blustery day of the season. I tried not to look at the chemical toilet as I passed it, but in the periphery of my vision I could see the remains of caution tape flittering in the wind all around its red walls. The woman sat on her porch as usual. There was a heavy quilt covering her legs, but her arms remained bare. The brown, paper-thin skin covered in liver spots. As I approached, I lowered the hood of my jacket and became self-conscious of the food stains on my sweatpants. She seemed to stare right past me as I stood before her in silence. After several torturously long seconds, I finally managed to blurt out, hello? Ma'am? There was no response. She simply continued staring. When I tried a few more half-hearted greetings,
Nah, I don't know those people.
finally concluding that she hadn't been watching me at all. Her eyes may have been open, but she couldn't comprehend a thing. I was about to turn and go when suddenly she spoke.
Greñas.
Greñas? Yes! What is Greñas?
Greñas. A soul of sorrow. A heart of violence. A stranger. He came one day, lived in the ditches, slept on the benches, ate from the trash. He could hear the angels cry and the demons sing. He screamed, he screamed, he screamed. His hair a jungle, nuts covered in bogs. He had no name. We christened him Greñas. Pets disappeared. Blood on the trees. Jesus forgives.
She paused to swallow and smack her lips absently.
The freeze came. No power. Deep cold. Texas hell. We were lost. Greñas went to the toilet to escape the wind and the snow. It would not save him. Death was coming. He took a knife. Stabbed himself. Kidneys, lungs, heart. He died by his hand, not God's plan. Frozen. Snow melted. Body taken. But he remained. That is his house.
His house.
His pain.
Very slowly, her head began to move, and she looked right at me.
Give him your pain, fat man.
Then she went back to staring into space. Now that I knew who my killer was, I returned to my car and waited. The only thing that kept me company was the whispering, which had returned. At 11 p.m., when the park officially closed, I made my way to the chemical toilet. It felt so much colder than the 45 degrees that my phone was claiming. The wind ripped straight through my jacket and sweatpants. Even my layers of fat couldn't hold the sting of the icy night at bay. I began to run, some foolish part of me certain that it would be warmer once I was inside the toilet. When I opened the door, I could see the boys' bloodstains dried to the concrete. They were the same color as the stain in the corner, and I realized that Greñas' suicide had been its source. The facilities were as disgusting as my last visit, so I chose the least offensive corner near the door and sat. When I leaned against the wall, the whole structure seemed to shift, but soon settled. I locked the door just to be safe. Though I had expected something to happen by midnight, it was already 1 a.m. when I started to get sleepy. The whispering had taken on a soothing quality, almost like a lullaby. Those 4 words were stretched and softened until they were like silk gently caressing my brain. I nodded a few times before finally succumbing. I dreamt of a garbage dump blanketed in snow beneath a sunless cobalt blue sky. All around me, the discarded remnants of human existence seemed to shiver before shattering into pieces. Half buried in the snow, thousands of rats cried out in pain before they too shattered into pulpy red shards. The ground began to shake and then split as a cloud of crimson gas erupted. When the cloud hit me, it was the worst thing I had ever smelled. It was pure decay. The decay of everything. Body, mind, and soul. It shredded my nostrils so violently that it woke me up. But I quickly found that I had not escaped it. The smell was all around me. Suddenly, a sickening gurgle erupted from within the toilet well. I was frozen with fear as a kitchen knife with a 4-inch blade covered in the brown rust of dried blood slowly began to rise out of the well. It was gripped in a hand that was the same blue as the chemicals within. There was an ear-piercing screech as another blue hand appeared and gripped the edge of the seat. The thing within began to pull itself out. At that moment, all convictions about meeting my fate disappeared. I quickly rose and furiously tried opening the door, but the lock wouldn't give. As my screams mixed with the shrieks coming from the being pulling itself from the pit, I began throwing myself against the wall. But each blow was like ramming my body into granite, and some force was holding the structure firm. Despite the pain, I clamped my eyes shut and continued hammering against the unyielding wall. My cries for help not drowning out the sickly squelch of that inhuman form birthing itself from an obscene womb. I was on the verge of shattering my left shoulder with another futile collision when an icy chuckle stopped me dead. Seemingly against my will, I slowly opened my eyes and beheld Greñas. He was squatting atop the toilet well, knife in his right hand.
Oh my
His skin
god,
wasn't
you
blue as I had
can't
initially
be
thought,
serious.
but transparent, like plastic. There was a thin sheet that held within it a dark blue liquid. Inside the liquid floated large gobs of human effluents, toilet paper, used tampons, cigarette butts, and other trash.
Trash!
Was naked, thin, and wiry. The skeletal face smiled at me. A thick cloud of waste floating inside the transparent skull. A wild and filthy tangle of human hair sat atop his head like a crown. I stared at him in awe and terror for a few seconds.
Hey, fat man. Give me your pain.
He launched from the toilet and had his legs wrapped around my midsection in an instant. I didn't have time to react before he brought the knife down 3 times in my left shoulder. I was so shocked that I didn't feel it until the dull knife got stuck in my flesh on the 3rd stab. I screamed in agony as he wiggled the knife back and forth, trying to wrench it out. His frustration bubbled over as he reared his head back and, with a vicious snarl, lunged forward and snapped his teeth around my left ear, almost ripping it off in one bite. As he tore at the left side of my head with his mouth, his free hand clawed at my face, tearing flesh with each swipe. Desperately, I tried to dislodge him, but his legs were like iron bars around my waist. As the clawing continued, his thumb found its way into my mouth, and on instinct I bit down. The clear flesh ripped like a water balloon, and my mouth was filled with the dark liquid. I could feel little chunks of awfulness dance around my tongue. Despite the bloody carnage being done to my face at that moment, all my energy was devoted to keeping that putrid slush from going down my throat. In that, I failed. As the liquid snaked its way down my gullet, it felt like a river of ice flowing
Oh
through
God,
my
I'm
body.
sorry, girl.
It seemed to inundate my cells until my flesh, organs, and bones were assaulted with the deep knowledge of physical death. I could feel what it meant to rot. My senses panicked as I came to the conclusion that I was now nothing more than a mass of putrefying, oozing meat. While the liquid was teaching my body these lessons, it was also filling my mind with visions. No, not visions. Memories. Memories of a life indistinct from hell. Violence. Violence at every turn. Never once compassion. Never once pity. A childhood that would break any mind. And at the center of that nightmare was one figure. A towering, shirtless man with an extension cord wrapped around his fist. His eyes were wide and glowing with rage above a coal-black beard. He rained down blows relentlessly. And with each strike came his refrain. "This is my pain, Miguelito. This is my pain." Every time the figure repeated the phrase, the fear grew stronger and stronger. But I realized that the fear wasn't mine. It was borrowed. The fear belonged to someone else. All of this took mere seconds to absorb. But it was time enough for Greñas to wrench the knife from my shoulder. As he raised the blade, screeching, ready to bring it down into my left eye.
Stop
I quickly
screeching
shouted,
like that.
"This is my pain, Miguelito. This is my pain." The effect was like a shotgun blast. Greñas was launched into the wall opposite and crumpled to the floor. Not wasting any time, I shouted again. "This is my pain, Miguelito." He writhed and screamed on the concrete as the refrain tortured him like his whisper had tortured me. He was thrown into such violent spasms that his joints
That's a cute
bent
Spyro
and
icon.
snapped at sickening angles. His lower jaw twisted to the back of his head while his hateful eyes remained on me. Finally, when he could take no more, he dug the knife into his chest and split his body open.
Damn.
The liquid gushing out and flooding the concrete. Praying the spell was now broken, I threw my body against the door. It flew open, and I ran for my car. I thought not at all about my bloody, ruined face, or the wounds in my shoulder. I simply got in the Tercel and did the only thing I could think to do. Drive my car through the park and ram it straight into the chemical toilet. The walls of the toilet exploded in all directions, and my back right tire sunk into the well. I got out of the car, and satisfied with the destruction, quickly passed out. It was a video taken by a neighborhood woman that would lead to my infamy. She ran from her house and excitedly narrated the footage she captured of my bloated body lying in front of the wreckage of the car and toilet. A screen capture from the video soon became a viral meme template used for instances of personal disaster.
Ah, great.
And when I finally told my story, I was dubbed the Shithouse Exorcist by the internet.
Ah.
I'm facing prison time, of course. My face is permanently disfigured, but it was never much to begin with. I spent a month in the hospital from the bacterial infection caused by my wounds, which led me to losing 60 pounds. I've also gained several new followers online, and their well wishes have really buoyed my spirits. I must admit, I haven't felt as good in a long time. As for the fish, I still have no idea what was behind that. Most likely it was God.
Oh yeah, we can't forget the fish.
Is.
What the fuck? I mean, you know, props to people who can come up with a wild ass story with a title like The Shithouse Exorcist. That went in directions I was not expecting. It was an act of God. Yes. What the fuck? Oh my god. What's the last one? Oh yeah, Goat Valley. That's in the middle of a story, so we can't listen to that. That was fucking wild. Wild. Oh my god, okay. I can do one more. It's like the last thing that I need to line. And then I'll start flat coloring. Like, line art should not take 4 hours, but I'm slow. The hand collector. I'll give you hands. You know, it's kind of good to like pick episodes from this season because we won't be able to listen to the last one because it's like jumping right in the middle of the story, so it actually makes the podcast shorter, and that fills up enough time for me to finish my thing without going another hour, so I think that works.
Love, it isn't just one color. It comes in countless shades, different hues. Desert diamonds celebrate all the people we love, and all the shades that make them who they are. In an entire spectrum of unexpected tones, from warm whites to pale champagnes to deep ambers, natural colors that reflect they will always be loved for exactly who they are. Discover Desert Diamonds. A diamond is forever.
WNSP. You're listening to The Darkness of the Night, WNSP's overnight programming. DC back with you. And as I mentioned before the last break, my efforts to reach out to the person most acquainted with Goat Valley campgrounds have been successful. I believe I have her on the line with me now. Am I speaking with Bonnie Quinn?
Yes, you are.
Excellent. Thanks for joining us live on the darkness of the night, Bonnie. Now, my friend tells me that you actually live in the Goat Valley area. Is that right?
Well, I actually live in Columbus, Ohio, but I am the author of How to Survive Camping and the creator of Goat Valley Campgrounds.
The creator of Goat Valley Campgrounds. My friend told me he lives up, never mind. Well, I've been led to believe that when it comes to experts on Goat Valley and the campgrounds therein, no one knows more about them than you, right?
Well, I would certainly hope so. It started as a series of posts on Reddit, where I was sharing stories about Kate and the campgrounds, and there's a lot of different stuff that went into it. It's a bunch of folklore, but also a lot of original ideas that I came up with all of these different creatures that live on the campground.
I'm starting to think my friend hasn't been completely honest with me. I'm starting to wonder if there really is a Goat Valley campground. Bonnie, since you wrote these stories about Goat Valley campgrounds, I take it you have a lot of camping experience.
Yeah, I kind of grew up camping. My parents started taking us at a very early age, and for a while I thought that was the only vacation that people went on was camping.
Oh, that's too far. God damn it.
Now, tune in, turn on, and brace yourself for our sleepless tales.
Yeah, no problem. You stayed for a long time. I appreciate it. You get some sleep.
The regular routine. Despite the usual hassles, a regular routine is comfortable for them. But in this tale, shared with us by author Anna Gogia, when their routine becomes a little less routine, things start to feel less and less real.
Good night.
Performing this tale are Ash Millman and Erica Sanderson. So there's nothing routine when the daughter tells us about My Mother and I.
On school days, my mother normally woke me up at 7:30 in the morning. In late autumn, she would get up an hour earlier to turn on the heating, so the November chill that had settled into the walls of our house during the night would slowly fade away. She would place a fuzzy robe by my bedside, which I'd jump into as soon as I left the warmth of my sheets and blanket. As I zombied my way to the bathroom, spending far more time there than necessary to pee, wash up and brush my teeth, my mother would slice bread, spread butter and plum jam on top, and neatly arrange them on a platter at our small kitchen table. She would put on a kettle, and while I quickly dressed in my most predictable outfit, a black hoodie and one of the 2 pairs of jeans I alternated between, she would prepare black tea for both of us. She knew exactly how I liked mine, with 3 spoonfuls of sugar and half a lemon squeezed in. Mornings were my favourite, but only the part where I was already fully awake and dressed, ready to sit at the kitchen table in the dim light, darkness still lingering outside the windows, having breakfast and quiet conversation with my mother. The talking mostly consisted of her asking questions about school and me answering, but I preferred our quiet moments, as if we were fully immersing ourselves in the stillness of the morning, feeling like we had extra time compared to everyone else, so there was no need to rush or feel anxious. We could simply exist, and maybe daydream a little. But that day, the very last day of November, she woke me up earlier than usual. I don't remember checking the time, but my internal clock told me it must have been around 5 in the morning. Only in retrospect did I acknowledge that feeling of something being skewed. Now, when I think of that moment, I remember the strong sense that something was odd, but I didn't pay attention to that demanding yet unnameable, easily dismissible feeling and casually went about my morning routine. Everything was habitual. In the kitchen, nothing was different. My mother was a comforting presence as always. The butter and jam sandwiches were delicious as ever, the teacup warm and clutchable, the same darkness through the windows. Everything was the same. except it felt
clutchable.
Quieter. It wasn't that my mother or I were quieter than usual, but the neighbouring buildings, apartments, and the environment around seemed to have gone still for no reason at all. Once we finished breakfast, I put on my coat and headed to the door. I went through our typical daily argument with my mother, her insisting I wear a scarf or I'd freeze to death, and me insisting my huge, fluffy coat with a hood would be enough to keep me warm. I always refused to wear scarves. I never even wore turtlenecks because I hated the feeling of fabric against my neck and throat. But my mother, despite having to give up every day over these things, still found resilience and hope that this time would be different and I would submit. She wished me a good day, and I stepped over the threshold with my right foot. I was never a superstitious person, but I couldn't help being cautious about such things. It wasn't that I consciously believed in them as a logical person, but the anxiety in me convinced the irrational part of myself that every single mundane step could determine the events of the day ahead. So I took that right step out and was immediately struck by the winter air. Though it was the last day of the month, in my mind it was still strictly autumn, so the air, filled with the smell of biting cold and chimney smoke typical of midwinter, came as a surprise. I headed towards the bus stop, walking slowly, enjoying the fresh morning air. The dim lights of the lampposts always made me sleepy and put an irresistible weight on my eyelids, which I normally struggled to fight, but that day I gave in. I looked around to check there was no one to see me sleepwalking and closed my eyes, continuing to walk in that state, hoping I wouldn't bump into anything or trip. It was a straight path to the bus stop, so I didn't need to open my eyes to make any turns. I wished it could be like this forever, so that I could just step into the infinity of darkness and walk without direction. But I knew I had to open my eyes soon. I was approaching the bus stop where there would be a few people as usual. There were always the same exact people. Mom seeing off her kindergartner to school. She would make sure to put him safely on the bus and then head home in her casual clothes to likely start her housewife chores. There were two lively kids who would rush to be the first ones on the bus and take their favourite seats. I developed a habit of sitting near them to listen to their childish and random conversations. I found solace in their uninhibited chatter, some kind of fun in it. Much to my surprise, there was no one at the bus stop that day except myself. It wasn't just the fact that no one was there that baffled me, but my strange premonition about it. I stood there at my usual spot and got a feeling that I wasn't meant to see a human face that day. I was convinced the bus wouldn't arrive. I was so used to the routine that I completely depended on my internal clock that day. So if in what felt like 5 to 10 minutes, the usual time it took for the bus to arrive after I reached the stop, it didn't come, I would head back home. It would be a sufficient excuse to miss school, and what more did I want? But everything felt so creepily abnormal. I wanted to get back to normal as soon as possible. The normalcy of the stuck bus. The normalcy of being surrounded by crazy school kids running around the corridors, screaming at each other. The loud buzz of quiet conversations. Luckily, I saw the bus approaching in the distance. If no one else, there would at least be a driver inside. So I decided to look at their face, no matter what. I suppose that way I would break the spell of isolation that had consumed me. The moment before the bus reached my stop, I bent down to look at a crunchy brown leaf that had attracted my attention for no explicable reason.
Crunchy brown.
That's when the bus rushed past me and stopped abruptly, forcing me to run and jump through the side door. Breathing heavily, I made my way to the seat in the very back and completely forgot to look at the driver, although I could see their hand in the vehicle's side mirror. I was right. I was the only one on the bus, and nobody seemed to be around the streets in close view. I could see the silhouettes of people from afar, but that wasn't enough. It wasn't a long ride to school, so I convinced myself it was only normal that not many people would be found in such a small area so early in the morning. I was still determined to look at the driver. It seemed like an extremely simple yet unattainable task that had become a matter of principle for me to accomplish. Eventually, at the bus stop before my school stop, I got up, gripping either chairs or poles as I swayed my way to the front of the bus to look at the driver, who seemed annoyingly unnoticeable until the very last moment. And finally, I reached to look and gasped. Mother? What are you doing here? She looked away from the steering wheel to me.
Oh, honey. I will find you everywhere. Do you want some sandwiches?
No, I'm good. Though all of it was inexplicable to me, I didn't stress over it. I felt safe within Mother's presence, so I just sat in the front seat and let go. She drove us home. I was so sleepy, I went straight to bed. In about 2 hours, the time she normally woke me up, she woke me again. It felt like the right time to wake up, but strangely enough, my bed was on the other side of the wall. I did my normal routine and went to the kitchen, where Mother was already at the table, drinking her tea. Did you rearrange my bed? She looked up at me from the cup she held to her mouth and spoke without a hint of surprise.
No. It was always that way.
I sat down without another word and took a sip of my tea. It was black, no sugar, no lemon. Just like she always made it.
Uh-oh! Oh, shit. Well, okay. Short and simple.
Looking for excitement? Chumba Casino is here. Play anytime, play anywhere. Play on the train, play at the store, play at home, play when you're
We go into a Hana Casino, boys!
And get daily bonuses when you log in. So what are you waiting for? Don't delay. Chumba Casino is free to play.
Experience social gameplay like never before. Go to Chumba Casino right now to play hundreds of games, including online slots, Slingo, and more. Live the Chumba life at ChumbaCasino.com.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Brian Christopher. Ready to chill this summer? You're in luck. I'm hanging out at Chumba Casino, and you're in for a treat. Chillax with hundreds of games, daily bonuses, exciting spins, and epic prizes. It's all here, always free to play. Kick back, have fun, and head to ChumbaCasino.com. Let's make this summer legendary.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See T&Cs. 21 plus.
They say necessity is the mother of invention. When something is vitally needed, someone will invent something for it. But what about inventors who create things that aren't so necessary? As we'll learn in this tale, shared with us by author Christian Riley, one brilliant inventor has a strange hobby, and he's manufactured something that really gives him a hand. Joining me in performing this tale are Jesse Cornett, Matthew Bradford, Nicole Goodnight, and Atticus Jackson. So try to avoid hand-to-hand contact when you meet the Hand Collector.
The Hand Collector. Oh no.
Andrew Gallo collected hands. Hands to look at, to examine the soft wrinkles that folded over bony ridges and outlying tendons. Hands with fingernails, short or long, brightly painted trendy colors or soiled in earthy tones. Hands that held pens, phones, keychains, shopping lists, money, tits and cocks, little black books and guns and other hands, dead or alive, just like his. Andrew was a smart toad of a man. He was a brilliant engineer in the middle of his life. He had no wife or kids to bog him down. No girlfriend or boyfriend to bother him with their needs.
I had the rumblies that only hands was satisfied. What is wrong with you, Carl?
Bloody hands, freshly severed from unsuspecting victims who moved throughout their day.
What about hands holding other hands?
Rushing bodies, pacing sidewalks, dancing under strobe lights, shivering under wet bus stops, that sort of thing. Theirs were premium hands, warm on the inside, never mind the outside. Hands with thoughts, hands with direction, hands that waited for their next task, their next move, their next scratch, flick, brush, or rub. Andrew's hands. He kept his hands in the basement, where they were appreciated.
A plump one there, Andy. It's going to take weeks to dry.
Yes, I know, Mother. Truck driver, most likely, I think. Maybe a construction worker of some sort.
Careful not to nick the flesh.
Andrew turned on his rotary tool and nuzzled the grinding wheel into the wedding ring. Seconds later, he dropped the ring into a mason jar. He placed the jar on a shelf full of other mason jars that were full of other rings, gold and silver. A small fortune indeed, yet simply a byproduct of his real treasure.
Do I ever nick the flesh, Mother?
You are steady, my son. Is it time for church yet?
The basement was also particularly special for the drying of hands. As much as Andrew loved a fresh hand to squeeze and hold, to ponder and toy with, to do sick things with in the privacy of his bedroom, he was always quick to hang such hands from the wooden support beams under the house, with all the others. Andrew was quick to get those hands up high, where they would dry and add more character to his collection.
Catch these hands.
Shit, there were so many hands in the world, it made Andrew fester with excitement each time he hung another one up.
Hang him over there, next to Melissa.
The fresh, fat hand brushed against Melissa with her gaunt features, bumping her with its weight, making her sway slightly in the air.
That's right. Not so lonely now, are you, girl?
She's dead, Mother. Been dead for 3 years.
I know, son. It's just that, well, she's been up there in that corner by herself all this time. A young, pretty little thing, living alone, so helpless and...
Listen to you. You sound crazy.
I guess it's just comforting to know that Melissa's got somebody to keep her company now. Mother's instinct. You wouldn't understand.
Would you like me to make them embrace? I can squeeze them together with a clamp and it'd be like they were fucking. Melissa's truck driver husband Malcolm on the road for weeks at a time, home at last to give it to her good and hard.
What the fuck am I listening to tonight?
Malcolm and Melissa, Betty, Horace, Lilith, Josephine, Francine, Paul, Michael, Larry, Bob, Stuart, Myron, Mabel, and Annie Mae. And so many more, hanging from the beams by parachute cord. Hands. Andrew's brilliance as an engineer allowed him to work at home. They called him. NASA, the Department of Defense, even General Electric occasionally. And between the 3-car garage and the basement, Andrew had every tool a guy could ever want. Tools such as metal lathes, bandsaws, jointers, shapers, everything. Because of this, the entirety of his house was an aromatic mixture of sweet oil and musty wood, burnt plastic and various chemicals, only a hint of rotting flesh, easily explained as dead rats in the attic. And if Andrew was the type, had he thought about it, he might have concluded that all those tools and aromas came together to form the inspiration for his famous mechanical designs. perhaps even for his infamous one. Her name was Shelley, made from titanium carbide with an aluminum casing, Teflon joints, operated and functioned solely by compressed air. Shelley was a miniature pneumatic guillotine. She was Andrew's pride and joy. She used to be a simple machete back in the days of hacking off kitty paws, but now Shelley sat comfortably in a glass case in his living room, openly naked for Andrew's few friends to scratch their heads at, wondering what the hell she was all about. Just another one of Andy's cool designs, they supposed. And during his free time, when Andrew pursued his hobby, Shelley sat comfortably in the large pocket of his trench coat, waiting.
I still think you should forget about the library. Too quiet. Oh, but don't you see? That's exactly why it's perfect, Mother. People read in libraries. They browse. They wander the aisles of favorite books and magazines, captivated by their thoughts. They would never suspect Shelley.
Still, it seems risky. There'll be cameras, you know.
A disguise of face and body is the simplest of creations for someone who designs remote-controlled reaching tools harbored on the starboard side of the space shuttle. Andrew never worried about cameras. And he was correct. The library was perfect. When he brushed against mentally absorbed patrons, squeezing past through aisles carrying books, clumsily dropped books while said patrons dropped hands to offer assistance, Shelley reached out and snatched those hands right off. Plucked and dropped into her aluminum casing they went, as Andrew then swept away for the nearest exit. Always, he'd be halfway out the building before the scream came.
I guess I shouldn't underestimate you, son. You've been doing this for quite some time.
That's right, Mother.
Andrew hung another hand next to Melissa, opposite side.
There now. Every girl's fantasy. A threesome. Two guys to plug her up from both ends like she was a...
Shut your mouth, Andrew Gallo.
Shut your mouth!
I need to get the bar of soap.
Over the years, Andrew had grown much bolder and more creative with the places he collected his hands. For in the beginning, it was only sleeping hands.
The mom's
hands
a hero.
cuddled in blankets.
Shut your nasty mouth, boy!
Deep in the night. As another effortless task for someone as smart as Andrew was the breaking of an entry. Apartment complexes were always his...
Your great-granddaughter had to be a cross-dresser!
She does sound like that.
favorite, since they offered so many suspects. A comical reflection for Andrew when he observed the many doors on his way out toward the street or alleyway. Yet now, it was libraries, bus stops, and dance floors. Crowded walkways in the middle of downtown's bright and sunny day. A simple challenge of where to collect his next hand.
I think you're just bored. That's what this is.
Still doubting me, Mother?
The library is one thing, but the county courthouse... They've been looking for you for years, Andy. Every person in that building knows about you.
Every person in this county. And in Sedgwick, Homer and Fenton, Brisbane, and a few others, I suppose. But I'm heading for Tanner County, next state over, Mother. Don't think I've collected any hands from that place. Have I?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Time and distance were an equation for complacency in the hordes of wandering hands of the world. Andrew Gallo understood this, of course, which was one reason for his indomitable spirit in capturing his victims unaware. Wait a few weeks, even months, drive far from home, enjoy the ride, pay cash, park the car, drink coffee, chew gum, read a book or two, stare out from the windshield and observe. Simple as pie. And effective, too.
Excuse me, sir. Can you tell me where the restroom is?
Right over there, down the hall. Second door to your left.
Hey, you're that judge that put away that gang of bank robbers, aren't you?
Who? Me? No, I'm just a...
It's good to have guys like you around.
Andrew reached out for a handshake. Man reciprocated. Natural response. They shook hands, nodded, and smiled. His teeth were pearly white with pink gums. Andrew's teeth were stained yellow. Gums that bled wantonly from lack of care. And it's amazing, thought Andrew, how a person flattered from mistaken identity could become so defenseless with a false ego, so complacent, and so completely unaware.
Where was that bathroom again?
Just down there.
Andrew stared down the hall. Man reciprocated stare. Natural response.
Second door to the...
Shelley swept forward and grasped the shaking hand. Titanium carbide teeth severed flesh, bone, and sinew. Job finished. The hand collector strikes again. That's how the papers printed it, actually. Finally. And it made Andrew laugh with joy. Pure, unadulterated validation.
Oh, you should have seen his face, Mother.
And he wasn't a judge.
No, not at all. Just some random guy. Had money, though. That's for sure.
Andrew dropped a ring into a mason jar.
Princeton alumni. First one of those.
Perhaps you should start a new collection.
A pause.
What could be better than hands, Mother?
To his credit, Andrew wasn't a killer. He wasn't even a full-fledged maimer, in that others of his craft might have sought the greedy path of attempting to leave their victims with no hands at all. Andrew wasn't even that greedy back in the days when Shelley was a machete. The reason for this was that he enjoyed watching cats get around the neighborhood on 3 paws. Andrew appreciated his work. He took pride in it, studied it, and observed it. And so, every once in a while, Andrew took a vacation from his hobby to do just that.
Let's go see Melissa again. See how she's doing.
Every once in a while, Andrew observed his past victims doing ordinary things in ordinary places.
I wonder if she has a boyfriend yet. The pretty little thing. Oh, I do feel sorry for her.
And every once in a while, Andrew could be nothing but the nicest guy around.
Let me give you a hand loading those bags, miss.
Excuse me?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Poor choice of words.
Andrew shook his head.
I can be such an idiot sometimes.
Oh, that's okay, and thank you.
No, please, don't mention it. My wife lost her feed to diabetes young and early. It had a real shame. It tore her up something awful, but we manage. We know how it is.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's terrible.
It's nothing really. It is what it is, as they say. But I gotta ask you, how in the world do you drive this car?
Well, I've got an attachment on the steering wheel.
Huh, really? I wonder if they make something like that for people with no feet. Well, do you mind if I look?
Well, sure. Okay, I guess.
You're about to get your other hand snatched.
That is a handy little gadget, ain't it? Well, gotta be going now. You have yourself a nice day, miss.
You too. And, thank you.
Nothing but the nicest guy around.
Oh my god, this guy's so creepy.
An explanation of criminal justice in a nutshell. Victims of predators are often the voters. When incidents of crime violate enough of these voters, they tend to speak out. Depending upon the political demographics of the assaulted region, statistics indicate liberals are often more passive to crime than their hard-nosed brothers. If their voices are loud enough, local politicians reliant upon such voters shake, rattle, and roll. The police chief might then receive a phone call from Jerry the mayor. Get your goons out on the street to bust some balls. However, when the wave of violence bypasses the masses completely, ascending the hill to somebody like a state senator, that phone call goes something like this.
Hello, Jerry, and this is Fred Walker, Senator. Yeah, cut the crap. Listen, last night my son got his hand cut off by that wacko of yours. I said cut the crap, Jerry. And don't even think to argue, because we all know this guy's from your jurisdiction. So here's the deal. I'm gonna keep things simple by saying, if you don't find the bastard who cut off my son's hand, you're gonna learn what it really means to have a dragon breathe down your neck. You think everything that happens in Vegas stays in Vegas? Think again, Jerry boy. Yeah, that's right. So make some calls and find this asshole.
And of course, Jerry knows a lot of people, federal people, who also know people. And since Jerry also knows what happened in Vegas, and that photographs never lie, he picks up the phone and calls these people. And before long, there are much more than local detectives sniffing the neighborhoods of Jerry's jurisdiction. 3 weeks later, they busted Andrew's door down. And the first thing they found was Shelley sitting in her glass display case. She had been buffed to such brilliance, it seemed as if the tool smiled in mockery at the police officers, the detectives, and the forensic lab rats. They found everything in Andrew's house as it was, hands and all. 20 years worth of baffling crimes closed in a single day. They even found the box of kitty paws up in the attic. They found everything they needed to solve the riddle of the hand collector, except, of course, for Andy himself. For Andrew Gallo really was one smart toad of a man. First sign of a federal agent knocking at his door, recorded and alerted by hidden cameras stashed in the eaves, and Andy turned into Larry, who was out the back door on his way to a motel room 50 miles away near his storage unit that kept a small stash of old personal belongings, packed and ready to go.
Oh, I sure miss the gang. Especially Melissa.
Old personal belongings included an old identity.
I miss Shelley.
Old identity included a passport, foreign bank account, and open airline tickets.
No, you would miss her, Andy.
And in Greece, on the small island of Nissos Samothraki, commonly referred to as Nissos, was Larry's 100-year-old villa, bought and paid for with cash.
Call me Larry, Mother. I'm Larry now, remember? Larry Christakos. Call me Larry.
Oh, whatever, son. Could you put me up there near the window overlooking the sea? Those Aegean sunsets were always my favorite.
Listen to you, Mother. Sounding crazy again.
Through that window, Larry observed an orange tabby gracefully walk along a brick wall. A smile crossed his face as he went downstairs into the basement, carrying a mason jar. Now at a table that held a variety of old, rusty tools, Larry brought the mason jar to his lips. A jar filled not with rings, gold and silver, but with pink liquid, and one bright and juicy hand.
Now, that would be too risky.
Damn. The voice work on that one was phenomenal. We have just been listening to the weirdest fucking stories tonight.
How to have fun anytime, anywhere. Step 1. Go to ChumbaCasino.com.
ChumbaCasino.com.
I ain't going to no
Step
damn
2,
casino.
Collect your welcome bonus.
Come to Papa welcome bonus.
Step 3. Play hundreds of casino-style games for free.
That's a lot of games. All for free?
Step 4. Unleash your excitement.
Chumba Casino has been delivering thrills for over a decade. So claim your free welcome bonus now and live the Chumba
I have not had a single break from any of these stories. They just keep getting worse.
Tyler Reddick here from 2311 Racing. The rush of racing? Nothing beats it. But Chumba Casino comes close. Chumba's got fast spins, fun games, daily bonuses, and all the action you can handle. Now that's a ride. Ready to hit the throttle? Get in the driver's seat and head to ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by Chumba Casino. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
When it comes to popular radio shows, there aren't many better than WNSP's overnight programming. But besides that, there's a great morning show in Seattle. Lots of callers and interactions with listeners. But in this tale, shared with us by author Christian Hart, it's not a normal day when the host, Steve, arrives at the station. Seems a lot of people are looking for answers, and that's only the start of the troubles. Performing this tale are Mike Delgadio, Dan Zapula, Lindsay Russo, Graham Rowett, Sarah Thomas, Nicole Goodnight, Matthew Bradford, Mary Murphy, Aaron Lillis, Ellie Hirschman, Peter Lewis, and Jesse Cornett. So if you're a first-time, long-time kind of person, just hold the line, because you're the next caller.
The drive to the station that morning was verging on freezing. The chilly weather had not blown through since the night before when thunderclouds rolled into town. Thunder still rolled in the early hours of this morning. The only good thing about my 3 o'clock journey to the station was the lack of traffic. See, I didn't have to sit behind a gridlock and freeze my ass off. Instead, I could freeze my ass off while driving at a steady 60 miles per hour. Even after 30 years of being the host of Good Morning Seattle, the winter months never seemed to get easier. Something about driving to work when it was dark and cold, and then driving home when it was dark and cold was off-putting. Our station's parking lot stood empty, except for a brown 1985 Oldsmobile Cutlass, my new producer's stylish ride. He'd probably gotten there an hour or so before I did, and that would probably last another month or so before the new hire's motivation would wear off from the daily grind. The unmanned front lobby had a pot of coffee already brewed. The man had just started and already he was gunning for a raise. With my coffee cup freshly topped off, my boot heels echoed on the tiled floor as I made my way to the studio. The on-air sign hanging near the studio door was unlit as I pushed my way inside the small room. I pulled the cracked black leather rolling chair underneath me and grunted the way all old men do as they sit. This would be my home for the next 8 hours or so. I reviewed that morning's notes I took the day before, going through the predicted weather, traffic, upcoming events, and so on. Smooth jazz played faintly from the loose headphones around the microphone boom. We must have had at least a few more songs to go because Luke, our producer and new hire, was not in the production booth. While finishing up the last of my notes, Luke had slipped into the production booth unnoticed. When I looked up, he met my gaze and gave a sheepish wave, then motioned for me to put my headset on. I swigged the last of my coffee and put on the headset.
We got a huge lineup of callers this morning, Steve. The phone is ringing off the hook. Something's got the morning risers in a stir.
Well, they can wait. We got at least 2 more songs till bingo time. Don't you want to finish your coffee? Luke was still filling the shoes of the producer who had just retired, and conversation lately had been a little awkward. He looked at me in a shy way, not wanting to push too hard, but something was clearly bothering him.
I'm serious, Steve. There's a lot of people calling in today, and not the usuals either. Maybe the shit weather has got everyone roused this morning or something. Either way, I don't think it would be a bad idea to start early.
I'd seen that before. New hire comes in and thinks he knows how to fix everything. With temporary but powerful motivation for a new job, they're, eager to prove themselves. Luke was probably still in his early to mid-20s, so I understood. He'd still got the youthful energy within him. In some ways, I envied him. I let out a sigh of acceptance with just a twinge of annoyance. All right, fine. Let's do this thing. I swung the microphone in front of me as the last song faded out and my seriously dated intro began to play.
Steve in the morning. Steve in the morning. Good morning, Seattle. Good morning, Seattle.
Man, oh man, we needed to change that soon. As the last bit of music from the intro played, I then went through my daily morning briefing to the great city of Seattle. Our show had a decent number of listeners, mainly morning commuters or early risers, and played from 4 a.m. to around noon when the afternoon crew rolled in. And it looks like the thunder showers are here to stay this morning and potentially well into the afternoon. Now, what you've all been waiting for. Let's get to those phones. Luke pointed over at me, and the small flashing red light on the desk indicated we had someone on the line. With one click of a button near the microphone boom, the first caller was on the air. Hey, neighbor. How are we all doing this morning?
Steve, hi. What's going on? What's in the sky? I don't want to look. It wants me to, but I don't want to look.
Taken a bit aback, confusion roused my tired mind, before what was happening finally clicked. Uh-oh, folks. Looks like we've got ourselves a prank caller. I guess we'll have anyone on these days.
Oh, there
All
it goes.
right, pranker,
Notifications.
I'll indulge you. What's your name?
Mary.
All right, Mary. What is in the sky this morning? It sure as hell isn't the sun.
I'm not sure. I'll just take a glance. I think... It's beautiful. It's looking right at me. He's looking right at me.
For a second, I really didn't know what to say back. The radio show killer was dead air, and over the years I'd learned to improvise. Oh, Mary. All right, you got your kicks. Say goodbye to everyone. I hope you had fun.
Steve, you need to look.
The line clicked as we cut off the caller. A cuckoo bird played, and Luke and I smiled at one another coyly. It's too early for this shit. Plenty of prank callers make their attempts, but I admit this one made me a little uneasy. We occasionally have the typical drunk frat kids call in, still awake from the bars that would have closed just a few hours before. But this lady, Well, she seemed right off her rocker. Something about her voice. She seemed genuinely frightened. We all love the prank callers, right? But come on, folks. Wasn't our Halloween special enough? All right, people. On to the next caller. I clicked on the next caller as the light...
Alright, hold on. 1 second. Okay, that's probably good. Yeah. Maybe. The lines look weird for some reason. I don't know. Okay. Anyway. 1 second. That second one with the trees is really cool. Like, you really nailed that perspective. And the expression is always really good as well. Okay, shoot. Which tab was I on? Okay, yeah, it was this one. Yeah, it's really cool. I like when you make the eyes kind of wobbly when they're scared. I kind of do that too sometimes. It really gives them like this uncanny look about them that kind of elevates what they're feeling. Just like messing with the irises of the eyes. Oh no, I'm out of G Fuel. Damn it. Okay. Oh, this is a long one. Oh, actually, hold on. Okay, 117. That's not too bad, actually. And then I'm free. I'm gonna eat soup. And watch stuff. Maybe.
Flashed red. Hey there, Seattleite. How's the commute this breezy November morning? As we approach the 5 a.m. hour, I know it's probably...
Don't look in the clouds! Whatever you do not look into the clouds! My poor son, he's gone mad. Steve, you need to tell people not to look up!
I shot the producer a confused look. How did he manage to get 2 loons back to back? Something on my face registered with him, but Luke just shrugged in an I told you so sort of way. Okay, very funny. I don't know how you managed, but you and your friend Mary are pretty clever. This will go down as one of our...
Steve, listen to me, you dumb fuck!
I barely had time to flick my thumb over the button to remove the caller as the outburst happened. Sorry, folks. We obviously are having some hooligans on the air this morning. We apologize for the obscene language. I pointed to Luke. We'll take a quick break and be back with some of your fellow morning commuters right after Sister Goldenhair. As America started to strum their first few chords, I removed my headset and quickly got up. I stormed into the production booth with a few choice words on my mind.
Luke, what the fuck was that? You know the FCC can fine us for that kind of language. I get it. We're told to boost our ratings, but I doubt the big man upstairs is going to be happy with what we got going on this morning, huh? Look, let's vet this morning crowd out a little bit more before going forward, yeah?
Man, I don't know what to tell you. I have 10 callers on the line right now, and every one of them sounds about the same as the last 2.
Did he just say 10 more callers? We often only have 3 to 4 callers at most during the first hour of the show. Jesus. Was this some sort of coordinated effort? Was some pranking group trying to go viral? Or were these real callers? Some words flashed on the producer's screen. New caller waiting. Our phone line now had 11 callers. All right, look, hang up the other 10 callers and just let me take this new call off the air, huh? If the song ends, just, I don't know, throw in the Doobie Brothers or something. He flashed me a quick thumbs up, tapped on some buttons on the production panel, and handed me an extra headset. Tossing the headset on, I reached toward the screen with the one remaining caller and clicked through to the call. Hi, this is Steve from Good Morning Seattle. We just wanted to do a quick off-air check-in to see what you'd like to talk with us about today. A voice barely registered on the headset. A faint whisper was all that could be heard.
Look up, 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 look up.
I clicked off the line. What the hell was going on? Bright flashes of lightning outside illuminated the shade-drawn window over the producer's shoulder. Stepping past Luke, I hesitated before pushing my fingers through a flap of the shades, spreading two of the blinds to get a good look outside. Peeking through, I looked down 3 stories to the street below. The storm was still raging, and the early morning light had not come over the horizon yet. The first signs of sun would not come for at least another hour or two. Storm water had flooded the empty street. Up the road, I spotted a car speeding, going at least 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. That driver was crazy for going that speed on these small side streets. Just a second after I noticed it, the car hydroplaned and swerved into an adjacent building. A person was ejected from the vehicle and threw 30 feet from the wreckage. I looked up and down the road, but there were no other cars in sight. I might have been the only one who had seen this terrible crash. We had to call the police.
Christ. Hey, Luke, call the...
But as I looked up toward the producer, something else caught my eye. In the horizon, across the Puget Sound, above the Olympic mountain range, a shadow loomed in the dark clouds as lightning flashed. Impossibly large wings slowly flapped down, appearing to brush the tips of the snow-capped mountains in the distance. The flash faded, and I peered harder out across the narrow seawater. In my peripherals, evergreens stood in the nearby park, whipping back and forth violently as the wind gusts picked up loose trash from the surrounding area. Another flash of lightning illuminated the stormy sky. This time, the midsection of the winged beast was clear. Large, red eyes gleamed in the dark sky from a swirling tendril-covered face. Even at this distance, I could tell it was looking right at me. I couldn't look away. My eyes began to water, but I couldn't blink. A low, guttural voice began speaking to me. It spoke so loudly that I felt my skull vibrate as it reverberated through my eardrums. My vision began to blur, the red eyes swallowing my own. A vast desert spread out in front of me. The bones of millions and millions of people lay stacked in a grand pile. Scanning my surroundings, I saw decaying corpses strewn all around me. Looking down at my arms and legs, they appeared malnourished, skinny to the bone. Rising panic began filling my chest, the horror around me culminating in an internal droning scream. In the distance, the giant beast filled the yellowish-orange horizon, making its way back to its fortress of bones. Wind began whipping the desert sand across my body, gashing away at my thin skin, ripping off all of what I had left on my wilting body. I fell to my knees, realizing I would succumb to the beast soon. Certain doom was inevitable. It would take everything, for it was hungry, and that hunger was not yet sated. I could feel its hunger. A bottomless pit never to be filled. A black hole sucking in the universe. A hand yanked hard on my shoulder. My own hand broke away from its fixed spot, opening the blinds. I jerked around, fumbling back, and finally fell on my ass. Shifting back to reality, I sat there, shaking. How long had I been looking through the blinds? How long had I been in that place? Hours? Days? Months? Years? My perception of time had completely warped. Reeling, I looked up at Luke, eyes stinging. The last few chords of Sister Golden Hair finished playing in the background from Luke's headset, which he now clutched in his hand. I was back in the studio. I had never left the studio. What the fuck just happened? Luke crouched to my level.
Steve! Jesus Christ, is everything okay? Why weren't you responding to me? Is that blood? Are you bleeding?
I felt what I thought were teardrops from my dried eyes rolling down my cheeks. Wiping my hand at them, a dark red liquid covered my palms. My God, my eyes were bleeding. Clenching my eyes shut, I rubbed them to soothe the sting.
Don't look outside. But Steve, what happened to you? What's outside?
He got up and took a step toward me and the window, hand outstretched.
I said don't look, goddammit!
I smacked his hand away with force. Luke looked down at me, puzzled, the same sheepish look from earlier that morning.
Fine, Steve, but you need to see a doctor. Your eyes, they don't look good.
My eyes still burned like crazy, that being the least of my concerns.
Luke, look, we need to get back on the air, all right? There's something is out there, Luke. Something big is coming this way, and it's hungry. It wants us. It wants all of us. I'm not sure what it is, but we need to tell the people. We need people to know. They need to run.
What, are we being attacked? Is it terrorists? Another country?
No, it's...
I lacked the words to explain what had just happened to me, to describe what I had saw, to describe the hunger, to describe the black hole that was the beast.
The hunger.
Look, there's something out there that wants to kill us. If you look at it, it will kill you. Do you have family in the city? Look, if you do, you need to call them right now. Hell, you need to get them and get yourself out of town.
Steve, you're scaring me. You know my family is from Philly. I moved out here for this gig. What the hell is going on?
Look, you need to trust me, Luke. You need to leave town. Get in your car, drive away, and don't look back. But before you go, I need you to set me up to go live. I need to warn the others.
Luke seemed to ponder this. In the momentary silence, the single-pane glass windows shook in their frames as the wind picked up, howling just outside the studio. The wind was getting stronger as it grew nearer. I could still feel the beast's gaze on me.
The
beast
beast
had seen me, and it would not forget me. It wanted me. It needed me.
Okay, calm down.
I'm going to stay with you. I have nowhere to go.
He looked away, troubled, questioning what he had just said.
I'm not gonna lie though, man. I'm scared. So just give it to me straight. Are we gonna be all right? Or are we about to die?
I don't know, but we might be able to save the others.
We both looked at each other for a moment, not sure what to say. Luke held out a hand and helped me up. I pulled him into a brief hug, trying to give what assurance I could to the young producer.
I won't leave you.
I walked out of the production booth and back into the studio. Sitting down on the cracked leather chair, I put the headset back on and swiveled the microphone close, preparing myself as best I could. Luke pointed in my direction. The music from the headset had been cut and we were live once again.
Folks, there is no easy way to say this, but you must evacuate the city. Drive east, north, south, it doesn't matter, but you can't stay here. I repeat, you must evacuate the city. This is not a joke or a hoax. It's real.
I paused, thinking of what next to say. Look, this is gonna sound crazy. There's a flying creature that... well, it's coming to kill us all.
There's a demon on the loose.
Your family and leave now. Leave as fast as you can. Looking up, I saw Luke's expression had turned to that of a small, scared, confused child. He looked helpless. That's when Luke's words dawned on me. Nowhere to go. If anyone wants to call our studio, we are still here and will remain live for as long as possible. Please, call in. Our lines are clear. Call 206-555-0206. Again, 206-555-0206. Almost immediately, Luke waved and pointed towards me. The red flashing light pinged on the desk in front of me. I reached over and clicked in the first caller. Hello, this is Steve. Where are you and what are you doing?
Hi, I need help. My parents are gone and I just woke up. I heard your voice on the radio and you told me to call you. Can you help me?
The blood in my face drained. I was not expecting this. Hi, sweetie. Look, everything's gonna be okay, all right? Is there anyone else with you in the house? Do you have neighbors?
My older brother is here, but he's still sleeping. He told me to never wake him up. Gets grumpy when I wake him up early, and will pick on me if I do.
Sweetie, you need to wake him up and put him on the phone. It's important.
Danny? Danny, you need to get up. There's someone on the phone for you. Danny, you need to talk to him. Wake up.
Sadie, what's going on? What time is it? Sadie, it's still dark outside. You should be in bed. Where's Mom? What is that? Oh, no. No.
Sadie, don't look out the window. Please, no, don't look outside. My mouth hung open, and a lump swelled in my throat. What am I even doing? The thought came to me, but before I had time to process it, the red light started to flash. I clicked into the next caller. Hi, this is Steve. What's your name and where are you?
Hey, Steve. I'm Ben, a long-time listener, first-time caller. Hey, I thought Halloween was over. I loved your guys' special a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't know you would keep the immersion going this long. Great stuff, guys. Keep it up.
No, wait, listen, this is real. You need to leave the city. Where are you at?
Oh, I'm in Bothell. And hey, I am a huge fan. Hell, my kids will love to listen to the playback of this. I'm actually listening in on my phone. About to head out the door for work. Oh, and this is seriously great stuff, guys.
The headset picked up the door squeaking on his hinges. He was leaving the house. I cut him off in mid-sentence. Listen to me, motherfucker. Close your door and pack your things. You and your family need to get out of town. Look, this isn't a fucking bit.
Whoa. Hey, easy there, Steve. I know, my neighbor is here. Hang on. Bill, it's too early for yard work. What are you doing, pal? Oh, guess what? I'm on the radio right now. What are you looking at, anyway?
I slammed my desk in frustration. God damn it! No! The line cut out once again. Staring up at the booth, Luke gave me a solemn look before putting his head in his hands. I couldn't hear him, but I knew he was sobbing. The red light flashed and I clicked into the next caller. With newfound determination, I thought to myself that I couldn't let anyone else die. Hi, this is Steve. Look, you need to listen to me. Do not look in the sky outside. Pack what you can and leave town. A familiar voice came through.
Steve, this is Bella. I can't reach your cell. What's going on? I've been listening all morning. I won't look outside. My mom and dad are awake too, but I haven't seen them since they told me to pack my things. My door's closed, but I think I can hear them talking or chanting something out in the living room. I'm scared.
My niece, sister, and brother-in-law lived only a few miles from the studio. My stomach sank at the thought of something happening to them. This was my chance. I might still be able to save them.
Listen, Belle, I'm here. Look, just focus on my voice, okay? Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
My niece let in and out 3 long breaths. The tenseness in my shoulders momentarily relaxed. I was relieved that my niece was all right, but I couldn't help but wonder if my sister and brother-in-law were okay too.
Okay, good. Good girl. Now, you're gonna have to help me out here, hon. Don't look outside any windows, but I need you to crack the door and see what's going on in the living room. Can you do that for me?
Yes. Yes, I can do that.
A twist of a doorknob could be heard as Bella cracked her bedroom door into the living room. The chanting she described was now clearly audible.
Mom? Dad?
I could feel the building shake, and I looked up from my stupor. Luke was looking nervously towards the windows. Flipping one side of my headset off, I heard the building crack and moan in its old frame. I stared at the vibrating windows Luke's attention was on. The glass would surely shatter soon. The chant, now a shout, ripped my attention back to the headset. Listen, Bella? Hey, is that your mom and dad?
Yes. They're looking at me, but they won't respond to anything I say. They just keep saying the same thing. They're walking right at me.
Bella, close the door. Close the door. A bang of a door came through clearly, dampening the drone of my sister and brother-in-law's voices. The studio windows finally gave in. Glass shattered inward, and heavy winds began flinging loose items around the small room. A piece of glass gashed my already bloody cheek, and I shrank my face away from that side of the room as the blinds lifted from gusts of air. Shielding my eyes, I glanced back at the production booth. Luke stood dead straight, looking directly out the window. His pupils dilated as his eyes grew wide and instantly bloodshot. Blood began to streak slowly from his tear ducts and ears. Luke then began mouthing something in the booth to himself. "We will serve." The building groaned and began to dip, the old brick building and wooden floor starting to crumble around me. I held on to the fixed table bolted to the ground as the leather chair began to roll away on the shifting floor. With one firm grip on the table and another on my headset, I cried out to my niece. "Bella? Bella, can you still hear me? Bella, you need to get out of the house and leave the city. Get in your car and leave."
Yes, Uncle Steve, I know. I just don't know how to leave. I can barely hear you. What's going on? Oh God, I think they're at the door. They're trying to break the door down.
Bella, listen to me. Climb out your window. Help, break it open. Go now. Go. Now. The building began tilting in an awkward direction as the earth below shook its foundations. I was losing my grip on the edge of the table. My chair swiveled up and was now facing the busted-out studio windows. My arm, fully outstretched, grasped the table as I hung on for dear life. As the window shades flapped up and down, the winged beast went in and out of sight. It had made its way past the Olympic mountain range, which lay burning in the distance, and was now directly over Puget Sound. The impossibly colossal body completely filled the horizon, as far as I could see in each direction. Massive cracks in the earth littered the surrounding area, swallowing whole city blocks. Tendrils trailed down from the beast, not only from its face, but from all over its body, rolling down to the writhing, brackish water below. The slow flap of its tremendous hooked wings surged down, causing tsunami-sized swells to form off the Seattle coastline. Water began surging into the city. Whole skyscrapers fell from the converging ocean and wind. It was here. I could no longer look away. Its red eyes beamed at me. Each time the eyes were revealed with the flap up in the shade, I could feel my corneas flash cook from its leer. A loud crack and bang came over the headset. Bella screamed. Glass shattered as a window was smashed on the other end of the line. Chance came over the headset. The headset slipped off my head and out of my grip. The tilt of the floor finally pulled the chair out from under me, and I thrust my free arm up to the table, still managing to hold on. The blinds flew off the window frame, and I could now fully see the beast's eyes, uninterrupted, emanating in the dark sky. Had my niece escaped? Was it too late? Bella? Bella? I could only manage to murmur as I felt the beast's hunger fill my very soul. The beast bellowed out as it crossed the coastline into the crumbling city. The booming noise burst my eardrums, and I felt a trickle of blood run down the side of my face as the unnatural, guttural language came from the winged horror. My eyes set ablaze and engulfed in the red ire of the tendril-filled face. Its eyes sank directly into my frontal cortex. I screamed out as I let go of the table.
We will serve.
Well, damn. Okay, well, that's all I'm going to play tonight. Let me just get some of these lines colored. Since I started this. I appreciate that last one being more chill in comparison to like all the other ones we listened to. I mean, like big angry demon in the sky, that's like silly, but it was a cool listen. Kind of similar to the Shreds one. It was fine. So there, you're gonna sit in silence for a minute. Just concentrating. Don't forget the last one you linked. Did you link that in the chat? It's 5 in the morning where I'm at. Are you sure? Just the first one. Okay, which link is it? Okay, we listen to that. Oh, is it this one? Okay. Yeah, we'll do this and then I gotta go. I've got to go, man.
This is a horror fiction podcast. We're here to frighten you and mess with your head. You're here because that's what you want. So give in to your fear, because tonight there will be no sleep. Brace yourself for the No Sleep Podcast. For the dark hours, dare not close your eyes. Tales of horror to frighten and disturb. Join us as the sleepless hours tick past.
It's the No Sleep Podcast. I'm David Cummings. Thanks for joining us. On this week's show, we have 6 tales about bullies, burnings, and bedlam. Now that we're well into October and people are looking to immerse themselves in the world of horror, I'd like to make you aware of a new audio project coming soon. It's a co-production between the Paragon Collective and the No Sleep Podcast, and it's called Darkest Night. More than a podcast, Darkest Night is a fully immersive audio experience and terrifying treat for the horror fan's senses. You see, it's recorded binaurally with cutting-edge technology, and the sound quality brings the entire narrative to life, creating a rich 360-degree virtual reality effect when you listen with headphones. It'll sound like you're right there in the room where it's happening, and that's not always a place you want to be. Why not hear it for yourself with this sample from the series trailer?
Alright, I'm just gonna chill.
Project Cyclops Day 1 about to begin. Entering the laboratory now.
Listen. Do you hear it?
She's good.
Oh no, something's not right. Why? That's weird. My hotkeys aren't working. Why not? Okay, now they're working. What the hell? Loading. Okay, there we go. It wasn't working. Okay.
Welcome to the Darkest Night. Today, we are unveiling Project Cyclops, the Center's most ambitious venture to date. With Project Cyclops, not only are we able to discover the secrets behind a man's death, we have developed a method to relive the very last moments of their life.
Your feast awaits you, son.
The Darkest Night will reveal that secrets have become a relic of the past. And free will is just an illusion.
Darkest Night is written by two authors regularly featured on our show, Christopher Bloodworth and Jimmy Giuliano. And it features an all-star celebrity cast, including Dennis O'Hare from American
Bloodworth,
Horror
is he
Story,
related to Edgeworth?
Missy Pyle, RuPaul, Ricky Dillon, Michelle
RuPaul.
Visage, and Casey Wayland of We're Alive. And taking us on the journey as the series narrator is Lee Pace from AMC's Halt and Catch Fire. Every chapter of this anthology series will delve into the last memories of the recently deceased.
I'm gonna get up while this
slowly
plays.
revealing a horrifying master
But
plan.
I still have my headphones in.
The first two episodes of the hour-long podcast will be available on Halloween, Monday, October 31st. So keep your eyes and ears open for Darkest Night, premiering this Halloween. And since we've entered the darkest night, it's the perfect time to stay awake and listen to this week's show. In our first tale, we meet a young woman with a rather unpleasant cousin. As we learn from author S.H. Cooper, the cousin has been bullying a girl at her school, and the fallout from her cruelty will impact all involved. Performing this tale are Jessica McAvoy, Addison Peacock, Nicole Goodnight, and Alexis Bristow. So check your caller ID and hope you don't receive her last call.
When my mother told me that Katrina was coming to stay with us for a few days, I immediately started going through all the stages of grief. First, I tried to deny that it was going to happen, to which Mom replied that I'd have a say in house guests once I started paying half of the mortgage. That made me angry, so I gave her the silent treatment, pouty glares and all. When she seemed amused by that, I moved to bargaining. I told her I'd do all the housework for a month if Kat didn't come. I got a pat on the head, taken up on my offer to clean more, and, oh, by the way, she was still coming. Depression and acceptance occurred at the same time. I was miserable while I cleaned my room, making space on the floor for the air mattress that my cousin would use, and I grumbled loudly the entire time.
Oh, cheer up, Buttercup. It's only for a week.
A very long, very frustrating week, in which I would have to share my sanctuary with one of my least favorite people. Mom knew how I felt about Kat. I was very vocal about it. But it didn't change the fact that she let my aunt and uncle drop her off on our doorstep every time they went out of town. I was convinced they viewed their yearly vacation as a much-needed break from their daughter.
All right, I'm
But
back.
Mom said that was a terrible thing to suggest, and I wasn't allowed to verify whether it was true.
Well, you're both a bit older now. Maybe you'll have more things in common. Try to be nice.
But the moment Kat stepped into my room, I knew this visit would be no different than any of the others. She threw her things onto my bed, gave me a disinterested once-over, and pulled out her phone. Only 2 years separated us, but Kat had quite the queen bee complex and couldn't be bothered with someone so beneath her as a 14-year-old. Before bed that night, Kat took the invitation to make herself at home to the next level. She convinced my mom that the air mattress would be too uncomfortable and cause her back pain, so I was forced to switch. Kat watched me get settled on the mattress with a victorious smirk, and I wanted nothing more than to beam her right in her face with whatever was closest at hand. While I struggled to find a comfortable position, she reclined against her pillows and blasted obnoxiously loud music from her phone. I had only just managed to get Katrina to turn off her music, shut off the light, and agree to sleep when her phone rang. Instantly, I was sitting upright again, one of my pillows in hand, aimed at my cousin. "Don't you dare answer it." She scoffed, and I was reminded, once again, why I disliked her so strongly. I launched the pillow at Kat's face, but she smacked it aside and flipped me off before answering. To annoy me further, she put the call on speaker.
Who is this?
Katerina?
Who's asking?
This is Virginia Press. From school?
There was something odd about the way the girl spoke. A nervous, twitchy energy that made me uncomfortable.
Virgin? How did you get my number? Why the hell are you even calling me?
Because there's something I need to say to you.
This couldn't, wait until Monday?
No, I need to say it now.
Kat heaved a put-upon sigh.
Fine, whatever. But when you're done, delete my number. I don't need weirdos like you calling me and pretending we're friends.
That's your problem. You treat people like crap. You say what you want, you hurt our feelings, but you don't care.
This is what you called?
Shut up. You always get to do the talking, but it's my turn now. You're a horrible person, Katerina. You're nasty and mean, and you make everyone who isn't just like you miserable.
The shock that crossed Katrina's face was delicious. I doubted anyone had ever spoken to her that way, and I was only too happy to have a front row seat when it finally happened.
You've made me miserable for so long. I know it was you who made everyone start calling me virgin. I know it was you who photoshopped those pictures of me, and I know it was you who started the rumors about me being a lesbian. I can't go into the locker room or bathroom anymore without people screaming that I'm trying to look at them.
Katrina mimed a yawn at me, and I scowled. This poor girl was obviously hurting, and Kat couldn't have cared less.
People started calling my house and telling my parents. My dad wanted to throw me out.
Not my problem, Virgin.
It is, though. This all started because of you. I never did anything to you, and you've made everyone hate me.
No, I didn't. They hated you because you're such a fucking freak.
That's okay.
Virginia's voice had become eerily calm. I thought I could hear wind whistling in the background.
It's not going to be anyone's problem real soon.
What?
I just wanted to tell you. I wanted you to know so that you never doubted it. This is all your fault.
Virginia started to scream. It was so loud, full of fear. And it went on and on for what felt like minutes, muffled only by the sound of the wind whipping wildly by. Kat fumbled to pick her phone up, desperately trying to hang up, and I wanted her to so badly, but her hands were shaking and clumsy. The scream ended abruptly in a heavy, wet thud. We stared at one another, eyes wide, speechless and pale. The phone crackled a couple of times, and then went quiet. Did she? I couldn't bring myself to ask the full question. Kat gaped dumbly, her mouth opening and closing, and she just kept shaking her head in disbelief.
Girls?
We jumped when my mom knocked on the bedroom door.
Everything okay in there?
Before Kat could answer, I sprung up and pulled the door open to throw myself into my mom's arms. She pat my back comfortingly, but was obviously confused, and when Kat didn't answer her, she tipped my tear-streaked face upwards.
Baby, what's wrong?
I think she killed herself.
What? Who?
The girl on the phone. We both looked over to Kat, who had taken on a greenish tint. She ran from the bed, shoving past us on her way out, and locked herself in the bathroom. We listened in stunned silence as she vomited violently. Kat didn't come out for hours and refused to speak to us through the door, so it was up to me to tell Mom what had happened. She was horrified, and for a moment, I thought she'd be sick too. She collected herself quickly, though, and told me to go try to sleep in her bed for a while she took care of things. I lay awake the rest of the night, unable to get Virginia's terrified shrieking out of my head. The police found her body the next morning at the foot of the town water tower. They said she used a pair of bolt cutters lying nearby to get through the chain link fence, and she'd climbed all the way to the top. That's why I heard wind when she was talking, I thought numbly, as we watched the story unfold on the news. She was already up there. After it got out that her last call had been to Kat, I thought for sure that she would be shunned for her part in the girl's death, but her friends rallied around her. They blamed Virginia for putting Kat through such an ordeal, and said it was so cruel for her to do such a thing.
Oh my
Kat
God.
had only ever played harmless pranks. I was floored by their response, and angry that they were turning Virginia into a villain, but there was nothing I could do. I'd never met the girl, hadn't even known who she was prior to that night. She'd just been another upperclassman lost in our crowded school. Kat seemed to recover from it all very quickly. Her parents offered to come back early from their vacation, but she declined. She was fine, she insisted. She was just going to put Virginia Press out of her mind and move on. She relished in the extra attention the situation was bringing, and I overheard her tell and retell the story multiple times, treating it like some kind of spectator sport. I was disgusted by her behavior, and after so many days, I told her so.
She called me. I have every right to tell my story.
Your story? Her death isn't your story. You're such a bitch! We started to argue, calling each other names and making catty remarks aimed to hurt. We were getting louder, more heated, and I was sure we were going to resort to physical fighting when her phone rang. It helped break some of the tension, and I slumped back in my chair at my desk, watching her with narrowed eyes. She tossed another insult at me before answering.
Who is this?
I watched the color drain from her face, and she hung up quickly. Who was it? I couldn't help asking.
No one. Mind your own business.
The phone rang
Mind your own
again.
business.
She glanced down at it, but didn't answer. Her expression was agitated. The ringtone kept playing, an endless loop of some Lady Gaga song. Long after it should have gone to
excuse me,
voicemail,
that's bad romance.
Kat threw the phone onto my bed and backed away towards the door. I could see the caller ID read unknown.
I'm sorry to pause, but you know what would actually be perfect if they played Paparazzi by Lady Gaga instead? Because that whole story is, if you watch the music video, like, her partner pushed her off a building in an attempt to kill her and, I guess, get her wealth? I don't know, but then she comes back for revenge and kills him. That would have been, like, you know, great foreshadowing.
What the hell, Kat?
Don't answer it!
But whoever was calling wasn't going to be ignored. There was only so many times I could listen to the same few lines of a song before I snapped and, despite her trying to stop me, I lunged at the phone and answered it. Hello?
Katerina?
That voice. I knew it instantly. I didn't think I'd ever forget it. Virginia?
This is Virginia Press. From school?
Kat snatched the phone away from me and hung up. She was shaking, caught somewhere between fear and fury.
It's a prank. Some sicko trying to make me feel bad.
Her phone went off again. This time, she answered immediately.
I don't know who this is, but if you don't knock it off, I'm calling the cops.
Shut up. You always get to do the talking, but it's my turn now. You're a horrible person, Katerina. You're nasty and mean, and you make everyone who isn't just like you miserable.
Kat released a frightened sob and again cut off the call. We looked at one another, uncertain and afraid, and then down to the phone. It rang again. Kat tried to decline the call, but it didn't matter. It kept ringing. Give it to me. I tore the battery out of the back. The screen didn't even flicker. Kat and I bolted from the room, leaving both phone and battery on the floor behind us. As we ran through the kitchen, the house phone went off. When that was ignored, my own phone followed suit, and I tore it from my pocket. The caller came up as unknown. I chucked it over my shoulder, and we ran out of the house, tears streaming down our faces. Mom came home to find us huddled on the front steps, shaking and crying and unable to tell her why. When she tried to get us back in the house, we begged her to take us over to Kat's and stay there for a while, but she refused unless we told her what was going on. Virginia's been calling. Mom was immediately sympathetic and sat between us, an arm around each of our shoulders.
What you've been through was very traumatic, girls, and I'm so sorry for that, but you know Virginia can't be calling.
It was, though. Mom kissed the top of my head.
It was probably just someone who sounded like her and you got scared. That's okay.
But she said the exact same things.
Our brains can trick us when we're afraid, baby, that's all.
Kat, tell her! I looked pleadingly at my cousin, who just shook her head. She'd calmed considerably since Mom came home, and now looked annoyed at me.
I can't believe I let you get me so worked up over nothing. Your mom's right.
I had never felt so betrayed. Before I could argue further, Mom handed off her car keys to Kat and told her to take me to the pizza place and grab some dinner, her treat. She was too tired from work to join us, but would watch a movie with us when we got home. The last thing I wanted to do was spend more time with Kat, who was now a liar on top of everything else. But I was told in the mom voice that it would be fun, and I was going. Grudgingly, we agreed. knowing full well Mom wouldn't have it any other way. Mom gave us each a $20 bill and told us to call if we needed anything. She didn't know we both left our phones home.
Why did you lie? Because she's right. You were getting scared and I let it get to me. It was probably a telemarketer or something. I should have known better.
Kat didn't look at me as we backed out. You were scared first. You heard her. You know it was Virginia. We even took your battery out.
Drop it.
We sat in glum silence for most of the ride. Kat kept her eyes locked on the road ahead of her, and her hands in white-knuckled fists around the steering wheel. I had just started to think that maybe they were right, and I'd imagined it all. Maybe it really had just been some woman who happened to sound like Virginia, when the radio clicked on.
You've made me miserable for so long. I know it was you who made everyone start calling me Virgin.
Hello, ray of sunshine. Trans sunshine, welcome.
Those pictures of me, and I know.
You're kind of catching the end of the stream. We're just winding down with one more story. After like a full 6 hours of art. But glad to see you pop in for a little bit.
It was you who started the rumors about me being a lesbian. I can't go into the locker room or bathroom anymore without people screaming that I'm trying to look at them.
The car swerved dangerously with Kat's surprise. She pulled over sharply and slammed a hand down on the radio's power button, shutting it off. We didn't look at each other.
Yeah, a little tired, but
we just sat there.
I'll be getting food after this.
No denying what we'd heard. After a moment, Kat pulled back out into traffic, and we continued on to the pizza place.
Pizza.
The radio stayed off the rest of the way there. If I tried to speak, Kat would cut me off with a quick, "Shut up," and I eventually gave up. She parked across the street from the pizza place, shot me a dark, frightened look, and climbed out. I followed mechanically behind. We had just been seated at a table and given menus when the restaurant's loudspeaker crackled noisily.
I just wanted to tell you, I wanted you to know so that you never doubted it. This is all your fault.
I have an announcement to make.
Flooded the room, swallowing all other sound. The other customers went quiet and cast
Freddy
confused
Fazbear
looks
Pizza, oh no.
around, while the employees scrambled to shut off the PA system, but it didn't matter. I knew what was coming, and I threw my hands over my ears so I didn't have to hear it again. The dull, meaty sound of Virginia's body hitting the ground. Some of the other customers were getting upset.
Yeah, you get it.
Demanding in raised voices to know what was going on. A few got out of their seats and went to the counter, where the unfortunate cashier could only hold up his hands defensively and offer an apology. Despite my ears being covered, I could still hear Virginia's voice on the loudspeaker.
This is all your fault. This is all your fault. This is all your fault.
Kat was gripping the edge of the table, her breathing shallow and quick. She reminded me of a small animal looking to escape a predator. When the screaming started again, she leapt up from her seat and ran from the restaurant. She didn't stop or even slow down. She just ran out into the road, trying to put distance between herself and the sound of Virginia's voice.
Uh-oh.
I doubted the drivers had any time to even see Kat, much less try to avoid her, and I could only watch as my cousin bounced off the hood of a passing car and was thrown beneath the wheels of an oncoming SUV. When she came back into view, lying very still in the middle of the road, her back to me, Virginia's screaming immediately stopped.
Most
and
average
mine
Chuck E. Cheese
began.
experience. Wow. It didn't end the way I expected it to. I was expecting her to get snatched by the ghost. I'll listen to the rest of this off stream. Yeah, video footage sounds like an interesting one. But yeah, thank you for the suggestions. That was neat. Well, I am tired. This has been my longest art stream in a while. But we made a lot of progress. We got the lines done, we got the flat color done, and we even got some of the background going, so like that's cool. I'll try to finish this up off stream. Hopefully it doesn't turn into me working on this on Saturday. I've been in the OC brain rot where I've just been drawing things for myself and putting commissions off. I need to stop that. I need to stop it. Get to work. But yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. Wednesday, I'll be playing Last Report, followed by a mystery game at the end. Given that it works, I haven't actually tested it yet. But hopefully it works. Saturdays, as always, gonna be working on more commissions. Probably starting sketching this bundle of Christmas ones that I need to do. And as always, I appreciate you all coming out to watch me work, keep me company, keep me focused, and I'll see you next time.